Well, hello and happy Friday, everyone. Welcome to another live lawn care Q&A. My name is Ron Henry, and I'm here to help answer your lawn care questions. If this is the first time you're joining the show or the channel, first of all, welcome. The way this works, super simple. You drop your questions down in the chat, and I work through them in the order they come in. Sometimes I have the answers, sometimes I don't. But either way, we have a great time talking about lawn care. Guys, spring can't make up its mind. You know, the weather is warming up so nicely. And we have like now 2 days where we're getting some weather in the 30s. So today it was really cold in the morning, and tomorrow I think it's also going to be pretty cold, and then back on a warming trend again, right? So who knows? Who knows? Overall, lawn's doing pretty well. I'm pretty happy with it. I'll show you guys some video of that later on if you guys want to see. Got some cool video and some pictures from viewers as well. You know, some people got some serious hardware. Timothy Smith sent us some pictures of his lawn, trying to show off how he's dominating his neighborhood. So you're gonna get to see all that. And yeah, so let's get into it. So first up, we got Shazia Chaudhry from the UK saying, "Great to see the Masters at Augusta. What a stunning golf course! Made all that much better with the amazing return of Tiger." I agree, man. I'll tell you, every time I watch the Masters, it makes me, just for a while, consider overseeding my lawn with rye in the fall, because it looks so good. It looks so good. And I have some friends that work in industry that do some of the local sports fields around here, and they're showing me some pictures of their rye right now that they have done on some of the fields, and it looks incredible. Looks absolutely incredible. So I don't know. We'll see. I'll see if I can talk. They can get them to talk me into it. But yeah, it's awesome watching the Masters. Great to see Tiger play. Hopefully he does well on Saturday and Sunday. Looks like he punches his ticket for the weekend, which is good. And we'll have to see, right? All right. Next up is Jeremy Espinoza saying, "Let's go Tiger." Yeah, I agree, man. I don't know if he's gonna win. Scotty's the current leader's playing really good golf, but it's always nice to see him back in contention again, right? Especially given everything that's happened. Okay, so our first question of the evening is from Craig Dills. He says, "Ron, hope the rains and temperature swings haven't set you back too far." Not so much. He says, "I recall last year you were foregoing your pre-emergence. Did you experience much breakthrough, and what's the plan this year?" Great question, Craig. So I did experience a little bit of breakthrough. So normally I don't have any crabgrass in my lawn throughout the growing season. Last year during summer months, I got a bit of crabgrass. What else did I see? That was mainly it. A bit of spurge here and there, but crabgrass was the thing that I saw that I normally didn't see. There were 4 or 5 spots on the lawn that got crabgrass. If you want to see them, if you look at the video that I did last year on mixing Certainty and Celsius, that video, the crabgrass I actually saw spraying in that video, was on my lawn. So there are 4 or 5 spots that got little clumps of crabgrass, and I purposely left them as much as it pained me, so I'd have something to spray and show in the video, right? For this year, I did pre-emergent. I'm back on my normal schedule. So pre-emergent, there's not going to be any seeding this year or anything like that. The next major thing I plan to do is to do an aeration and top dress at some point. And yeah, that's the big plan for this year. No seeding or anything like that. Just gonna really enjoy the lawn. Top dress it is gonna be in the cards. But outside of that, not a ton else. I got my acelepryn down this past weekend. I sprayed the back lawn, finished with the back lawn. What else did I get done? That was it. Yeah, the acelepryn, and also sprayed my first 901C, the first liquid blend, right? So the carbon kit along with acelepryn. So I'm pretty much good to go with all the foundational stuff. Now it's just to enjoy it, right? All right. So next up is VMH, Mr. VMH, Mr. formerly known as Crabgrass. I always tease VMH and tell him, he had the crabgrass lawn. But now he is, he's now moved away from that. He's transcended being the crabgrass lawn. Between several rounds of quinclorac and a lot of dedication, he's transformed his lawn. So that's always good. So we got to think of a new name for you, VMH, other than another title other than Mr. Former Crabgrass Lawn, right? Next up is Mr. Fairway Bermuda. Mr. Darrell says, "Hey Ron, hope everything's going well, sir. Question. Most soil test results show optimal nutrients or higher. Why do people put down an application to wake up the lawn? Thanks." Most soil tests that I look at this time of year do not show, don't show all the levels where they should be. And even in situations where they do, right? Let's say you've got, enough N, enough phosphorus, enough potassium, which again, really the only way that's really going to happen is if you were fertilizing when you shouldn't have been. Phosphorus should be okay, but the nitrogen and potassium really should be a little bit low as you're starting out the season on most lawns. If that's the case anyway, the reason why people do it is because they want something to do. Like if you're really into your lawn and you want to do something to start out the season, even if your soil test results are showing that the levels are good, adding a little bit of nitrogen, a little bit of potassium, not going to hurt anything. The one macro that I try to keep people away from adding to their soils unnecessarily is phosphorus, because unlike nitrogen and potassium, which deplete over time, phosphorus does as well too, but it does it at a much lower rate. So if you have adequate levels of phosphorus in your lawn, you normally don't have to regularly add it, not on the levels that you have to for nitrogen and potassium anyway, right? So to answer your question, why people do it is because they want something to do. In my case, I did it because I needed to. Because if you looked at my soil test results from the last ones, the only levels that were where they should have been were my phosphorus levels. My nitrogen and my potassium were low. So hopefully that helps answer your question. And a lot of it for people that aren't soil testing their lawns or are doing a soil test on their soil is that they just want something to do to wake up their lawn in the spring, right? It's just a thing that people do, oftentimes not really knowing why they're doing it, and just a matter of habit, is what I would say. If you're doing it without data to support that. Good question. That's a good one. All right. Next up is Mark F. He's saying, "Hello, 97 degrees Fahrenheit." So I think Mark, you were in Arizona, right? You're definitely not in Georgia, because we're not anywhere near 97 now, which is kind of cool, right? Because your lawn is likely greening up, growing out pretty nicely, unlike ours. My lawn is doing all right. As if you guys have followed my YouTube stories, you know that this morning I was talking up through the fact that I did the verticut, like a pretty aggressive verticut on the lawn. The lawn did green up nicely. It greened up, fairly soon as I expected. But as far as it filling in, doing the verticut early in the season is slowing that. So if you look at how it kind of came out. If I look here, this is a video I did just before the live stream. So you can see the colors coming in nice. The area out there by the tree is starting to fill in. The area right here in front of the patio is also filling in. Overall, the lawn's doing fairly well. But if you looked at from last year, I'm trying to think, this time last year, or I should say a week from now, last year, I was doing a soil only top dress of the front lawn, and it might get there between now and next week. I mean, it's growing in pretty nicely, but as far as filling in, it seems like it's a bit slower. The color's great. I really like how thin everything is as far as not having a lot of debris in the lawn. But that's one thing that I noticed with the early verticut. That is a difference this year compared to last year. But I'm still going to keep doing it. I really like how the lawn is looking as far as just not having a lot of trash in it. So that's always good. All right, next up is Mr. Gunny Grasshopper with this comment. He says, "Hey Ron, I've been out the last few weeks. My beloved Tar Heels made it to the chip. Looking forward to the lawn talk tonight." Awesome, man. Yeah, I guess you're talking about basketball, right? About NCAA, because I don't really follow it. I just know that around this time of year, like you get to, was it the Sweet 16, Elite 8, and the Final Four, and then whoever's going to play in the finals. I don't really follow college basketball that much, so I haven't really kept up with who's in it, but. I know that North Carolina is normally a contender. I think that's where Jordan went, right? So yeah, I'm glad they're doing well. Either way, even though I don't follow it, I'm glad that the team that you wanted is doing well. So always good stuff. Next up is Mr. Brick Rehab. It says, "Happy Friday, Ron. This year's project, rehab the backyard and the north strip between my house and neighbors. About 2,000 square feet total. So far, I've brought in 4 yards of topsoil and had to raise about 4 inches closest and the slope down." He said, "Backyard is halfway done. This weekend is all about redoing the French drain and tying down spouts into it. I have a few before picks, but no after picks yet." Good grief, man. That's a lot of work. You're not messing around. You're talking about 4 yards of topsoil, installing French drains, recontouring stuff. You were not messing around. That's a serious effort. But you know what? The thing is, the time of year to do it is now, right? The time to do that is now. So it'll grow in, the lawn will recover, and you'll be able to enjoy all the fruits of your labor, which is good stuff. It's good stuff. All right, next up is Mr. Papa Moslow. He says, "Hey everyone, what's going on, Papa Moslow? Glad you're doing well. Thanks for coming to hang out." And then the man of the hour this evening is Mr. Timothy Smith. So before the live stream, Tim sent me some pictures of his lawn. You guys remember last week, he said that he's mowing at half an inch. I'm like, half an inch already? And he says it's green, it's looking good. It's half an inch with a true cut. I'm like, pictures, or we're not going to be able to give you the domination stamp. So of course, my man responds with pictures. If you guys want to check out his lawn, I'll show you what it's looking like. So this is Bermuda mowed at 1/2 inch with a true cut. You can see this is pick 1. That's looking tight, man. That's clean. That's looking really good. Filled in super nice. Next up, we have this picture. This front slope looking solid. And we have, I guess, another picture of the lawn, also looking good. Overall, really clean, man. The turf's growing in really nicely, nice and dense. This early in the season, you're gonna love how that looks. And of course, you got to do the obligatory finger shot to show, hey, listen, I'm really at 1/2 inch. I'm not even reaching up to the full digit, or I'm not even all the way up here, so I'm at 1/2 inch. So, okay, so Tim, I salute you, sir. Awesome job. The lawn looks incredible. Keep doing what you're doing. Keep up with the mowing. And yeah, it's looking really good. It's looking really good. Just think, we are only in April, and if the lawn is looking like that now, man, like a month from now, mid-May, it's gonna be beautiful. Now, the thing is gonna be interesting to hear when you keep reporting back in is how maintaining it at 1/2 inch, like what that's like, right? Hopefully, you're gonna get on that plant growth regulator life, that Primo Max life. We got some more in stock, guys. I know we ran out again. We got some more in stock, so if you guys go to the store, you're gonna be able to find it. So, but Tim, this is going to be part of your ability to maintain a lawn at 1/2 inch, especially as temps get warmer. So, so yeah, good job, man. Again, respect. I know how much work that is to pull off, and let's just see how long you can keep it up, how long you can keep it going. It's looking really good. Next is Heartfelt Fashion. It says, hello, friend. How is it that the Masters Augusta has all green grass and all our grass is brown? Do they not have Bermuda? That's an excellent question, Heartfelt Fashion. Well, first of all, it's Augusta National. They could turn concrete green and make it look good, right? So they have a budget that, I mean, if you look at everyone, there's 85 of us on the live stream. They likely spend more on turf than all of our salaries combined annually, easily. That, and also that even though the base grass is Bermuda, they overseed with rye, and they overseed heavily. It's like a really, really heavy overseed from what I understand. And that is how they're able to get that beautiful green color in April, right? So right now, if you have a ryegrass lawn, it's gonna, you're in like the sweet spot, like late March, early April, before it gets really hot. Like ryegrass is looking awesome right now. Couple that with, Augusta National, again, having the people, the budget, the know-how to pull it all off, and they've done it, they've done it over and over forever. That is how you get turf that looks like practically fake. And I got to tell you, like, you watch it on TV, right? And it looks amazing on television. Having been there, it's better in person. Like I always say, anyone that asks me what the Augusta National grass is like, is imagine the best grass you've ever seen, which you look at it on TV, you're like, that's probably the best grass I've ever seen. And it's better. It's better than you can imagine. Like when you walk on it, it's like a spongy firm, if that makes sense. It's not like, I mean, I hate if they heard me say spongy, they can be like, oh, our turf is not spongy, but it's like, it just feels very pliable, and the color is insane. It's just, it's a whole nother level. I mean, here's how serious Augusta is about the grass being green and staying green. When I went there last, which has been, I don't know, probably 6 or 7 years at this point. When you go out and you get like a hot dog, like the wrapper they give you is like this green, green material. It's almost like a green, like cellophane that you use. And the reason for that, I have to think, is that if someone drops it, like they're not, like you're an oaf and you don't put it in a trash receptacle and you drop it on somewhere, if it blows across the course, you're not going to see it. So they go to extreme standards to control how the turf looks. And yeah, that's it. But yeah, it is Bermuda. It's heavily overseeded with rye, and they have more money than they know what to do with, hence why it looks incredible every single year. So there you go. Although the first year we had, when COVID happened, I think it was 2020 when they played the Masters later in the year than they normally do? That year didn't look as good. You notice it still looked really good, but not like how it looks now, right? So the time when the tournament is put on also coincides when ryegrass looks really awesome. So hope that helps, Heartfelt Fashion. Next up is Mr. Timothy Wolf. Says, happy Friday, Ron. Happy Friday to you, Tim. Hopefully you are doing well, sir. And Heartfelt is back. He's trying to rough me up. He's coming out with a question. He says, let's get into it. Enough with the pleasantries. Let's get going, right? He says, how can I get rid of POA? So there's a couple different ways you can go about it, Heartfelt. Given that temps are going to start warming up here, if Mother Nature cooperates, you can simply just wait for it to die off. Like, that's the cheapest route to go. At this stage, though, if you're like, no, I don't want to wait for it to die off. I want it gone. A great option for getting rid of POA is certainty. My neighbor next door, not Alex, but the neighbor next to me, had, when he moved in, it was like the timing of it was like they didn't get like a weed control program in place, so they had like quite a bit of weeds in their lawn. And I sprayed, did him a favor. I sprayed with the Celsius Certainty combo, and I also mixed in a little bit of Release Zero along with that. And the POA is hating life. Just 1 week later, actually, what I'll do is I will, if you check out my YouTube stories tomorrow, I'll go over and I'll get some video of what the POA looks like. That's a great option now if you want the POA to be gone. You just don't want to, you don't want to just wait for it to die off. And it's so much that you don't want to physically remove it. Like, that's another option too. So you can physically remove it. You can just be patient and let it die off when it gets hot, or you can smack it with something like Certainty. And what I'm talking about by that, I will show you. If you go to the Golf Course Lawn Store and you go over to Shop and Weed Killer, on the top shelf is front and center is Certainty. So this guy is what you're going to want to roll with. I believe this is a video here that shows how to mix it along with Celsius. You don't necessarily have to do that unless you've got other weeds you're trying to take care of. It won't hurt to. I mean, if it's only POA, then use Certainty. If you have other stuff going on that you want to get rid of too, then mix Celsius with it. And it gives instructions on how to apply it. Use a surfactant along with it. That's really important. And then even the tip that you need to use as far as the TJet tip, that's all in the product description as well. The label for Certainty calls, if memory serves me, calls for like 2 gallons of water minimum, right? So 2 gallons of water, and then however many scoops you want to use. What you could go with is you could go with 2 gallons of water and 3 of the smaller scoops. You could do that. That's likely going to be enough to smack the POA back. On his lawn, I went with a 4-gallon backpack sprayer. We did it was the Certainty Celsius combo, and I did 2 large scoops. So it depends on how much you're dealing with, right? If you got like a POA over the entire lawn, heartfelt, and you got to blanket the entire lawn, that's where going to 4 gallons and then 2 of the large scoops. I've gotten really good results with that. Again, if you check out my YouTube stories, which again, you have to look on a mobile to see those, you'll see how the POA is like really discolored and hating life and dying off. Because right now, POA looks incredible. Like, POA is living his best life right now. Not if you hit it with Certainty. Certainty, within 7 days, you're going to start seeing results. And with it warming up now, it's going to work even faster. So that's the best answer I can give you as far as how to get rid of that. That's going to be quick. Could you use Image? Sure, you could try, but I mean, Image is going to be a 3 to 4 week process, and by then it's going to be pretty hot and dying off anyway. So I don't know that I would really recommend that. Certainty is what I would say to go with. We have it at the Golf Course Lawn Store, and there's also instructions and a video and everything you need in addition to what I just explained on how to apply it to get a really good result. And again, tomorrow I will do a YouTube story for it. And what I'll also do is I'll take a picture of a couple of spots and I'll put it up on the channel community board. So like, hey, you want to see what Certainty can do to POA in the 7 days? And I'll post it up so you guys can take a look at it too. So you'll be able to see. All right, next up is Mr. David Lee. He say, "Wagwan, everybody." What's going on, David? How's it going, sir? Big up, Ron, and happy Friday, Brethren. What's going on? Thanks for coming to hang out, David. Cool. Always nice to see another Islander in the live stream. Although I'm not from Jamaica, I did not grow up anywhere near Jamaica. I grew up in St. Eustatius. But yeah, I get it. I see where you're coming from, man. I see where you're coming from. I'm sure we can both sit down with a bowl of callaloo and oxtail and chop it up. So. All right, next up is Flippin' While You Sippin' to Disney. Says, "Hey everyone, what's up? Cypress, Houston, Texas. Such a beautiful day. Looking forward to a great whatever, man. It is not going to be 6 hours tonight. 6 hour live stream. Yeah, last week was a marathon, man. Depends how many questions you guys ask, but it was a long one last week. We almost got almost to 5 hours. Almost went to midnight Eastern, which is a bit long. So I'm going to start either answering faster or do something, because these can't get longer and longer and longer and longer and longer and longer. So yeah, thanks. I'm sure your weather's looking pretty good where you are in Houston, Flippin'. And yeah. So again, I appreciate you tuning into the show, and it's not going to be 6 hours tonight. Famous last words by a live stream YouTuber, right? Next up is Papa Moslow. He says, "Hey Ron, happy Friday. Removed a tree from in the front lawn. Should I top dress first, then plug, or does it really matter? what would be your preference? Okay, so you remove a tree from the front lawn. If it were me, so what's going to happen, regardless of how good a job you do, Papa Moslow, it's not going to be even. Like the area where the tree was, normally, if you did it right, is going to be lower than the surrounding areas, right? Like if you dug out the roots and got the stump out and everything, like you took out a lot of like stuff, like debris material, as far as getting rid of the tree. So if it were me, I would top dress first. I would build up that area first, and then I would plug it at the end of that. Because reason being is, depending on how big of a bowl you're talking about, or how much of a depression you have, if you go and put grass in there now and then top dress it, it's going to take you a while to build that up, depending on how heavy you have to go. I would fast track it. I would go ahead and get it as level as you can, and then plug it. You're still going to have to come back with a top dress anyway, because it's likely to settle over time. But I would not put grass knowingly into an area where I know I'm going to be adding, sand, soil mixture, whatever you decide to go with, to try and build that up, if that makes sense. Like the process I'll show you that I would recommend is what I did in the video from last year on how to level a rut, or how to fill in a bare spot. Granted, this was it was also for an area where a tree used to be. And I will put this in the chat for you to check out at Papa Moslow. Yeah, check that out. But yeah, I would do it first. If it were me, I would top dress, level like it is, nice as I can. If anything, go like you might even put like a very slight dome on it, so it's not like super even. Maybe just a little bit extra material, because it is going to settle. It is going to settle, regardless of how good a job you think you did. It's going to settle a little bit. So just keep that in mind. Great question. Congrats on removing the tree. I know it's because you want your grass to look nice. So yeah, let me know if I can help with anything else. And good job on doing the plugging. Again, I say that, I've said this in recent live streams, that if I had to do it all over again, if I knew then what I know now, when you remove a tree, and if your goal is to get the grass to match perfectly, the way to go is plugging. Don't even bother trying to get the same sod, or the same sod of the same grass types. If you have Tifway 419, you're thinking, oh, I'll just dig this tree out and I'll go out and I'll get like a few blocks, or a few rows of Tifway 419 sod is going to match. Not necessarily. Sometimes you get lucky and it does, but a lot of times it doesn't. So the best way, which is also the slowest way, is to just plug it. So you're doing it the right way, Papa Moslow. Let me know if I can help with anything else. Next up is Mr. Robert Rainey. He says, "Good evening, Robert. I know you're just enjoying life, watching the Masters. Robert's a big golfer. You see him there holding that high finish. So I'm sure you're having a great time watching the Augusta National, watching the Masters. Robert, thanks for coming to hang out." Next up is Patrick in Texas saying, "What's happening?" Not too much, Patrick. I'm hanging in there. Just answering lawn care questions, trying to add some value, and just have a great time, spend some time with you guys on a Friday evening. Next up is Boneyard Lawn Service. Says, new to the channel, blessings to the chat. Thanks for coming to hang out, Boneyard Lawn Service. That's kind of a cool name for a lawn care service, and I appreciate you coming in. Thanks for spending some time with us this Friday night, and welcome. We have our first super chat of the evening, guys. Let me come down here and grab it really quick from Mr. Papa Moslow.
Super chat received.
He says, just thank you for your recommendations on the T-Jets. I am loving my flow zone again. I had to run when I put the tips in that came with the sprayer. Now I can walk at a much easier pace. Yeah, I don't have it here because I put them all back in the... No, I don't have any. I don't have that one. The T-Jet nozzles are really good. They are better than the ones that the flow zone comes with. And again, what you're going to find is you're going to be able to run it on a lower rate, because they are rated. Most of them are rated for lower PSIs, like or lower flow rates, I should say, is a more accurate way of saying it. Whereas the flow zone can run at like 90 PSI or something like really, really high. You don't need it. You can really use the lower setting and still get a really good result. So yeah, I'm glad that you guys like it. On the note of flow zone or backpack sprayers, we now are carrying the Yard Mastery backpack sprayer. Our price is a little bit higher than what you're going to see on yardmastery.com, because so I think, Alan, they sell it for right at around $300, just under $300. But then they also charge shipping. Because in the store I have everything set up to where you guys don't have to pay shipping, I have to charge a little bit more. So the price that we have on the store is going to be a bit higher than what it would be if you buy it from them with shipping. But if you feel like if spending another $12 doesn't bother you too much, and you feel like supporting the Golf Course Lawn Store, you can now get the Yard Mastery backpack sprayer on there. Just go to the store, search for Yard Mastery, and it will pop in, and it's there now. And the nice thing about that sprayer is that it comes with everything. Literally, it's like a flow zone, but like that is set up for DIY in the sense that you get the you get a foliar tip. You also get a tip for soil. You get one for soil based applications, the flood jet tip, right? So it's a great sprayer, all in one sprayer. If you're in the market for one, and if you like supporting the channel, you can get one at the golf course lawn store. Our price is a little bit higher though than Alan's because it just is, it's his product. So that's just the way that works out, unfortunately. So, but it's there now. So you guys that are now asking for it, you can now get the Yard Mastery sprayer there as well. They are in stock. Alan did not get a ton of them. So if you are waiting or we're on the fence about getting one, pick one up. Whether you get it from me or you get it from Yard Mastery, pick one up because I'm fairly certain they're not going to be getting a bunch more of these in throughout the season. So don't wait. It took a long time to get what's there to be in stock. And of course, Mr. Papa Moslow, because you gave the first super chat of the evening, you are now the show sponsor. So your name in lights. How about that? How about that? I mean, I'm not sure if it's something you've always aspired to, but for the little bit that it's worth, you are now the show's sponsor. So thanks for the support, sir. I really do appreciate it. I am glad that the T-Jet nozzles are working well for you because I agree, they are pretty awesome. All right, and on his way out, he says, don't forget to touch the like button. That is true, guys. If you guys don't mind touching the like button ever so gently, it's a great way to support the channel. Doesn't cost you anything. Sends good vibes to the algorithm and makes more people come in to come watch the show. So it's a great way to support the channel. You don't have to buy anything to do it. Next is Mr. Flippin' While You Sippin' to Disney. He says, so first question, I have an Ego mower, so an electric mower. I've been cutting on setting 1 twice a week. Should I bump it up to setting 2 and let it grow and keep it at 2? I really want to thicken it up. It's your call. So the big thing is I have no idea what setting 1 or setting 2 corresponds to on that mower. But if you want it to thicken up, mow more frequently. So if it were me, I would mow at setting 1 more frequently. That is going to get the lawn. That's going to encourage it to thicken up faster than if you're mowing at a higher, mowing the lawn higher and mowing less frequently. So the big thing with getting a lawn to thicken up, and this is kind of a segue. One of the talking points I had for tonight about bare spots in your lawn or how to address that, is that if you guys want your lawn to fill in, yes, you should get a soil test done. You guys know I love the My Soil Test kits. You should absolutely get one of these. If you've not got one yet, you should get that done, here sooner than later before you start doing a lot of stuff to your soil. Yes, and so fertilizing based on your soil test is important, and putting down your biostimulants are also important. All those things are going to help. But if you really want to fast track how quickly your lawn fills in and how quickly it gets dense, mow it. Mow it more frequently. Like a general rule is if your lawn looks like it needs to be mowed, you waited way too long. So if it were me, if you have the time, so I always have to caveat that, right? I would go lower. I would say at the lower setting and make sure you're mowing at least twice a week. Twice a week at this point in the game is fine because it's not terribly hot yet. So setting 1 twice a week. And then if you find that, hey, when I get into like late May or early June, I'm starting to get some scalping, a little bit of brown, between mowings up. So meaning I need to mow even more frequently, then you can take it up a notch if you want. But if you want to fill in quickly, I would leave it a little bit lower and just mow more frequently. That is going to help with that. So yeah, I think that answers your question. Flipping while you sipping. Like many things, mowing covers a multitude of sins. Nothing will help your lawn recover from injury faster. Again, assuming that you've done other things, right? Like you fertilize it and maybe bring in some fresh topsoil and those kinds of things. But mowing does help. It helps stimulate new growth, right? So hopefully that helps, sir. Thanks so much for the question. I truly do appreciate it. Next up is Jeremy White. He says, big bro, let's go. Down here in the country of Panama, checking my camera at home to see how my lawn is doing. You know what? I wish I could say that I've never done that. Like I've been away from the house and I tuned into the camera at home to see how the lawn looks. I'd like to say I'd never done that before, but I can say I've not done that this week. This week I have not done that as yet. So there's still time. So that's progress, right? I don't have OCD to that extent, not yet anyway, right? That's cool, Jeremy. Glad you're getting some time away and that you're still checking on the lawn. On the topic of time away, guys, not next week, but the week after is our regional tournament. So we have the black belt test, where I am slated. I'm pretty sure I'm going to have to. I'm not sure if it hasn't been set in stone yet, but I'm pretty sure I'm going to have to proctor the test. I'm going to have to run the black belt test. So what I'm thinking is, if you guys want, we can do one of two things. One, we can either skip the live stream week after next, which all you guys are probably saying like, no, we're not doing that, whatever. Or option two is we can do the live stream on a Thursday. So the day before, it's not going to go as late, but I can still do a live stream the day before, get some questions in, do that kind of stuff, and it'll be better than not having anything at all. So it's up to you guys. If you guys want, or you're watching this after the fact, if you are fine with, if you prefer Thursday, so doing it a day before so you get something, then just say Thursday in the comments after this live stream is over. You can't do it right now because you can't comment yet while it's live. And if you don't care, you can just type skip it, and I'll look through those and we can make a decision based on that collectively. All right. Great stuff. All right. Next up is Timothy Wolf. He says, Ron, for the 901C, the container says 2 to 7 ounces. What's a good rate per 1,000 square feet? Anywhere between 2 to 7 ounces, Tim. I will tell you that starting out the season here, I did 2 ounces, like when I did last weekend, when I did a Celiprin and then the carbon kit, I did 2 ounces of everything. So 2 ounces per 1,000 of 901C, 2 ounces per 1,000 of the of NutriKelp, and then but for the Nutrizol, for the micronutrient, I went a little heavier. But that one I did 3 ounces. So as far as what went into my backpack sprayer, 8 ounces of 901C, 8 ounces of NutriKelp. So I'll show you. I can actually show you guys here. So is this release 901C? Yeah. So a total of 8 ounces of this with 4 gallons of water. Total of 8 ounces of this with 4 gallons of water, along with the BioSpectrum, which I can't reach, but if you guys have the carbon kit, the BioSpectrum, the microbial, and that along with 3 ounces per 1,000 or 12 ounces of Nutrizol went into 4 gallons of water, and I used that over the lawn. So that was my wake up for the season to give the lawn that. And you can play with the rates. You can go a little bit higher if you want. I have gone up to, I've gone as high as 4 ounces, so double the rate. And it's really your call. It's really your call. The reason why I'm starting out low also to see as well too is because remember, 901C is basically release 0 with fertilizer in it. So I just want to see how the lawn responds to it compared to using Turfplex, which is what I was doing last year. So I'm starting out low on the rates, seeing how the turf looks, seeing how the color is, seeing how the grass grows, and then I'll jockey the rates. I'll play with the rates a little bit based on my next, based on what I'm seeing this time next week, because next week is going to be the 15th, and that'll be time for my second application of the carbon kit, right, of my liquid spoon feeding program. So hopefully that helps, Tim. I did 2 ounces, but you're free to do more. I've not done more than 4 ounces per 1,000 at any given setting. So there you go. Hopefully that helps. But also keep in mind too, I'm doing this every couple of weeks. So you really don't need to go, super heavy as far as, like throwing tons of nitrogen, tons of product at the lawn, because every 2 weeks it's getting some, right? Great question. Great question. Next up is Timothy Smith. He says, I pre-ordered the soil cube leveling mix, waiting on delivery. Can I consider leveling in May if things are in good shape? Also planning to aerate and apply nutrients based on pending soil test results. I think you're on your way, Timothy. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, man, here's the thing. You already know the answer, Tim. Come on. Look how your lawn looks. Do you think that you are good to top dress at this point? I would say so. You're definitely good to top dress. You're good to aerate. You're good to, roll around on it. Do whatever you want to do to that lawn. That turf is looking clean, sir. That's looking really good. Yeah. So yeah, you absolutely can top dress that. You said in May, so another 3 weeks from now. Yeah, it's going to be even more grown in, even more dense. You're going to be good to go. I would aerate as part of your top dressing project. Reason being is if you look here, it looks like you got a slope on your front lawn, right? And when you aerate, you're opening up pores all throughout the soil, and that gives the top dressing mix some bite, right? It gives it something to kind of bite onto the existing soil profile with. It helps it integrate a bit better. So I would absolutely do it. I wouldn't wait, man. Like last year, the big top dressing job that I did last year, I did the weekend between April and May. So if you're waiting till into May, you're going to be good to go. No worries at all. Your lawn's looking great. You're ahead of the game. It's gonna be just fine. Very, very cool. Great stuff, man. Yeah, the soil cube mix, you're going to love it. If you've never topped yours before, the nice thing about that material, even though it's a little bit more expensive, a little more pricey, is it's super clean. Like not much trash gets into it because like I don't know how many times they screen it, but whatever whatever the screening process is, it works because hardly anything, any debris comes out of that soil cube mix. So definitely keep me posted, man. I want to see how your lawn develops. You're definitely doing the right things. You're ahead of the game, sir. It's looking good. It's looking really, really good. All right, we got another super chat here. Let me run down here and grab it real quick. One from Mr. Merrill Williams. Thank you so much, Merrill. I really appreciate it, as always.
Super chat received.
He says, happy Friday, Ron, and everyone. Ron, what is the best Miramichi green product to use on new sod? First of all, thank you for the very, very generous super chat, sir. Thanks so much for that. As far as the best Miramichi products to use on new sod. Okay, so for sod that you are, here's the thing, if you are able to do it, to put it down before the sod goes in, like super, like, like the absolute control over the entire process, putting down carbonized PN like that. Actually, I'll just show you. We can go for a ride. So we'll go back to the golf course lawn store and here we go. So carbonized PN like this stuff, which is the basis of a lot of the granular products that Miramichi Green makes. This is what I would, if I were gonna do a lawn from scratch, right, to where it's like just scorched earth, there's just pure dirt on the lawn, and the sod's gonna come in. I would do an application, like a layer of carbonized PN over the entire thing. It's going to help with rooting. And then I would lay the sod on top of that. If you've already if you've already put the sod in, you can still do carbonized PN, but applying it is going to mean using like a leveling rake, like a light application of that over the sod. That's totally an option too. If that sounds like too much work, another option that is comparable, that's really good, is Essential G. Like this is essentially carbonized PN with some addition that's put into a prill form with other additives. It's got some humate in it, some silicon, reclaimed coffee grounds. But yeah, so Essential G is another option as well from a granular standpoint. So if you're not afraid of a bit more work, the carbonized PN is what I would do. Outside of that, Essential G is a great option as well. From a liquid standpoint, what I would do for fresh sod is I would use the carbon kit. I would, given that it's brand new and you don't really need to hit brand new sod with a bunch of nitrogen to start, we could come in here and look at the carbon kit. You see we got like 4 different versions here, Merrill. And the one that I would go with is the non-901C, because there's no reason to give like brand new sod a bunch of nitrogen to start. The standard kit, which contains Release Zero, NutriKelp, and Biospectrum, is what I would do from a liquid standpoint on fresh sod. The NutriKelp has a taste of nitrogen in it. It has a little bit of phosphorus and a bit of potassium. Like that's a really good way to like jumpstart the microbial activity to help feed, to help feed that new turf without also trying to push a bunch of growth at the same time by throwing a lot of nitrogen at it, So that is what I would do. You guys got to keep in mind too, like when the way like carbonized PN, what it was developed for, and some of you guys are going to see here in a product or in a kit that's coming out here soon, probably another month or so, is carbonized PN initially was developed by Miramichi Green, or what was used primarily for is for like high value ornamentals and for turf establishment, right? So if you have like a really expensive, like a Japanese maple or some other like just really expensive tree that you're trying to put in, what arborists would do is they'd have the area where the tree's going to go excavated. They would do a bag or two of carbonized PN. They'd add the tree. They would add the tree. And then they would also do Biospectrum along with a specific product that Miramichi Green makes for trees called Tree and Shrub. It's a different formulation than a lot of the stuff you see in the store. We have Tree and Shrub in the store, by the way. But the whole idea behind it is for exactly what you're trying to do. Like that was like the secret sauce of what a lot of people that before DIY got a hold of it were using the product for. So carbonized PN or Essential G are going to be your go-tos. Again, as far as how heavy to put it down, as heavy as your budget permits, right? Like you will not burn your lawn with this stuff. There's not really, we have application rates, but you really can't go too heavy with either of them. On that note, something else to talk about I didn't share as well is in the golf course lawn. So I'll show you this really quick. Based on the video that I did with Miramichi Green, showing you guys the how-to, and you guys saw the super sack, and I thought to myself, why on earth did I show this? Because now I've created a problem for myself. if you go to the golf course lawn store and then you go to Miramichi Green Biostimulants and you scroll down, you're going to see Essential G carbonized PN here, but also at the bottom, you're going to find there's now two options. You can get 2,000 pounds of carbonized PN and 2,000 pounds of Essential G. This price that you're seeing here is especially if you're on the East Coast, is likely going to be lower than that. This was a price on a quote that I got for someone that was on the West Coast. So even though if you click onto this, like say carbonized PN, it will say here in yellow, I try to make it as big as I possibly could, saying before you place an order, email me. Email me, I need your address and all this kind of stuff to give you an actual price. This price for most people is likely going to be lower than that, but you have to email me to find out. If I had to guess, for most people, it's going to be in the $1,500 range thereabouts for 2,000 pounds delivered to your door, because it's it's the logistics of trucking it across country and then having a forklift, having a truck with a forklift to unload it. So there's all that. If you have like a business where you have a loading dock and you have a way to get it home, you can save yourself a bit of money off of that by having it taken shipped to a business. But now if you guys want it in huge quantities, you guys can now get carbonized PN and Essential G on the golf course lawn store. You just email me if you're really serious about it, because you see what the price is. That's like around what it's going to be, and you can get that dropped to your door for you to use as you see fit. It saves you a lot of money versus buying a bunch of bags. So just let me know if that's something you're interested in. Thanks so much again for the super chat, Merrill. Really do appreciate it. And based on that, you get to be the show sponsor for sure. I'll correct that up, add that in here too. But on another note, while I'm working on that, we got another super chat from Mr. Robert Majores, captain. I think he's an airline pilot. I'm not sure if he also flew in the military or not as well too. But he's in with a super chat. Thank you so much for that.
Super chat received.
Robert. And here's the thing, guys. I want to show you guys something cool. So, as far as gifts, right? Remember a couple of weeks ago, Robert mentioned that his wife bought him a very nice, he picked up a triplex. So he sent me a picture today, and I think it's okay to show this. I emailed him asking if it was all right. So I'm pretty sure he sent it to me knowing that I would. And here is a picture of the hardware. So wife is on the mower, on the triplex. Look at that, looking pretty good. And then also he's got, it looks like his Toro there. Looks like he's got a groomer on that Toro too on the right, looking pretty sweet. So that's a nice setup there, sir. I got to hand it to you. Very nice. Your wife is pretty awesome for getting you that mower for an anniversary gift. Really sweet stuff. Appreciate the super chat. And thanks so much for that. Sharing the pictures, showing off your hardware to this live stream, which is really nice. Hopefully you get to enjoy it. And I'm sure it's going to lay some amazing stripes. So definitely keep us posted on how it does. So I appreciate the support and the images as always. Put some music on while I go and find out where I was. Scroll back up. Always the hardest part of super chats is finding where I left off. And also while I get Merrill up on as a show sponsor. And I did spell that correctly, and away we go. All right, guys, and we are back. I've got Timothy's question about top dressing done. Next is a question from Patrick. He says, what would be the expected root depth? I can't know why I can't say it together. It's a tongue twister. Root depth for Bermuda, grass, or sod B that's 2 years old. That's a tough question, man. I don't know. I can show you what my lawn looks like as far as sod that is 7 years old. That's also been babied, so it's not, take this with a grain of salt, right? Because my lawn gets a lot of, if I could figure out what kind of music it likes so I could play that to it, I would. But if you want to see what result carbon can have on your lawn, I think in here I have it. So yeah, if you look at this image here on the golf course lawn store, you see that's about a 10-inch plug that was taken out whenever the lawn was top dressed. Whenever when I was replacing a sprinkler head. And you can see that's a good 10 inches of soil, and there's roots sticking out of the bottom here. So you can see right in there's roots coming out of the bottom of that. So that was done last year. So this lawn was 6 years old, thereabouts, right? Because this is year 7, or you see year 7 of the lawn. So yeah, that's what I would expect to see on a lawn that's been well cared for, well watered, well treated, where there's not debris that would prevent that, a fairly deep root system. 2 years old, it's hard to say, Patrick, but I would just say if you keep with your program, keep mowing it, keep feeding it. Use PGR. Believe it or not, one of the benefits of PGR is whenever the top growth stops, right? Whenever you suppress top growth, you can also help improve the grass's ability to grow roots. It's actually in the if you go read the product label for Primo Max, it's something that Syngenta actually discusses, and something they've seen in the research as part of as a side benefit of using this product. So another thing about PGR, in addition to not mowing a whole lot and or mowing less, deeper color, tons of other benefits, is that it also helps promote deeper roots as well. So consider adding PGR to your program if you've not done that as yet. Again, we have it in the 4-ounce quantities, so you don't have to spend a bunch of money getting a gallon that most of you guys are never going to use on the store, and it's back in stock. So get it before it runs out again. I try and get as much of it I can. You guys keep buying it up. So hopefully that helps answer your question, Patrick. It's a great one, and yeah, just keep doing what you're doing with the lawn, and also incorporate plant growth regulator into your program. That can help a bit too. Next up is Stan G. He says, back in the house tonight. Let's get informed. I hope I can inform you a little bit, Stan. I try my best. I don't always succeed, but I do try my best to be able to do that. All right. Tim B says, hey, Ron, certain people on YouTube say to not reel mow when the grass is wet. What are your thoughts? That's an interesting perspective, Tim. I mean, I'd like to understand the reasoning behind that, because most greens are mowed when the turf has a lot of moisture in it. It might be wet or have dew on it. A lot of times when fairways are cut in the morning, it's before the golfers show up, so it is wet with dew. Now, if your lawn just got rained on and there's an inch of water sitting on it, would I go reel mow it? No. Would I go reel mow it like hours right after an inch of water was sitting on it? Probably not, because you're going to put ruts in it. You're going to, it's just let it dry out some. But as far as reel mowing the lawn when it's wet, as a matter of fact, I mean, my audio is going to cut off when I do this or show you guys this, but the opening video that you see for this live stream, that video was shot at 6:30 or so in the morning, when the entire lawn is covered with dew. There's tons of moisture on it. So I always mow my lawn. I don't say always, but 90% of the time I mow my lawn in the morning, because that's before work starts, and it's easier to see the stripes. And while I look for the next question, I'll play the intro for a second. You guys can actually take a look at it, and you can see how the turf. I mean, that is literally a lawn that is mowed primarily in the morning, much like how golf courses are primarily mowed in the morning, because they can't do it in the middle of the day when people are using the course. So yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what they're on about. I will say, what are the negatives of doing that? The negatives of mowing in the morning versus mowing, say, at mid-morning, say 10 or 11 o'clock, whenever the lawn is dried out a bit more, is the reel mower does get dirtier, does get messier. There are grass clippings that get on the mower. You do have to rinse it off and clean it up. So there's a bit more cleanup on the mower if you mow when I do, versus if you mowed when the turf is completely dry. That would be a benefit, I guess, of not mowing early in the morning. But really, the big thing is, as long as your equipment is sharp, which doesn't really matter when you mow, your equipment needs to be sharp. There's no negative really to mowing in the morning. I prefer to do it because I'm able to get my stripes better. The clippings that come off, because again, I mow so frequently, aren't a ton to where you get clumping or any kind of mess on the lawn. So yeah, there's really no benefit. I mean, and again, that's what golf courses do. They do it in the morning, and they look great. Augusta National isn't mowed at 10 o'clock in the morning. They wake before the crack of dawn, when it's still when there's just a little bit of light. They're out there mowing the course, and that's true for most courses. So I'm not sure what the thoughts were behind that. I disagree with it, but I don't know the entire context around what whoever on YouTube was saying why not to reel mow in the morning. Maybe it's because they're saying, hey, if you want your mower to be clean, don't reel mow in the morning, in which case they would be correct. But if it's to say that it's because it's going to do damage to the grass, or it's not going to cut as well or anything like that, I disagree with that. I've done it, again, all of last year, that's what I was doing. And all of this year, that's what I'm going to be doing as well. So hopefully that helps, Tim. Do whichever works best for your schedule, but you're not going to hurt anything by mowing the grass in the morning when there's dew on the lawn, especially, again, if you're mowing frequently and your equipment is nice and sharp. So there you go. That's my take on the matter. Next up is Boneyard Lawn Care Service. He has a question. He says, advice for a guy in his third year. I don't know. I don't know what you've done, Boneyard, to know what where the gaps are. The thing I would say is work on putting together a routine if you've not done that. Figure out whether or not you're a person that has time. I mean, I'm not sure you're asking from a standpoint of a lawn care business. If that's what you're asking, I'm not the guy to ask. The person to ask something like that to is Jason Krill. I think it's Creel. I hope I'm not butchering his name. Jason Creel. He does. He's out of Alabama. He has. I think his channel is like Lawn Care Life or something like that. Just look him up. He's like the herbicide guy for especially for warm season turf on YouTube. And he has like actually a course on helping people that are trying to get into the lawn care business how to do that. The only thing I can say is that from a homeowner standpoint, is establish your routine. Like for me, my lawn's I'm going to do a soil test at the beginning of the year. I'm going to fertilize based on those soil test results. Because I have the time and I enjoy doing it, I'm going to set up my program as far as feeding the lawn where I do a granular once a month and I spoon feed or spray liquids a couple times per month. That doesn't work for everybody. So depending on your time and what you're trying to accomplish, you may have to adjust your program or craft something differently, but it's a difficult question to answer without knowing the full context around it. You know what I'm saying? So sorry, I'm not more help on this one, but all I can say is, is figure out what inputs and what processes you need to put in place for you to get the result that you're after, and just do that over time and make small adjustments over time to refine it. That's what I've done. So hopefully that helps. Sorry, I'm not more help on this one because I don't know sure the exact context of the question, but based on your name, I'm thinking you have a lawn care service. So hopefully that helps some. All right, next up is Papa Mo's Low. He's back. He says, in my opinion, Ron is to Bermuda what Tiger is to golf. Okay, I appreciate that. Appreciate that, Papa Mo's Low. I guess it's got to be known for something, right? I can't hit a golf ball like Tiger, so if I can grow grass that he'd probably want to hit a golf ball off of, that's something, right? So that's always a benefit. All right. Next is Almir Arnantes. It looks like he's in Brazil. I mean, I don't understand this. He says, Boa noite, assisto in Brazil. So I think that he's saying good night. Can you have assistance in Brazil? I don't understand anything in English. I believe that's what he's saying in Portuguese. I can read and defend myself in Spanish a little bit. So Portuguese is fairly close. I think that's what he's saying. I don't speak Portuguese to be able to tell you, but if you can put your question into one of my YouTube videos in Portuguese, it's fine. I will use like Google Translate to answer your question and respond. Of course, you didn't understand that. But what I can do is, if one of you guys do me a favor, right? Because I can't go to Google Translate and do that right now. Go to Google Translate and type in like, Ron will answer your question in Portuguese if you add your question to one of his YouTube videos. Just like type that in and and translate it and just put it in the chat so they can read it. And because I've done that for other people before, but I can't do that live on the live stream. I have limitations, guys. I can't like manage the comments and do everything else and answer questions and do Google Translate. I found my limitations at this point. All right, but I will help you out if you do that. So when you guys, if you don't mind, do that for me, drop it in the chat, like tag him, and we'll see what we can help him out with. All right, next up is DK. He says, hey, Ron, I'm wondering if it's okay or recommended to fertilize in early spring before I lay down some pre-emergent. I'm way up north, just took on new yard, so no fertilizer in the fall was laid down. Okay, I mean, I guess you can, but why? Like, there's not really a benefit to doing that, right? The cycle for the way fertilizer works, especially granular fertilizer anyway, right? Is you apply the fertilizer, you water it in, it gets down in the soil, the microbes eat it, and then they turn the nitrogen into a form that is available for the grass to take in. So it means a couple of things. One, soil temperatures need to be warm enough to there's enough microbial activity for that to actually happen. And then thing two, the grass needs to actually need nitrogen, right? It needs to be actively growing. So while you could do, let's say you live somewhere up north and there's no snow on the ground, there weren't going to be snow, which is I kind of doubt, and you wanted to put down like a slow release fertilizer, like there's some that like some really slow release ferts that are designed to feed for extended periods. I guess you could do that earlier if you want, but again, I just wouldn't. There's not a ton of benefit to it, right? Like there's no reason to do it early versus waiting until like now and doing the same thing, even if you're using a slow release fertilizer, because the grass isn't going to really be able to take advantage of it in the super early spring. You know what I mean? I would get your pre-emergent down. That's always wise to do. But as far as fertilizing super early, unless where you are, the grass is growing, again, unless you've got like a ryegrass or something and you don't have much of snow on the ground and the ryegrass is already growing and it needs food, like you need to feed it, in that case, sure, you apply fertilizer. But if I'm answering this almost like if you were my neighbor and if someone came to me and says, hey, should I put fertilizer on a Bermuda lawn in like January? My answer would be no. Would I do it in February? The answer is still really no, at least in Northeast Georgia, because there's not, the grass isn't growing to really take advantage of it. You know what I mean? So I would just wait. Because another thing you can look at too is, yes, you could apply it, you could water it in, it can get down in the soil, maybe it will, right? But also the chances of it breaking down or getting washed away during like a heavy rainstorm is you're just likely to lose it, and the grass isn't at a point where it needs it as yet. You know what I mean? So I just wouldn't. There's a time when it's optimal for fertilizing your lawn, and that time is around this time of year, not super early in like late winter, early spring. There's not really any benefit to doing it. You're not likely to hurt anything, but you're just going to waste fertilizer. So hopefully that helps, DK. Great question. I'm sure other people have had it, and if you have any other questions, let me know. But pre-emergent, you should do. That I would do. I am definitely in the camp of do pre-emergent a bit earlier than necessary versus late. All right, next up is Luis Rodriguez. He says, good evening, Ron. What's up, Luis? Hopefully you're doing well. Appreciate you hanging out in the live stream. Always fun. No, you're always like a regular viewer, always asking questions on the YouTube stories or commenting. So it's always nice to see you also in the live stream as well. Next is Calvin Tubbs. Calvin is saying, what's up, Ron? Always enjoy the live stream. Can't wait till the cold weather goes away. Well, here's the thing. Our cold weather really is going to be tomorrow. Fingers crossed, right? Hopefully I didn't jinx us. But it's supposed to be, I think, 38 in the morning and get to a high of 55. And then Sunday, we're back into the 70s. So we only have a couple of days of this nonsense, and then we're going to be back where we need to be. So let's hope for the best, Calvin. Hope we don't get another like cold snap. It should be temporary. Shouldn't do too much of a setback on the lawn. Okay, next is Marcus S. He says, hey, Ron, thanks for the advice. I have some problems in my Bermuda backyard. I live in Northwest Arkansas. I have quack grass popping up. Don't want to use Roundup or break my back pulling them up. What should I do? I'd have to look into that one, Marcus. I don't know off the top of my head like what is good for quack grass. I can do a quick search here. I don't know if Celsius is labeled for quack grass. I don't know if Celsius is or if Certainty is. It's not a common one. Let me check the label here super quick. I'll see if I can do that really quick here and see if that is listed. Actually, it is. It is. Quack grass is on the label for Certainty. You want to see? You want to check it out? See, so I'm not telling you. I'm not fibbing. I'm not telling you a lie here. Let's go to here, and I will drop it in. And if you quack, there we go. Let me find it. So yeah, so this is the label for Certainty, Marcus S, and quack grass is on there. It's on there as far as weeds, additional weeds controlled. Johnson grass, Kalinga. The big thing with Certainty, man, is like if you have a sedge problem, like sedge or Kalinga, Certainty is devastating. It's like dropping a nuke on those particular types of weeds. But also quack grass apparently is one of the ones that it covers as well. So I have no reason to think that it won't work. I've never actually used it against quack grass, but I can tell you, looking at my neighbor's lawn, which was really nasty. It's really had a lot of weeds in it. Just a week later, that Celsius Certainty combo has really knocked back the weeds. I mean, they're all really starting to shrivel up and they're going to die off here fairly soon. So it looks like Certainty, sir. As far as where you can get that, if you go to the golf course lawn store under, just go to golfcourse.store, like the link that's up here that my face is covering up, unfortunately. So link that's right there. And you click on shop and weed killer. This guy, Certainty, that will do the trick. Read the instructions. Read the instructions in the product description. In there, you're going to find a good surfactant that I've used that I have really good results with. You're also going to see the spray tip that you should use along with that as well. And it has a video showing how to mix it. Now, in that video, I show using it with Celsius, but you can just omit Celsius if you don't want to do add that to your blend. But that is labeled for quack grass. Again, it's awesome against everything else. So I have no reason to believe that it won't work for that as well. So check out Certainty. Looks like it will do the trick on your lawn. let me know if I can help with anything else. That's good. We both learned something new. So I've never had to deal with quack grass before. Now I know that certainty also covers that as well too, which is pretty awesome, right? Hopefully that helps, Marcus. If you have anything else, let me know. All right, next up is Christopher Cronin. He says, what works on fireweed or American burrweed? So for burrweed, Celsius, that same Celsius certainty combo will work for that as well, Christopher. I know that because Robert Rainey, I'm not sure if he's in here right now, Robert Rainey, who comes to the live stream pretty often, had an issue with that. He had a problem with burrweed, and he used the Celsius certainty combination and had really good results with it. It's probably he actually treated it in December, because remember how this past winter it was unseasonably warm. He went after it then, and it did a great job getting rid of it. So Celsius and certainty, that combination is effective against burrweed. Fireweed I've not heard of, so I'm not sure on that one. I'd have to look. I've never heard of fireweed. And I guess I can check the label for Celsius really quick and see if that is on there. But for the burrweed, it will absolutely take care of that. It's a really good combination. It's very effective against that, against burrweed. Fireweed I've never even heard of. But apparently it's a thing, and it is, yeah. So it's another name for American burrweed. All right, yeah. So it's on the Celsius labels, American burrweed / fireweed. So yeah. Go to the golf course lawn store, click on either Celsius or certainty. The video's the same in both of those. Get like both those products, use them together. You could probably just use Celsius if all you're going after is the burrweed. If you want to save the certainty, you could probably just do just the Celsius. But that combination is so good that that covers so much stuff, especially if you have any kind of POA in your lawn or anything else. That combination is a really good one on Bermuda, on warm season lawns. You didn't say what kind of grass you have, Christopher, but I need to put the disclaimer in there. Celsius and certainty is for warm season turf. So Bermuda, zoysia, St. Augustine, everything other than Bahia grass. I think certainty will work on Bahia, but Celsius you can't put on Bahia grass or it will smack it. So don't do that. But yeah, that combination is what I would go with for that. I know someone that has actually used it for that and they had really good results. So hopefully that helps. And guys, that was one of the talking points I had tonight, is that as far as weed control, and you guys are giving me lots of good questions, so I don't even really have to go off on my little rant or segue on that. Really, it was about POA, and I already had the POA question, but really, like weeds, if you did not get your pre-emergent down in the fall, POA is going to be a thing if you have warm season grass. And if you want to get rid of it, and I've already answered this for another viewer, for those of you that recently joined, you have POA, you have a couple of options. Option one is to take the completely organic approach and simply dig it out. If you have a few pieces here and there, like physically remove it, that will work. If you got way too much to do that, or you just don't want to do that, you can also just wait another probably 4 to 6 weeks. So it's going to be a while for it to get hot, and it will begin to die off, because POA is more of a cool season weed. And then option 3 is to use certainty. You could use image, but I really wouldn't recommend that. It's going to be way too slow at this time of year. Certainty, within a week, you're going to see really good results with it getting rid of POA annua in your lawn. And again, as a general combination for warm season turf, that works really well. Celsius and certainty together, it's money. I mean, it's a little bit more expensive, but as far as something that's going to work really well, I would highly recommend it. I got an email from a viewer this past week, where they said they were dealing with some sedges in their lawn, and they tried Sedgehammer, they tried Image. With Image, my answer is always, you just weren't patient. You didn't wait long enough. It takes a while. And they tried Sedgehammer, and they didn't get the results they expected. It's like certainty, especially against sedges. Like if you have warm season grass and you have sedges, nut sedge, globe sedge, yellow sedge, green green sedge. It is absolutely devastating against that type of weed and POA, but against sedges, it's like about as good as you can get for warm season grass. So hopefully that helps, Christopher. You gave me a chance to also talk about one of the talking points that I had tonight, which is around options for weed control in warm season turf as we move into the spring and summer. Celsius and certainty are going to be my answer for that for the most part, and it just works really well. You can spray it as temps get higher. It's just a great option that performs really well. All right, next up is Higgy Pop. He says, hey Ron, looks like Georgia is getting a cold snap this weekend. Yes, we are. Well, one day, today and tomorrow. He says, well, when will we warm up? LOL, have a great weekend. Hit that like button. So yeah, we're supposed to get, temperatures are supposed to return to sane levels on Sunday. So we have today, which it got pretty nippy outside, and then tomorrow is going to be cold, and then Sunday we're going to be back into the 70s if the weather forecast is to be believed. So it's only a couple of days of a cold snap. Shouldn't do too bad on the lawn. Bermuda should tolerate that just fine. It's not like a few weeks ago where we had a couple of days where it got down to the 20s, and I saw I did see the lawn pull back a little bit from that. But a couple of days in the high 30s, and when it warms up into the high 50s, low 60s, should be okay. The lawn shouldn't have too much of a setback from those temps. And I appreciate that, Higgy Pop. If you guys would not mind, we were an hour in. Hour one of the live stream is down already, guys, if you can believe it. So if you wouldn't mind hitting that like button ever so gently, again, it doesn't cost you guys anything. It's a free way to support the channel, sends good vibes to the YouTube algorithm, and tells them to come and hang out with all these lawn crazies that are talking about grass. I'd really appreciate it. While I look for the next question. Next up is someone saying, hey man, what's going on? Hey man, I'm not gonna put your name up because your handle is kind of like, whatever. I'm not gonna put it up. But I appreciate you coming in the live stream. And then next up is Travis Winston saying, happy Friday, everyone. Thanks, Travis. I really do appreciate you coming and hang out in the live stream as always, sir. And then next is Randy Galding. Actually, wait, hang on. Before I do that, I got to get some super chats. So I'm at Travis. Let me run down here and get my super chats. I've been bad about that in the past week, so let me be a bit better about it. We got a super chat from Mr. Patty Barnes.
Super chat received.
Where he says, tenacity spot put down today on my TIF grand as I'm sick of seeing nutsedge and rescue grass on my new turf. Too early? So Patty, here's the thing. I am not a fan. I'm really not a fan of using tenacity on warm season lawns on Bermuda. I don't know. I'm not sure where this whole thing of using tenacity on warm season lawns came from. The only benefit to tenacity, the only real benefit is kind of like the same thing I say. The only real benefit there is to using glyphosate to treat weeds on a lawn on turf you actually care about. Is it's a little bit less expensive than Celsius, right? So like really, you should be using Celsius if you have warm season grass and you're trying to take care of weeds in it. Now, granted, for sedge, not sedge, you're gonna need like certainty, but I'm just really not a fan of using tenacity on warm season grass because it's the wrong tool for the job. And we have the right tool that, yes, it does cost a bit more, but it's also not going to damage your grass in the process. So it sounds like you just did a spot treatment. It's probably going to be fine. I mean, it's Bermuda, so it's going to bounce back. You're not going to kill it or anything. And, as far as if it's too early, it's hard to say without seeing your lawn. But going forward, I would recommend using like the herbicide that is designed for the grass type. Like use Celsius and or certainty on warm season grass. Like that is a great combination yes, it's more expensive, but the nice thing is that you can spray it into summer months if you need to. That combination, as far as temperature restrictions, you can spray it when temps are warmer without adverse effects versus other warm season herbicides, which is why I'm a big fan of it and why I made a video about it and like recommend it so much. So yeah, hopefully that helps. I appreciate the super chat. Thank you for the support. Next up is NetM saying with a super chat.
Super chat received.
This is like a crypto guy, looks like, saying it's a Shiba dog bowing respectively. I appreciate that, NetM. Thank you so much for the support. I think I've gotten all the super chats down, and now the fun part of scrolling back up and finding where I was. I got to speed up, or I will be here for 6 hours tonight, right? That would be not great. All right, next up is Randy Galding. He says, should I put a light round of fertilizer down after my thatching? You can. If you've not fertilized the lawn as yet this season, Randy, and you want to start feeding it, absolutely do so. You know what I'm going to tell you. The fertilizer application you make should be done based on soil test results. So the one that I like and love and recommend to everybody is the one from My Soil. But if you already have a soil test that you've gotten from somewhere else, fertilize based on that. Or if you just like, hey, I don't feel like doing a soil test, you can use the fertilizer you already have purchased as well too. But for the best results, that what you're putting, it is better to know that what you're putting into the soil is what it actually needs. You're not just throwing out something and just hoping for the best, right? So a soil test is a good part of that. But yeah, why not? It helps the lawn recover from injury. A little bit of fertilizer, a little bit of a nitrogen kick, assuming you haven't given it any as yet. Good idea. I like it. I'm a fan. I would go for it. Okay, next is Joel Burkhart and said, "Hey Ron, I put down the 6-month apipridamine a few weeks ago with a soil temps around 60. Already had quite a bit of clover. Should I apply Spectricide weed stop to get rid of the existing stuff? Thanks." Yeah, absolutely, Joel. You can absolutely use Spectricide. The orange bottle, orange label Spectricide, is a good option. It will, I'm a big fan of Spectricide. Like it's even though I talk about more about certainty in Celsius, like the more professional grade products, the Spectricide is still a great product. I mean, for the what you spend, you get a lot out of it. So yeah, if you've already got your pre-emergent down, you've knocked back, you got your pre-emergent down, so you should be hopefully covered for crabgrass and some of your more warmer season weeds, and you want to use Spectricide against the clover. By all means, man, go for it. Knock it out. Knock it out. It should do the trick. It may take more than one application, but the orange bottle Spectricide is effective against clover. And I'm answering this. I'm assuming that you have warm season grass like Bermuda. If you got something else, check and see on their website. They have multiple versions of it, and make sure you get the one that is correct for your particular grass type. Great question, Joel. Let me know if I can help with anything else. Thanks, G Free. Thanks for coming to hang out, sir. Cool Friday, Ron and Stripe Action Gang. Thanks so much for coming to hang out. I do appreciate it as always. And then next up is Macho Man Randy Savage. Man, you have to be an old school, like, no, was he WWF or WWE? I forget what federation he was in, but you got to be like an old school like wrestling fan to remember Randy Savage. But anyway, he says, "We might get some snow in Tennessee. I'm definitely ready for winter to be over and spring to finally show up." Yeah, man. I mean, that's, you could move to Georgia. I mean, we're not, now watch me. I'm going to pay for that, right? I'm going to say, yeah, you can move to Georgia. We got warmer temperatures here. And then if you do get a snowstorm, some of it will somehow migrate down to Georgia and my lawn will get covered in snow, right? Here's the thing, Randy. We are entering, this is the first week of April. It's down. So this cold snap you're going through now should hopefully be the last one. And it just is what it is, man. You can't, Mother Nature always wins, Mother Nature always wins. So just figure that it's only going to be temporary, and then you'll be out there enjoying your lawn and doing the best, enjoying the warmer weather. So take it as a break. Take it as a break for now. Next up is Travis Winston. He says, a Celiprin G came in today from the golf course lawn store. Great store, Ron. Thank you so much, Travis. I really appreciate it, man. I put a ton of work into getting it to where it is. It's still not perfect. Still some things I want to make better about it, but I'm glad that it made it to you safe and sound. What he's talking about, what Travis is talking about, is Celiprin, which is the insecticide that I'm a huge fan of. That if you are someone that is concerned about grubs in your lawn or armyworms, and you want to apply a product that is literally, you can apply it once and is going to carry you throughout the growing season. You're going to have 4 or 5 months of protection from it. Celiprin is an excellent insecticide that is going to give you those types of benefits. So I'm glad it made it there. Travis, also, hopefully, Travis, let me know, did you get one of the Celiprins that came with the newly released golf course lawn sticker? Because if you get a Celiprin now, like from last week going forward, you should have gotten one of the newer stickers. These you can't even buy. The only way to get these is to buy either Primo Max or to buy a Celiprin. Those are the only ways. And some of the granulars that are on the store will eventually have this, but right now it's really the Celiprin and the Primo that have these included with every purchase. I'm glad it made it, Travis. Thanks so much for letting me know. I appreciate all the support as always. Next up is Todd Hickey. He says, "Can you explain the monthly fertilizer applications of NPK and micronutrients? NPK at the first of the month, and then carbon or micronutrients the following week or closer to mid-month, hybrid Bermuda, ENC." Sure. So, Todd, as far as monthly fertilizer applications, like how I do it, it's not the only way. There are people that do it differently, and the way I do it is a bit more time consuming. So I want to caveat, add that disclaimer. The way I do it is at the first of the month, I apply Humic Max. I apply a granular to my lawn. I apply a granular at a relatively low rate, 3 pounds per 1,000 square feet, which works out to just under half a pound of nitrogen per 1,000 square feet. Because Humic Max it has some slow release in it, but it's primarily a quick release. for a fast release fertilizer. It's designed to last for 4 to 6 weeks. I'm able to get away with doing that monthly. On the same day that I do my granular, I also do an application of, why don't I show you guys what I do? I can just do that. So what I start out with is Humic Max. This is the granular fert that I'm talking about, right? So this guy goes down once a month, beginning of the month. If I'm not covering enough, that would be good. This guy. So following that, or along with that, on the first of the month, the first beginning of the month, I do the golf course lawn carbon kit, which consists of 3 different products, depending on which kits you get. You get Release Zero, you get NutriKelp, and you get BioSpectrum. These are all about improving soil quality and also increasing the effectiveness of any liquid fertilizer that you mix along with these. Last year, I was using Turfplex. So if you look at my last year program, it would be the carbon kit, like the version without Release 901C in it, along with Turfplex and a bit of Nutrizol, a bit of micronutrient that goes down on the same day as the Humic Max, right? And that goes down at a relatively low rate. I'm only going to be putting in about 0.10, about 1/10 of a pound of nitrogen total from those inputs. Fast forward 15 days later, I do another application of only the liquids. Again, so if you want the carbon kit, the liquid fert, the BioSpectrum, and that's essentially my fertilization program. This year it's being changed a little bit in the sense that I'm not using Turfplex to start out with the season. I'm using 901C. So if you want to make it even easier, you can do Humic Max, the granular that I showed you earlier, and you can choose between the 5,000 square foot kit or the 10,000 square foot kit that already has a fertilizer in it. So Release Zero is replaced with, hang on, let me get this thing off the screen. Release Zero is replaced with this. Replaced with this, right? Release 901C, which essentially is Release Zero with fertilizer in it. So that's my program in a nutshell. So granular and liquids first of the month, liquids middle of the month, and then rinse and repeat. Another thing as well, starting in May, Primo goes in along with that. So Primo goes in along with the liquid applications. And now here's the thing. The way to know which granular you really should be using on your lawn is to get a soil test. Yes, you can just get Humic Max if you want. If you want to blindly follow me, you can do that. But really, you want to make sure that if your soil needs phosphorus, then Humic Max, as awesome as it is not necessarily the best option for you to use on your particular soil. So get a soil test. Based on that, pick out your granular fert. And then for the liquids, you can use the same program that I am, whether you decide to use Turfplex or the version of the carbon kit that has 901C. Hopefully that helps. I have a whole calendar in the Golf Course Lawn Academy that spells it out in detail. And also, I go into a bit more detail for people in the academy whenever they have questions about this. But that is what I do in a nutshell, Todd. So hopefully that helps. I don't think I've really omitted anything. Yeah, as far as fertilization, that's pretty much it. And then obviously the granular carbon goes down monthly as well too. But from a fertilization standpoint, that is what I do. Every 2 weeks, that's what my lawn gets. All righty. Next up is Thomas Hannon. He says, hello, everyone. Is the Toro 1600 much heavier or difficult to do a 180 turn or maneuver within the Toro 1000? Thanks. I've never actually used a 1000, Thomas, to be able to tell you, but I'm inclined to say it's maybe going to be a little bit easier, but it's really technique. So when I'm doing a whip turn, and I'll have to get someone if I can get someone to hold the camera while I do one, or if you guys actually see here in the beginning of the live stream, when I'm doing it, literally you can do a whip turn with one hand. If your technique is correct, it's like you turn out, turn in, and you allow the mower driving itself, like the drum, to do most of the work for you. So you're not really like lifting it and wrenching it around. Literally, you're just kind of like tipping it back and then pivot, like giving it like a little, like a whip turn, and pivoting it on that drum, and the mower turns itself, and then you just lightly drop it back on the turf and make your next pass. So is it going to be a little bit easier with a 1000? Probably, but it's more of a technique thing than a weight of the mower thing, if that makes sense. So it's not, in other words, I would not choose between a 1600 and a 1000 based on which one is easier to do whip turns with. They're both going to be, you're going to be effective with either of them once you get enough practice doing that. I would choose between a 1600 and a 1000 based on how big your lawn is and what kind of obstacles you have to deal with, and whether you want the narrow stripes or you want those thick stripes. So if you're a bigger lawn, I'm a big fan of the wide stripes. So let that be your more your decision making process than about how easy it is to do whip turns with the mower. So hopefully that helps. If you have any other questions, let me know. Next up is your nightmare. He says, New Mexico, Bermuda. I'm renovating 2,500 square feet. There are a few patches of Bermuda and weeds. Is it better to top dress with compost instead of topsoil? I was going to use topsoil, but which one? You can use topsoil or compost. Either one will work. The big thing I would say is make sure that whatever you decide to go with from the organic component is screened, meaning that it's clean. There's not a lot of trash and debris in it. In other words, don't go down to Home Depot and buy a bag of topsoil unless it shows that it's screened topsoil. And you're going to know because one, it's going to cost a lot more. And if you pick up the bag and just feel it, it's going to be a lot denser. Like it's almost like if you pick up a bag of like carbonized PN. If any of you guys ever picked up a bag of carbonized PN, it's like super, super dense because there's not anything else in it other than like compost and biochar. There's no trash in it. Like good topsoil or compost is going to be the same way. It's going to be a little bit fluffier, but it's going to be the same way. There's not going to be sticks and debris and leaves and other garbage that you got to get out of the lawn after you spread it all over it, if that makes sense. Between the two, it's really whichever you can get your hands on. Either one can work well. Your nightmare, the only thing with them is again, just the big thing is just make sure that it's clean, that it's clean. And that's the best advice I can give you. The one thing you may run into, depending on where you get it from, don't be surprised is if whenever you bring in some topsoil and or compost, if you may have some weeds in your lawn that you didn't have before, like a few weeks after introducing that, because depending on where it came from and what environment it was in, there are likely going to be weed seeds and some other, it's foreign material because it's coming from somewhere else in the compost and topsoil. So that's something to keep in mind. That's one advantage to a bagged product versus something that you get that you order from a service that's just kind of out in the open air. It's not that big a deal. I mean, any weeds that pop up, you can always just treat them after the fact with a post-emergent, but that's something just to keep in mind that, hey, if a few weeks later you see some weeds in your lawn that weren't there before, it's a fairly normal thing. Just know you're gonna have to just treat that after the fact. And hopefully that helps. I think I've answered everything you have there, and you're good to go. Congrats on taking on a top dressing or lawn renovation project. Let me know if I can help with anything else. And then Basic Dad says, Augusta also sprays green dye. Perhaps they do that, but also it's ryegrass. Like it's not like what you are seeing on the Masters is not a Bermuda lawn that's just got sprayed with green. It's largely what you're seeing is ryegrass. So in addition to that, they may also spray green dye as well on Basic Dye, but it's a lot of it is their practices and it's heavily overseeded, and it's Augusta National. So if anyone can pull off like a lawn that looks like fake green in April in Georgia, they can. Next up is Robbie Marie. Says, Happy Friday, Ron. Over the last 2 years, my front yard has slowly been dying. Spent hundreds of dollars before I paid $30 for a soil test from the lawn store. And now my St. Augustine is in full recovery. My question is, I have been treating the bare soil as well. Will the sun drying out anything I put in that area where there's no grass growth yet? So you're saying, okay, so thing one you're saying is that you used to just throw stuff at the lawn and weren't getting good results. And then you got a soil test and your soil test said, hey, you should be putting this stuff on your soil in your soil. You did that and your lawn looks better. Imagine that, right? So that's good. Again, guys, I didn't know Robbie was going to say that, but literally these cost $30. Like over the course of a season, especially if you're ordering your fertilizer and having it shipped to you, you will spend hundreds of dollars on fertilizer. Wouldn't you want to make sure that what you're putting into the soil is what your lawn actually needs? So get a soil test, get one. So your question is that you're treating bare soil as well. Will the sun drying out anything you put in that area where there's no grass growth yet? So no, I guess you're asking if it's going to lose effectiveness or it's going to be a problem. No, not really. No, it's not going to negatively impact like the fertilizer that you put down or anything like that. One thing I might say, Robbie, is if you've not considered plugging, and I haven't seen the areas that you're talking about, but if you have not considered transferring plugs into those areas that are a little bit bare right now, that will help speed up how quickly it fills in. But it sounds like you're on the right track, man. I mean, you got your soil test done, you fertilize according to those soil test results, and imagine that your lawn is looking better than it's looked in years past due to giving the soil what it needs, giving the grass what it was asking for, right? But no, to answer your question, I wouldn't worry about it. It's almost like asking, after someone does a heavy top dress and they put fertilizer down, for the most part, the fertilizer is laying on bare soil until it gets watered in, and it's still very effective. So no, it's not gonna negatively affect anything. Not if I'm understanding your question correctly, the answer is no. Okay, next up is DK. Says, just curious, what do you do for your 9 to 5 when you're not out dominating in the lawn? A bunch of different things, man. So I'm like I don't know, probably like a closet workaholic. I should be diagnosed as a workaholic. So I work in the information security space. So that's what I do for my day job. I do information security. I lead a team that helps protect networks from people trying to do bad things. So that is my day job. In addition to that, I also do martial arts, which you guys have heard me talk about several times. And then outside of that, I mow my lawn a lot. So it's like I have three jobs. Although I don't really consider the grass to really be a job. I really enjoy that. That's the thing I use that's not like karate or work. It's like my Zen thing. So I work in the information security field. I'm a tech guy. All right, next up is Heartfelt Fashion. He says, now, Timothy and 2 of my neighbors already have green grass. Is that because they are killing the grass with N very early? And is that good for the entire growing season? So it's a couple of things. I'm not sure where Timothy is. I think he's in Texas somewhere, or I want to say the Houston area or in Texas somewhere. So a lot of it, Heartfelt Fashion, comes down to temperature, comes down to the amount of sunlight the lawn is getting and temperature, and yes, also feeding the lawn. But like if you take a lawn that's in, I don't know, let's say northern Arkansas right now, and you throw a bunch of nitrogen at it, is it going to look like this? Like now? Probably not, right? Because you still need all the other things to line up. So he is essentially he did a scalp on his lawn, if I'm not mistaken. He scalped it, so he got that helps with green up for one. He's been fertilizing it, and then he's been mowing it. So the big thing, if you guys want your lawn, if you want to stimulate growth, you want your lawn to fill in faster and grow in faster, mow it. I know it sounds counterintuitive, but literally the more frequently you mow your grass with sharp equipment, the better it's going to do, the better it's going to look. So hope that helps. Heartfelt Fashion, it's a combination of where he is. It's not that he's thrown, crazy amounts of nitrogen at the lawn. And to answer your question, is that good for the entire growing season? No, I would not recommend. I'm not saying that Timothy did that, but I'm saying if you're asking throwing high amounts of N at the lawn, is that a good idea? No, it is not, because it can cause it causes a lot of excessive growth. It can also cause fungus problems because just too much N is just not. There's just a bunch of negatives to it. The grass is going to grow too much. You're going to cause. You can potentially cause fungus problems, and you're wasting product. So you're wasting money, right? So give the lawn what it needs, and not any more. Not any more than that. Hopefully that helps. So as you see, Timothy, you're creating lawn envy here in the live stream, sir. So I hope you are happy with yourself. So, but yeah, that was his intention. All right, next up is King Khan. It says, "What's up, everyone? What's going on, King Khan? Thanks for coming to hang out in the live stream. I appreciate that as always." Next is Braden Rubin. He says, "Hey, Ron, hope you are having a good Friday." I am. I cannot complain, sir. I'm having a marvelous Friday. Just check in here, make sure there's no other super chats. I says, "Glad the green is starting to happen here in Birmingham." Yeah, it's finally starting to come through. I mean, we're getting some cold weather today and tomorrow, but I'm thinking we're good, man. I think we're through the crazy cold snaps that are going to cause us to the lawn to recede and fall back. Next is Jerry Ward. He says, "Hey, I ordered my carbon kit with 901C yesterday. What are the max number of applications? Every 2 weeks, once a month, etc. Love all the content, all the work you put into your show." Thanks for that, Jerry. I appreciate the support. So as the max number of applications, the carbon kits are sized for 3 months worth of applications. So it's designed to get you 3 months worth of enough to cover you for 3 months. Now, if you go heavier on your application rates, it's obviously not going to last 3 months. There are a lot of people that have 5,000 square foot lawns, and they buy the 10,000 square foot kit because they want to go heavier on the rate than what I recommend, which is 2 ounces per thousand. And you said as far as every 2 weeks, once a month, either or will work. The video that's if you look at the video in the description for the carbon kits, I believe I show in there it's 2 ounces per thousand. Like what I did last weekend, 2 ounces per thousand, 2 ounces of the product per thousand square feet is what I use, and you get a good result with that. Can you go heavier? Yes. But if you're spoon feeding the lawn, if you're just giving it, if you're out there every couple of weeks, you really don't have to. You can, but you really don't need to go much heavier than that. If you want to go up to 3 ounces, you can. But again, the max I've done is 4. I've never done that 7 ounce per 1,000 square foot rate. I've never really done that. So I guess I could try it out sometime just to see. I've got some laying around. I've got enough laying around where I could actually try an application and see what that does. But it just seems like a lot of product. I mean, that, to put it this way, 7 ounces now takes it to 20. To put it this way, the rate that I normally use ends up meaning 8 ounces of release 901C or release of NutriKelp, 8 ounces of NutriKelp in 4 gallons. If you go to that 7 ounce rate, it now jumps to like 28 ounces with 4 gallons. So it's a ton more. It's a lot more product. And given how concentrated this stuff is, you really don't need to go that heavy. So play with it, Jerry. Start out with a 2 ounce rate is what I would do. And if you want to play with it a little bit more and go, say, I'm going to do an application at 4 ounces and see how it looks, you can do that too. But I've gotten really good results with the lower rates. Again, appreciate the support, and I'm glad that you watch the content and find it valuable. Great stuff. Next is Justin Els. I'm messing this up. Elizalde. I think so. I think I'm saying that right. Maybe. Sorry if I'm messing up your name. He says, hey, Ron, I moved to a new house in Arizona. It has no grass, only dirt. Ooh, man, blank canvas. Lucky you. He says, what is a good seed for Arizona, and should I buy fertilizer also? Thanks. So Arizona's really hot. If you have, so I'm going to do a bunch of if you have this, if this, if this, if this, all right? If you've decided you are going to go with seed, so you're going to try and grow grass from seed, and you don't have a lawn that is heavily shaded. It sounds like it doesn't because it's a lot of, it's a new house and there's no big trees because sounds like it's new construction. Bermuda is a great choice. Reason being, Bermuda, like, it has plenty of sunlight. It loves sunlight. It does very, very well in heat. Doesn't have crazy watering requirements, and it's fairly disease resistant compared to other grass types. And if you decide to go from seed to grow it from seed, it grows in fairly quickly. So once it begins to take off, it will fill in fairly nicely. Now, the challenge of growing Bermuda from seed is the water requirements. Like literally, if you decide you're going to do, like, say, Arden 15, like you want an Arden 15 lawn, you're going to put that down right on your bare dirt lawn now. You can do that, but what that's going to mean, especially in Arizona, is you having the ability to run irrigation 2, maybe being in Arizona as hot as it is, perhaps 3 times a day. I mean, it's going to be a light irrigation cycle, but for 3 weeks, you're not going to allow the soil to really dry out. So it's going to be running irrigation 3 times a day, 2 to 3 times a day for several weeks while the grass is germinating and kind of getting its sea legs, right? It's getting rooted in and starting to grow. That's an option. So if you have irrigation, you don't have shade, and you don't mind a really, really, really expensive watering bill for the month you decide to do this, then yes, you can grow Bermuda from seed. Should you use a fertilizer along with it? Sure. I mean, the grass seed will germinate without adding fertilizer, but why not use like a starter fert or something with some phosphorus in it to help promote rooting? That's a good idea. If you want to know which fert is the best one to use on your new lawn to be, get a soil test done. Again, these are like $30. If you get it with the probe tool, like this guy, which I recommend, it's going to be like $50, I think, because you don't have to buy this once, but this you buy however you want to do a test. So these two are like $50 altogether. And that's going to tell you exactly what fertilizer you should be putting on, what you should be using on your soil. So I'm trying to think anything else that I can tell you. So that is a good option, is something I would do. Get a soil test, fertilize based on those soil test results. If you've got the budget to also get your hands on some either Essential G or carbonized PN, either one of these, I don't know how big the area is, but if you can get your hands on either one of these guys, this stuff is going to do a lot for helping the lawn to root. My face is covering it. You guys can't really see that. Get my face out of the way. Either one of these products is going to do a great job for helping promote rooting. It's going to help the new grass seed to grow in very well. Either one of them will work. The carbonized PN, this one requires that you put it down manually and you use like a leveling rake to distribute it, and which is more work. Or you could use Essential G, which will go down in a broadcast spreader. And as far as rate, if you are going to be doing a brand new lawn, I would run the spreader wide open. So get way more than you think you're going to need. I don't know, a rate of like a bag per 1,000 square feet. So just really, really heavy, right? And then run the spreader wide open, as wide as it will go, and coat the entire lawn with this stuff. And then do your seeding project if you decide to go that route. Here's what I would tell you to do. If you want easy mode for getting a new lawn, is I would not necessarily go the seed route. I would, depending on, and again, it's easy. I don't know how big of a property we're talking about here, but if it's a modest size where you're not trying to get a lawn established on 15,000 square feet, then go the sod route. One, it's going to be a lot easier. It's going to be like literally they're going to come in, they're going to drop the sod down, they're going to lay the sod, they're going to put it in, and then you've got grass. You've got a lawn like right there. Like, one day you didn't have a lawn, next day you have a lawn. You are going to have to water it, but it's not going to be as finicky or as picky as growing grass from seed. And everything else I said still applies. The only difference being that your lawn is going to grow. You're going to have a good lawn a lot faster. Arden 15 under ideal conditions will germinate in 9 days to 2 weeks, thereabouts. But then for it to fully grow in and get established and spread into where your lawn looks like a lawn, it's going to be a month, maybe two, depending on a lot of different factors, but it's going to take a while for the lawn to get fully established and for the entire lawn to be grown in and for it to look nice. So if that doesn't bother you, and you've got the budget to run an irrigation system for 3 weeks in Arizona, then go the seed route. If you want easy mode, then do everything else I said, but other than doing seed, do sod. That would be my recommendation. So hopefully that helps. Get a soil test done. If you need help with reading the results once you get it, you can always email me. My email address is here. It's ron@golfcourselawn.com. Send me an email with your soil test results. I will look over them and I'll tell you, hey, Justin, based on what this says, I would say you should get this, this, and this, and apply at these rates, and you will win. All will be good. So thanks for the question. Great stuff. Congrats on the new lawn, man. It's pretty awesome to be able to start with a brand new, fresh canvas. Nothing ever been done there. You get to decide what it's going to look like, which is pretty cool. So good stuff. Congrats on the new property and on the new lawn. All right, next up is Ignacio Paez. Says, hey, hi, please explain BioSpectrum versus Release Zero. Already using sea kelp and BioStim kit from Greene County and carbonized PN. Looking to improve soil health. pH is good. Austin, Texas. Zion Zoysia, thanks. All right, Ignacio, so you're already doing a lot of good stuff. It sounds like you got a BioStim kit that you like from Greene County, which is awesome. Using carbonized PN, also awesome. The difference between Release Zero and BioSpectrum, they're completely different products. So Release Zero is micronized carbon. It's the big selling point of it is that if you could take the biochar that's in carbonized PN and turn it into a liquid form, and make to where you can spray it on the lawn. That is the big selling point of Release Zero, because the carbon and the other additives in it are micronized. Anything that you mix with it is going to enhance nutrient uptake. So if you mix fertilizer with it, if you mix herbicides with it, so say you got a bunch of weeds in your lawn, you can mix Release Zero with your herbicide that you're doing for you mix it with Celsius and Certainty, and it will enhance the performance of those products. So it's really a catalyst for helping improve any product that you mix it with. So that's the big thing about it. In addition to enhancing, improving the soil, improving the quality of the soil, it helps improve microbial activity in the soil. BioSpectrum is literally microbial food and microbes. So there's no carbon in it. Like literally this, I can reach it. This is literally microbes, like soil beneficial bacteria and microbes, and food for them. So it helps stimulate microbial activity, but it's a different product to Release Zero. The idea behind BioSpectrum, right? Again, because Miramichi Green, their target is really the professional turf industry, is if you are someone that is doing fungicides on your lawn regularly, right? So say like golf courses do, they spray fungicides all the time. While fungicides are really good at keeping lawn disease away, they are also very bad for the microbial activity in your soil. It's like dropping an atom bomb on the microbes in your soil. It's really hard on them. So BioSpectrum is a way to restore that. It's a way to literally introduce new bacteria to help boost them improving the amount of bacteria that's in your soil. So the products are completely different. They are both products that do help with microbial activity. One is you're literally putting microbes into the soil. The other one is micronized carbon. Think of like the granular Miramichi Green products that are turned into a liquid form, along with other additives that can be used with other liquids to help enhance the performance. That is Release Zero. Based on what you're doing, so you're already doing sea kelp, you already got a BioStim kit. I mean, you could do release zero as well along with that, but out of them, I don't know what's actually in the biostim kits that you're using, but biospectrum is something I would say add to that. You know what I mean? You're probably covered as far as I don't know, because none of the products you have are going to have 10% micronized carbon. Like literally, Miramichi Green are the only ones doing that, to my knowledge. So they are different. So you could still add both of those to what you're doing if you wanted to. If I could only do one, I would do biospectrum, because it sounds like you're doing things already to help. You already have plenty of biostimulants going on, but I don't know if anything you're using literally is going to introduce healthy bacteria and microbes into your soil as well. So if I can only pick one based on everything you're describing there, I'm going to go with biospectrum. But release zero also offers things that the other products that you're using don't have. So hope that helps. Pick biospectrum, but you can also do release zero as well, because it's different to what you are currently using. And he comes back and he says, "Kick the likes up, people." Thanks, I do appreciate that, Ignacio. We got, we've had 130 something people in here tonight. We got to get those likes up, so definitely hit those likes, smash the like button. So I would really appreciate that. That's always good. And hopefully I helped answer your question around what release zero and biospectrum do. If you also want to see an answer from the horse's mouth, from Miramichi Green themselves, I did a video that I will post in the chat here for you, Ignacio, where I did like a Q&A with Webb, which is the chief operating officer for Miramichi Green, where he sits down and he explains exactly that. He says, hey, why release zero? Why NutriCalc? Why biospectrum? Like how do they all fit together, and why would you use them? He literally answers them better than I could in this video. So I'm going to put that in the chat here for you right now, so you can go watch that. I mean, don't do it right now, because obviously you're in the live stream, right? I don't want you don't leave. I have attachment issues. Don't leave me. But if you want to see more about how the products work and how they all fit together, watch that video. Thanks for the question. Next up is Robbie Marie. He says, hey, I have a yard, that a 20-30 part of my yard where I tilled and put down about a foot down and been treating, but it's in the sun all day. How long will the meds stay there? I'm not sure what you mean by the meds. I don't know what you mean by that. I don't know sure what you mean by that, Robbie Marie, unfortunately. So you tilled it a foot down, you've been treating. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what you're asking. If you could re-ask the question, I'll revisit it, but I'm not sure what the question is. All right, next up is Andrew Phillips, and I got to speed up because otherwise we are setting up here for like another 5-hour live stream. Andrew Phillips says, hey Ron, just got done with my cut. Really gusty winds here in Dallas, Texas area for the past week. So hard to fit in my carbon and Turflux application. Crossing my fingers I can apply it on Sunday. Yeah, you still got time, man. You can still get it down. No worries. It will work out, Andrew. And then next up is Robert. He says, Ron, quality and quantity is your middle name. I guess that's what it is. That is true. I mean, I try to make the quality of the show as good as it can be. I mean, I'm literally the worst part of the show, right? Like literally I try to make it visually look nice and like audibly sound nice, and to do a decent job answering your questions. But yeah, try to make it look nice, man, because if you can do something, why not do it well, right? Why not do it well? Plus, I enjoy doing it. I enjoy video and that kind of thing. So there you go. Appreciate that, Robert. And again, thanks for the support. Next up is the Lawn Whisperer, aka Justin. He's like, yo, what's going on, Justin? Hopefully you're doing well, sir. I see that big project you got going on with the house and everything. I think the pool and everything else you got going on there. So looking cool. Very nice. All right. Next up is Pearl River Fury. Awesome name. Not Pearl River Fury says, what's the best advice if you need lime? Best advice if you need lime. Make sure you're using the right kind of lime, is what I would say. So lime comes in two major flavors. There's calcitic lime and there's dolomitic lime. So Pearl River Fury, if you got your soil test done and your soil test says, Pearl Fury, your soil, your pH is on the low side, your soil is acidic, we need lime to help fix this. Then you have a choice. You have a choice between acidic or dolomitic lime. The way you can determine which one of those you need to use is, the way I remember it is this, right? It's based on the amount of magnesium that is in your soil. So D, the letter D, is closer to the letter M in the alphabet. So D is closer to M in the alphabet. So if you look at your soil test results and your pH is low, so you need to add some lime. and you go over and you look at all your other nutrients. It says, hey, your magnesium is also low. That's when you want to go with the dolomitic lime. So D is closer to M, go with the dolomitic lime. If your magnesium levels are fine, then go with the calcitic lime. So that's really the only things I would really need to tell you as far as lime goes. No, low magnesium, dolomitic. Fine, magnesium is fine. Calcitic, and then water it in. Make sure you water it in very well. That's the only other thing after you decide on which one you want to go with, and put it down. And again, it's not like if your magnesium levels are already fine, and the only lime you can find is a dolomitic, that you're going to do anything. You're going to commit some cardinal sin by putting down dolomitic lime in a lawn or in a soil that already has adequate levels of magnesium. I mean, if all you can find is dolomitic, then apply that. But if you have a choice between calcitic and dolomitic, go with that calcitic if your magnesium levels are already in good shape. And then again, just water it in. That's the only big things I can think about when it comes to lime applications per River Fury. If I get anything else, let me know. All right, next up is AC Hill. He says, when do you apply your first fertilizer? Any truth to it being wasted if there isn't much green yet? Yeah, so AC Hill, I apply my first fertilizer, my first granular, when the lawn is beginning to green up. So when it looks, I mean, this is not a great example because it's greener than when I did it. But when your lawn looks like a little like this, I mean, even less than this really, where it's greening up, it's starting to, come out of dormancy. It's obvious that at least 50% of the lawn is green, right? There's grass growing through, there's stuff happening, right? Where the lawn could benefit for having some food. That is when I introduce granular fertilizer. Before that, like in mid-March, I was using a bit of liquid fert, but very, very low rates. I was using primarily Release Zero, NutriKelp, and BioSpectrum, and along with a little bit of micronutrients. So not really any material amounts of NPK, the nutrients that your grass needs in the largest quantities. I was just mainly using micros. But as far as knowing when to do my first granular app, when the lawn starts visibly waking up, like when Mother Nature says, hey, there's enough heat, there's enough temperature, the stars have aligned, it is time for the lawn to come out of dormancy, starts greening up, that is when I will introduce my my granular. So for me, it was this point 2 weekends ago, I think, something like that. It all runs together. But it was a couple of weeks ago is when I did my Humic Max application, I believe is when it was. And is there any truth to it being wasted if there isn't much green yet? Yeah, I mean, it's just you're applying something that the lawn doesn't really need, right? You got to remember, fertilizer, and this is kind of another reason why carbon is such a good idea, but fertilizer, when you apply it and you water it in, eventually it can wash through the soil profile, right? Like you look at the roots in my lawn, I've got, as of last year, maybe they're deeper now, I have like 10 inches of roots, right? Over time, over like heavy rain showers, like the fertilizer and the stuff that you apply, that nutrient can wash through the soil profile to where they're not really available anymore. Even though you've put all this fertilizer in, they're not in a position where the grass can actually get to them. So yes, it makes sense to really only apply, especially granulars. Liquids, you can be a little bit more. You can go a little bit earlier with, because those are for the most part rely on foliar uptake. But when it comes to granulars, like I wouldn't recommend putting down a granular fert like in late January or early February. If you're like in Northeast Georgia, if you were my neighbor, right? And if you're in Florida, that'd be different. But if your lawn is completely dormant during that time of year, there's no reason to introduce a bunch of granular fert into it at that point. So can it be wasted? Yes. And it's just not the right time. I would just wait until the lawn is greening up before I start introducing granular fertilizer. There's some people that'll disagree with me on that, but that's what I've done over the years. I've had a good result with it. There are people that apply fertilizer to dormant grass and they get decent results, but I don't see the need to do that. It'd be like fertilizing your lawn in December. There's no reason to do it. The grass isn't going to make use of it, right? So hope that helps, AC Hill. I've kind of beat that one to death. But yeah, wait until the grass is starting to green up before you introduce granular fertilizer. That is my opinion. Next up is Natalie Tran. Hey, Natalie, thanks for coming and hanging out in the live stream. Appreciate you. Natalie, believe it or not, she has the honor of being the very first customer on the Golf Course Lawn Store. She was the first person to buy anything from me on the Golf Course Lawn Store. She always has a special place in my heart. So whenever she emails or has questions, I always make sure I give her as a detailed response as I possibly can. So I really appreciate you coming and hang out in the live stream, Natalie. And hopefully the answers I gave you around the PO or the weed issue that you're dealing with, hopefully that helps and makes sense. If not, let me know and I will do my best to help you out. All right, next up is It's all about the rack. Says lawn has been neglected for years, and there's many different types of weeds. Wanting to use a liquid program. Should I only concentrate on the weeds this year and next go to overseeding? No. Two things. One, I wouldn't only concentrate on weeds. Like I would do, you could do multiple things, right? Like if you, assuming you have grass, like I am assuming your lawn is not entirely weeds. Assuming your lawn you have some grass, let's say it's Bermuda. Once you start knocking the weeds back, so you say you spray them with like you want a liquid program. So what I'm going to recommend for you, again, assuming you have warm season grass, you didn't really say, but assuming you have Bermuda, using something like a Celsius and certainty combination, you're going to knock the weeds back. You're going to start killing them off to where it's going to be harder for them to become the dominant grass. So, but when you take energy away from the weeds, you kill them off or just severely injure them, and then you begin feeding the lawn, the Bermuda or the grass that's there now has the advantage because the herbicides we're going to use are going to target the weeds, they're going to kill the weeds, but they're not going to kill your grass. So that puts the grass at a competitive advantage over the weeds, and then coupled with a good fertilization program, regular mowing, you'd be surprised at how much or how quickly you can transform a lawn in the course of a season. I mean, there's no way I would say this year all I'm gonna do is I'm gonna spray the lawn for weeds and that's just gonna be it. I would also get on the business of mowing regularly and trying to get that grass to grow in and fill in nicely. What you will find, especially with Bermuda, is that given enough sunlight, and given decent soil, so you're feeding it, you're giving it a decent diet of nitrogen, you're just feeding it, and where the weeds are not there, also trying to compete, hardcore with it, Bermuda in itself is going to spread, is going to fill out really, really well. It is going to fill out. Like even if you look at, it's all about rack. If you look at my lawn now, like it was thinned out really, really heavily this past, about a month ago when I scalped it and I did a really heavy scalp. And I verticut it like really hard. Like it was really, I mean, for a lot of the time, if you look at my verticutting video, you could see like little lines of grass and the rest of it was bare. So there was more bare areas than there was grass. That's how much I thinned it out just as an experiment to see what would happen. And the lawn hasn't even really started taking off yet. And you can already see how it's filling in, right? So granted, I mean, my lawn does get mowed a lot, and it gets a lot of micronutrient and is just treated really well. But what I'm trying to say is that even if you have a lawn that has bare areas due to weeds occupying a lot of those locations, those spots in the lawn, once you get rid of the weeds and you start mowing it regularly and you start feeding it, you're going to be surprised at how quickly the lawn can recover. So I would do both. I would absolutely do both. If you want to see how quickly a lawn can be transformed, I can show you my neighbor's Alex's lawn. Now, granted, his lawn wasn't all weeds, but there's a series that I have on YouTube that will show you like how quickly you could turn a lawn around in the course of about 3 months. How quickly the lawn can be completely transformed. I'll put that in the chat for you. You can check that out maybe after the live stream. If you're free, it's all about rack and there. The Fix My Ugly Lawn series, that's like 2 years ago at this point. Check that out. And that will give you a good idea and starting point of where to go. Also, something else you can do is another resource for you is if you come to the Golf Course Lawn Store and then go to the blog. We have a few new blogs, but the one you're going to want to check out is the step-by-step guide for getting a golf course lawn. If you follow this in here, I talk about top dressing and how to level your lawn and verticutting and the importance of mowing and fertilizer and I have a very basic calendar and talking about pre-emergent and weed control. And then fungicides, insecticides, and at the very bottom, if you scroll all the way down, you have a slightly more detailed calendar. I don't get into rates because I save a lot, or detail rates anyway, because I save a lot of that for the Golf Course Lawn Academy, which is my paid course. But you can get a lot out of what I just already told you, and also it's the free stuff that's one in the YouTube content in that playlist, and also on the store. Between those, you will have a good starting point, a good foundation on how to transform your lawn. And if you still want more on top of that, then consider joining the Golf Course Lawn Academy, which you can purchase on the Golf Course Lawn Store as well. So hopefully that helps. I know it was a long answer, but I wanted to just, instead of just saying, no, you should just concentrate on weeds, I want to give you the why behind it as well too. So Thanks for that. Great question. You know, congrats on taking on the challenge of improving your lawn. You're going to be shocked at how quickly you can turn it around, especially given the fact you're paying attention now. And I think you're going to be shocked at how quickly you can go from a basic looking lawn or a troubled lawn to a really nice looking lawn in the course of a season. All right, next up is Robbie Marie. He says, my plan is to buy one of everything from the lawn store, mix it together, and throw it on the lawn. Your thoughts? I would not do that. I would not do that. Because if you buy one of everything, that means you're going to buy like Celsius and Certainty. And then you're also going to go buy like Tenacity, which are two products that conflict with each other. One's for cool season grass, one's for warm season grass. I wouldn't do that. Like, one, it's going to be super expensive. And yes, while you'd be giving me a bunch of business, and I would be very grateful for that, it is not going to produce a good result on your lawn. So I don't want you to do that. I don't want you to go in and say, hey, I bought everything on the golf course lawn store, like everything, mixed it all together, all threw it on my lawn, and my lawn died, which is likely what would, I mean, I don't know if it would die, but it wouldn't be good. So just don't do that. Don't do that. If you want help on what to pick out based on what your goals are, email me. Like, email me at ron@golfcourselawn.com. Send me an email. Let me know what you're trying to do, and I'll say, hey, get this, 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 and this, and it's going to be a lot cheaper than buying everything on the store, and you're going to get a better result from it. So I'm not sure if it's just like you're trying to be funny or not, but just in case you weren't, don't buy everything on the store and mix it all together and throw it on your lawn. Please do not do that. That would not be good. All right, next up is Andrew Phillips. He says, does the Yard Mastery sprayer, the one with the battery charger from Allen Hain, it's hard to tell. I don't see it available in your store. What do you mean you don't see it available in my store? It should be there, Andrew. It is there. It's the same one that Allen sells, yes. So if you go to the store and you use our search, and a couple ways you can find it. You can type Yard Mastery or just type Yard, and it will pop in. It's there. Or if you scroll all the way down to the bottom here, I don't have it on the front page, but then you go to View All, it should be here as well. It's not, so I'm wrong. I'm wrong. I will put it in a more prominent position, so that's on me. But yeah, just go to search right now and search for Yard. Just type Yard, and the Yard Mastery sprayer will pop up, and that will take you to it. It is there. It's the exact same one that they sell. Again, Allen's price is lower than mine because they charge shipping when you check out. I do not do that. Like, this price includes shipping to anywhere in the country, and because it's their product, they can sell it for slightly cheaper price than I can, unfortunately. So there you go. So if you want the absolute best price, if you feel like saving $10 or so, buy it from Yard Mastery. So I'm just going to be like frankly honest with you that you can get it like $10 or so cheaper if you buy it from Yard Mastery. But if you feel like supporting me and you don't buy it, and $10, on a $300 something purchase isn't that big of a deal to you, then you can buy it at the Golf Course Lawn Store. But I always feel like I want to tell you guys that, because again, while it is a business, and I do want to, obviously want your business, I also want you guys to get great value for money in whatever you spend as well too. But yeah, just go to the store, search for Yard, and it should pop up there. And I will fix that. I will put it somewhere on the home screen as well at the end of the show tonight, so you'll be able to see it on the store on the front page going forward, Andrew. So thanks for that. Okay, next up is Matty Matt has a question. He says, fooling or something a dead spot. I'm not sure what I grabbed was actually Tiff. Oh, you said you're filling a dead spot. Okay, if what I grabbed was Tiff Tough, where I grabbed it from was a bit shady. I'm not sure if there's a question there, Matty Matt. So you're trying to fill in a dead spot or a bare spot in your lawn. You grab some Tiff Tough, and where you put it in is shady. So I will tell you this, all right? The general rule for grass, but it's definitely the rule for Bermuda, is if that, let's say you have a spot of the lawn. So let's say the My Soil test kit is your lawn. And right here where it says My Soil, there's like a tree right here next to it, right? And right here where it says My Soil, that's a bare spot in your lawn that grass for some reason just will not grow, right? And there happens to be a tree here that's casting shade on the My Soil logo, right? If you go through and spend a lot of money, you go and get some sod or seed or whatever, it's likely not going to do well either. What's going to happen is you'll put the sod down, and it will look green for a little bit of time, for a little while, like when you first introduce it to the lawn. But over time, it's slowly going to die off, and it's going to thin out, and it's going to die off, and it's going to look how the existing area looks, because Bermuda, of all grass types, needs sunlight. It needs a lot of sunlight to do well. Like, shade tolerant Bermuda is really not a thing. It's a thing, but it's not really a thing. It means it's a difference of saying that Bermuda needs like 7 to 8 hours of direct sunlight, to saying it needs like 6.5 hours of direct sunlight. So it really just needs a lot of light. So Matty Matt, what I would tell you to do is I would try and figure out why the area that's bare is bare and fix that prior to spending a lot of time and money on, trying to grow grass in a shaded area, especially with it being Bermuda, because it's just not, it's going to be an exercise in frustration. Bermuda does not like shade. Like even shade from like a shrub is enough to materially affect how quickly Bermuda grows in and how thick and dense it gets. So hopefully that helps. I'm not sure if that's what you're asking, but I believe that's what it is. I'm trying to get out of your comment. If not, let me know and I will revisit it. Great stuff. Next is Mark Kamer. He says, or Mark Kamar, maybe I'm not sure if I pronounced it not right. He says, just pulled up some lava rock with a sandy base. Going to lay some sod. How deep should I lay the topsoil? Some lava rock with a sandy base. How deep should you lay this topsoil? I would say if the lawn, Mark, is passing the screwdriver test for the most part, so you removed a lot of any debris that was there, and you got rid of the lava rock, you got rid of a lot of the big rocks in the lawn. If you're able to take like a probe like this, like a soil test probe or like a long flathead screwdriver, and you're able to push it down throughout different parts of the lawn, and you're able to get 8 to 10 inches of penetration where you're not hitting anything hard, then an inch, maybe an inch and a half or so of organic material, of topsoil, or whatever you decide to go with, that should be plenty for laying a good base for the new sod you want to put in. What I'd also recommend too is, in addition to putting in that new topsoil, get your hands on a couple bags of carbonized PN or a couple bags of Essential G, and throw that down on top of that topsoil, that fresh topsoil that you put in, and then lay the sod on top of that. That's going to help with rooting. It's going to help the new sod to establish a bit faster. And outside of that, I don't think there's anything else. So yeah, I mean, really depending on the screwdriver test, depending on how deep the debris is, I would have enough topsoil to where you have 8 to 10 inches of no trash that you're running into, so that you give the grass the best opportunity to grow well. So hopefully that helps. If I'm understanding your question properly, let me know if I can help with anything else. It's great stuff. Congrats on the project. A lot of people doing like bare lawn renovations from the ground up. That's really cool. Really cool that you guys are getting the chance to do that. All right, next up is James H. He says, I'm getting part of my yard regraded and sodded with Celebration Bermuda. My man, go with Celebration. Nice. Cadillac. This is any mowing tips for the first few months. I used a Honda HRX on that area. Yes, mowing tips. First thing I would say is, if your Honda HRX has not been recently sharpened, either get a brand new blade for it or sharpen your existing blade, because you're putting down Celebration. You're going out, you're spending all this money, you're getting a nice sod put in. Make sure you're cutting it with sharp equipment. That's literally of anything I'm going to tell you, making sure your equipment is sharp. That's going to be one of the best things that you can do for your new sod, because you're not going to damage it. You're not going to potentially introduce disease from tearing at the grass. So make sure your mower is nice and sharp. Outside of that, you can decide on how much time you have to spend in the lawn to mow weekly. Bermuda, the Celebration is going to look better if it's cut shorter. So I don't know how low the HRX goes, but let's say it can get down to 1.5 inches, which I'm sure is probably doable. If you can mow at 1.5 inches, a couple times a week, that's going to do a lot for helping the sod to get thicker, to get denser, to grow in, to get that nice carpet look. And then just mowing frequency, just keep mowing, man. That's going to be the biggest thing. You asked about mowing tips, mow, and mow some more. And when you think you've mowed enough, mow one more time. I'd say get your mower make sure your mower is sharp, and commit to twice weekly mowing, and you're going to love the way that lawn looks. Then you can start introducing your fertilization program. If you're going to want to start adding biostimulants and start doing all the other stuff I talk about, that's fine too. But since you primarily asked about mowing, I'd say make sure your equipment is in top-notch shape prior to cutting that brand new Celebration. Don't go out there with a dull mower. I mean, Bermuda only deserves the best, right? I mean, a real mower would be really good, but HRX is a really nice rotary mower, so just make sure it's sharp so you get the best results out of it. And on that note, guys, I'm going to take a sip of my lemonade. I'm going to put some music on, and if you guys wouldn't mind touching that like button ever so gently while I look at the next comment, I'd really, really appreciate it. It doesn't cost you guys anything. Great way to support the channel. It's free. All right, we are back. The next question is around the same thing, around new sod, from Brick Rehab. He says, how soon to mow new sod? It's been almost a week and it screams, mow me. I mean, here's the thing. I've mowed sod within a week of it being put in. I mean, probably a more responsible thing would be to give it a couple of weeks. Give it 2 weeks, let it get rooted in. It depends on how the sod is looking too. If it looks like it's rooting in, it's starting to grow and get established, and it's in decent shape. Within a couple of weeks, I'd be fine with mowing it, especially if it is. You didn't say what kind of grass it is, but if it's Bermuda, you can begin mowing it fairly soon. Like the area where the tree used to be on the vanity strip, like again, I was mowing that within a week of it being put in. So, and it grew in just fine. So again, Bermuda, you can take a lot of liberties with. Other sod types, I wouldn't, I would give them a little bit more time to get established, but with Bermuda, you can begin mowing fairly soon. The one thing I would not do is, because it's brand new, I wouldn't take it down super low to start. Like, I wouldn't get out there and try and scalp it. Cut it at something reasonable. An inch and a half. If you're inch and a half or so, 2 inches for the first couple of weeks, or I should say for a couple of weeks, for the first short period of time. So that, again, it's established going in. You're not seeing sod lines, like the lines where the sod was laid anymore, where it's kind of becoming established. And then you can begin working your height down. That's a way to take a very conservative approach to it. There are people that literally will drop new sod in, water it really well for a week or so, and then drop a real mower on it and start cutting it at an inch. There's people that do that and it works well. But a more conservative approach is to let the grass grow in, let it get rooted, let it find itself in the world a bit before you really start introducing any kind of stress to it, such as cutting it shorter. So hope that helps, Brick Rehab. I've done everything from a week to being a more responsible thing would be to give it more time than that before you really start going after it with a mower. Make sure your equipment is sharp. Just like I told James H, take this time when you're not cutting it to make sure if you got a real mower that you've already freshened it up for this season, or if you got a rotary mower that the lawnmower blade is either brand new or recently sharpened. Next up is Demir, man. Demir, what's going on? He says, Devin's here. He says, hey, what's up, Ron? Looking forward to some good turf talk. Thanks for coming to hang out, sir. Really appreciate it. I'm sure you are probably taking all kinds of notes looking at Augusta National. The course is looking awesome as always. So yeah, if you guys don't know, Devin has been on the live stream, I think twice now at this point. He is the greenskeeper out at the club at Flying Horse in Colorado Springs. So he works on turf grass professionally. Like, that's how he makes his living, is taking care of lawns for a living, or taking care of professional turf, a golf course for a living. So I don't know if I have any pictures of his lawn still, or of his. I don't think so. I think I took those down because I've had like tons of stuff in here and I had to free up some space. But anyway, Devin will get on the live stream again at some point, and at that point I will show you guys the latest pictures of what his lawn looks like. Really smart guy. If you have any questions about cool season turf, by all means, bounce them off of him in the chat. He is a wealth of knowledge. Next up is Jim Carson. He says, hey everyone, it's 97 degrees in SoCal today. Man, what would I do for 97-degree weather? We'll get it soon enough. Jim, I'm glad that you are getting plenty of heat. I'm sure your lawn is looking great for it, which is awesome. And then next up is James H. Should I leave it tall or go straight for the 1 1/4 inch mow? I mean, how tall is tall, James? Is it like 3 inches? I mean, if it's 3 inches, I don't know that I would not be able to leave new sod at 3 inches. I would go, because even 1 1/4 is really not that tall for Bermuda. That's really not up there. You know what? Let's say if you can get it down to say 1.5 inches, that's a good height where you're still leaving plenty of leaf on the grass. You're not really going to be stressing it too much, and it's going to look nice at that height, and you're not taking it down, super low. So I don't know where you currently are, but 1.5 inches is what I would say. I'd feel safe saying mow your new Bermuda at that, and feel confident that you're not going to damage the grass. You're not going to get a bad result. Here's the thing. I've literally started real mowing my Bermuda last year at 1/2 inch, like within a week of having the sod put in. But it's me, right? And if I mess it up, I don't really care. Because I know it's going to grow back, and there's plenty of sod around it to fill in, so I knew it was going to be fine, and it was fine. It grew in just fine. But I would not want to tell you to do that, where you just spend a bunch of money putting sod down, because it's probably not the best course of wisdom. I did it because I wanted to see what would happen. A lot of what I do is, whenever you guys ask me, hey, well, if I do this, what will the result be? If I've already tried it, I'm able to speak intelligently and say, yeah, if you do this, this is the result's going to be. If you don't do it, this is what the result's going to be. So just the course of being conservative, taking the more conservative approach with a brand new lawn, brand new sod, give it a couple of weeks, cut it a little bit taller. And for Bermuda, by a bit taller, I mean 1.5 inches, and you're going to be just fine. That is good advice. If I can help with anything else, let me know. All right. Next up is, let me see here. So next up is Robbie Marie. He says, what's the grass called that has those sticker things that hurt and what kills it? You're probably talking about burrweed, Robbie. You're talking about burrweed. Yeah, so burrweed starts really like late winter, early spring. And then when it begins as it matures, the burrs get hard, and that's what will stick you whenever you walk on the lawn. Celsius will do that. Celsius will target burr weeds. So again, if you go to Golf Course Lawn Store, go over to shop, go to Weed Killer, and go and find Celsius. This works very well against burr weeds. And unlike a lot of other herbicides, Celsius, you can spray it. You know, as far as temperature restrictions, there really aren't temp restrictions for Celsius. So it's great from that standpoint, and it's very effective against burr weed. Like Robert Rainey, who I think is in the chat right now, used it over the course of to target exactly what you're going after, and he had great results with it. So yeah, just make sure you use a surfactant along with it. In the description on the store, there's a link to a surfactant that I recommend, as well as also to the spray tip that I recommend that you use with it, as well as how to mix it and everything. And that's a good product that will work for it. There are other products as well too, but that is one that I know you're going to get a good result with. So that's why I recommend it. And it's also friendly to Bermuda. That's another reason why as well. There are other herbicides you can use that are probably a little bit less expensive, but one, there are temperature restrictions with them, and they tend to ding the grass. They tend to discolor the lawn more so than Celsius will. All right, let's see. Eric Leon says, hey, Ron, I heard you say don't use Biospectrum during the liquid app you do on the 15th of the month. Do you add Nutrizolve in the mid-month app? Okay, so Eric, let me qualify that. You can use Biospectrum if you bought this, where you have, let me get this here. If you have this where you've got like a 5-acre supply of Biospectrum, then yes, you can use Biospectrum mid-month if you want. The reason why I say not to use it mid-month is because most people that buy the carbon kit, I'm trying to see, yeah, we haven't, because this stuff is relatively expensive. The number of pills that are included, the number of capsules that are included are enough that they're enough to for one application for one application per month for 3 months. You see what I'm saying? So an option for that, if you want to get around that, is either if you have a 5,000 square foot lawn, buy the larger kit, or just even better value is just to buy this by itself. Because literally one of these is going to treat up to like 5 acres, depending on the rate that you go with. And then you can use it as much as you want to use it. You can use it every time you do liquids on your lawn. It's not like you can't do it. I don't tell people to do that because there's not enough of these to be able to make sure you don't run out based on what the number of applications the kit is designed to treat. Make sense? It's something I'm working on with Miramichi Green. If we can start working on including more of these, more pills, and to where you can do it every time, like you could do it every 2 weeks if you wanted to, but that's not the case just yet. Other question you had is, do you add Nutrizolve to that mid-month application? Yes, I do Nutrizolve in the mid-month application. I do. Absolutely do. So great question, Eric. Let me know if you need anything else. Okay, next is Shiraz Malhotra. Says, hey, Ron, everyone. Hope all is well. I aerated my Blackjack Bermuda a few weeks ago. I also applied pre-emergent. Okay. Does applying it to an aerated lawn make an inconsistent or ineffective barrier? Not really. I mean, it's still going to work. Is in other words, if you it sounds like you did the aeration first and then you apply the pre-emergent, which is really, if you can, that's the order you want to do it in. I've always applied pre-emergent earlier in the spring, and I've aerated after that, which is, conventional wisdom will tell you that's the way you will want to avoid, because you're essentially breaking that vapor barrier by whenever you aerate or heavily verticut or do anything that disturbs the soil. But either way, I've not really found a negative from it. Right? It's not like when I've aerated after doing pre-emergent, I had a mass weed outbreak. I mean, you guys see my lawn. I'm out there all the time. I'm doing the YouTube stories. I do my other content, and there's not weeds in it. And literally, my lawn gets like pre-emergent in like February-ish, and gets aerated in April, May, pretty much annually, and it doesn't create a problem when I get a bunch of weeds in my lawn. So the order you did it in is the better way to do it. You aerate it first, and then you do your pre-emergent. You're going to be just fine. Don't worry about it. You're in good shape. Next up is Rusty's Creations. He says, hey, just jumping on for a thumbs up. Thanks for the emails about a Celoprint. It's going down tomorrow. You're very, very welcome, sir. I always worry about that. I try to not email, people on my mailing list too much because I don't want to be annoying. A lot of people don't like getting email. But I've been getting more and more response from people saying, hey, man, thanks for sending me an email, letting me know. Let me know when I need to do my next app or things along those lines. So I'm going to do better about that. In addition to the live streams, the people that are on the store mailing list, sending you guys emails regularly to let you guys know, hey, if you're going to do your preventative fungicide, the window for doing that is starting up soon. So if you want to know, the window for doing your preventative fungicide is next month. So May, June is a good time to get down your Headway or Caravan. So Caravan G or Headway G, like next month is the window when that starts happening. But I will email you guys because it seems like some of you guys actually like that. So that's good. It's a good thing. I'm glad it was helpful, Rusty. Let me know if I can help with anything else. And Jeremy Espinoza, okay, the first applause of the evening. Actually, I owe Robert one too. We're going to do two. So he says, I just got a 2016 GM 1000. You got to clap it up for that, Jeremy. That's pretty awesome. Congrats on the new hardware. Congrats to the new hardware. Now, the next thing we got to do, Jeremy, is you got to send me a picture of it so we can show everybody else off your new equipment. And also, Robert, who got the 2500, I didn't give him a clap earlier. We got to do that too because he got not only the John Deere, the Ryder, pretty sweet, and he also got his Toro that he's always had. So, congrats to you guys. Congrats to the new equipment. And yeah, give me a picture so we can show it off to everybody next week, Jeremy. Great stuff. And Jeremy Weisser saying Thursday. All right, well, we'll see at the end and let everyone else know as far as whether we're going to skip or we'll do it Thursday. I'm kind of thinking it's probably going to be Thursday, but we shall see. All right, Timothy Smith has a question. He says, when would be a good time to start doing hydrotane? Now. You can do it now if you want, Timothy. Talking to the folks at Ecologel, they do it far into the fall and they start doing it prior to when I did it in the springtime. So yeah, you can start introducing hydrotane into your program now. I mean, it's a great product. I did notice some really good benefits with it last year as far as reduced watering, not having to put as much water into the lawn. So if you already got some, by all means use it. If you've not gotten any as yet, we have it on the Golf Course Lawn Store in both liquid and granular form. The liquid is a little bit easier. No, so the liquid is better value for money, but the granular is easier to apply. Like the liquid, you need to apply it to really wet soil. You need to apply the liquid and then you need to water it in immediately after. But I say immediately after, like if you apply it, I don't know, at 10, like say you apply hydrogen at 10 o'clock, at 10:15 or 10:30, you need to be watering it in. You don't need to let it dry on the turf. You need to get it down into the soil where it can begin working. The granular gives you a lot more leeway in the sense that you can apply it and you have a 3 to 5 day window when it needs to get watered in. So you could literally do the granular today, and if it's going to rain tomorrow, you're good to go. Whereas with the liquid, that's really not the way to do it to get the best possible result. So, but yes, Timothy, absolutely start doing hydrotane if you are so inclined this season. It's a great product, works really well, and it does exactly what they say. It's going to reduce your watering requirements for sure. All right, Bubba Head, there's always one. He's like, I mow at midnight daily. All right, Bubblehead. All right. Next up is No Name. He says, good evening, Ron and fellow lawn enthusiasts. Let's touch that like button ever so gently. Let's do that. If you guys have not done that, I really would appreciate it. It doesn't cost you guys anything. It's a great way to support the channel as well. So yeah, definitely give me a like if you guys have not done that as yet. And then next up is Luis Rodriguez. He says, you are correct, sir. We mow all our greens in the morning and just rinse off the machines afterwards. We walk the green if it's soaked, and we avoid that spot and carry on. So there you go. So Luis is someone that actually cuts like turf grass for a living. And much like me, I mean, I don't cut turf grass for a living, but much like me, they mow it when it's wet. So again, if grass could not be mowed when, in the crack of dawn, when like greens fees would be a lot more expensive because the time when these guys would have to work on the course, it's going to be a lot more compressed, right? Like you're not going to be able to be on the course nearly as early if they have to wait till it's dry to mow it. The big thing I would always say, if you're mowing a lawn, you can mow a wet lawn. You can real mow a wet lawn anyway. You can real mow a wet lawn or a damp grass that has dew on it. like what Luis is saying, the thing that I always find, and I've showed this in a couple of videos too, is that the mower does tend to get dirtier. Like it gets grass clippings all over it. And when you're done, you're going to want to rinse it out. Like I would not take a mower after I just cut the lawn in the morning and put it up just like that. I just wouldn't do that. And I rinse my mower off every time after every mow, whether it's wet or dry. I just rinse it off. It's part of my thing. It's one of the things I do. So that's the only, again, negative, I'd say, of mowing early in the morning is the mower gets dirtier. But if you are real mowing like you should be, which is before the lawn really needs it or before it visually needs it, what's going to be coming off is going to be like dust. It's going to be like just hardly anything that is not going to make a big mess. You're not going to have clumps on the lawn. And again, that's what golf courses do. And if you better believe that if there were any chance that mowing early in the morning would damage the greens, they wouldn't do it. You know, because that's how they make their money. They can't have the course shut down because the greens are all messed up due to mowing. So thanks for that, Luis. I really appreciate it. Next up is Daniel B. He says, "Happy Friday, Ron. When in the season will you apply your first application of PGR?" You didn't watch my latest video because I said in my latest video when I'm going to do it. I did. Like the video, I put a lot of work in that video, and you didn't watch it, Daniel. I'm actually hurt. I'm hurt by that. But I will tell you anyway. So my first app of PGR is going to be the end of this month or early May. So whenever I'm doing my liquid app, so the Release Zero, NutriCalc, Biospectrum, some Primo Max is also going to go in the tank. This is also going to go in the tank for that same, for that at the same time. So early May, when the lawn is fully filled in. If you look at the way it is, how it's looking now, I'm not gonna play the entire thing, but you see how it's looking now. It's starting to green up. It's starting to fill in pretty nicely. Today's only early April, so another 3 weeks, it's gonna be filled in really nicely. So then I can lock it in with some plant growth regulator and be good to go. I'm toying with the idea. Normally I've been doing PGR once per month, and I've had really good results with doing that. I've had some people that work in industry tell me, hey man, something to try out that's kind of cool is do it twice a month. You're out there anyway. Like whenever you do your mid of the month application, like go out. In other words, instead of going out at the full rate that you would use for a once every 4 week application. So for Bermuda, that is 0.25 for hybrid Bermuda, right? 0.25, a quarter of an ounce for hybrid Bermuda. And I would mix that. I have a big lawn, so I ended up putting an ounce in with my 4 gallons of water. What they were suggesting is say, hey, you want to have something cool to play with. Instead of doing it once a month, half the rate. So instead of putting 1 ounce in with 4 gallons, I would put in half an ounce in with 4 gallons and do it every 2 weeks. So it's something I'm thinking about toying around with and playing with and seeing how it works. I've never done that before. So I'll see. Maybe this first month's app, I might do that and just see how the lawn, if it goes into regulation properly and if it stays. But they're saying, yeah, if you're out, so, a couple of friends have told me, hey, if you're going to be out there anyway every couple of weeks, just split it up. You don't have to do it all in one go. Just make sure you just lower the rate so the total amount of active ingredient going into the lawn is still the same. You're just spreading it out, kind of like with spoon feeding. You could do all your fertilization just once at the beginning of the month, but what you find by doing that is the lawn greens up and then it slowly falls and tapers off. By spoon feeding, the reason why I do it is you get more consistent color and growth. What they were telling me is that with plant growth regulator doing the same thing, you tend to get more consistent regulation. And these are people that actually work in the golf course industry, right? They're saying you can do that. It's going to work just fine. It's not going to be an issue. So I might try that out. Maybe we'll see. If I do, maybe I'll make a short video on it and show you guys that, or do a YouTube story on it and let you guys know what I'm doing. But it will be the beginning of May, Daniel. That's going to be the first time, and it will be Primo Max, this one right here. This is what I'm going to be using, which you guys can get at the Golf Course Lawn Store. We got some more in stock actually today, so you guys can go to town. All right, next up is Dwayne Hopkins. He says, happy Friday, Ron. Had a couple of 90-degree days in SoCal, and the lawn is greening up big time. I do want to say I enjoy the YouTube shorts and keep them coming. Always entertaining. Yeah, the YouTube shorts are fun because, some of you guys like the more like vlog style content where I'm like saying, hey, I'm out here in the lawn and this is what I'm seeing. This is what's going on. These are some problem issues and problem areas. And for the most part, like only the diehard fans really want to watch that stuff. Like most people, like if you've never heard of Ron Henry before, if you've never heard of me, never heard of my channel, and you come across one of my videos, like you just want the answer to the problem in your lawn. Like I got weeds in my lawn, I want it gone. I got a bare spot, I want it gone. I forgot a fertilizer, how do I do that? Like you want answers to the question, right? So me doing a full featured video where I put a lot of work into it, a lot of editing and B-roll and everything, and I'm really just talking about my lawn and like all the problems in my lawn. A lot of people just really aren't going to care. as much as that's painful to say. So that's why I do a lot of that with the YouTube shorts. So if you want, or stories rather. So if you want to see that, like I do those, I might wake up in the morning and just early just go out and show you guys what the lawn looks like or show you problem areas. But I'm doing less of that kind of content in the full featured and more just in the stories. One, it's faster. It's a little bit more raw. I can show you guys some cool stuff. And like if you want to see how I actually mixed everything up with my first carbon kit application and the actual rates I used, you would have seen that in a YouTube by following the YouTube stories, right? Just you have to subscribe to me, subscribe to my channel, and when I do them, you'll see that because I go through like in detail on that kind of stuff because I don't have to make it into a video that's going to live on YouTube forever. So thanks for the feedback, Dwayne. I'm glad that you find them fun and entertaining, and I will keep them coming. Always good to know. Okay, and IPA said he says he's watching from Brazil without understanding anything. Okay. And your nightmare says Almira saying good night, watching from Brazil without understanding anything about. Yes. Okay. So hopefully one of you guys did me that favor and also messaged him and said, hey, listen, if he has a question, like put it in Portuguese is fine. And then maybe one of you guys can translate it and put it in the chat for me so we can kind of help him out if he's assuming he's still watching. So, if someone is making the effort, we should make the effort too, right? We can do that, guys. Collectively, we can make sure we get his questions answered. We don't want to leave him out here hanging out. Okay, next is Bill Stewart. Whatever. This is Hey Tiger H, is Tiger Henry and all. Can you discuss the possibility of burning Bermuda using liquid fertilizer? Is it as easy to burn as granular? It's actually easier. It's actually easier because it works a lot faster, right? If you go really heavy on the rates with liquid fert, like if you don't dilute it properly or you spill liquid fert on the lawn, it can burn. It will burn in many cases faster than granular fertilizer will. So follow the rates with liquid. The beautiful thing about liquid ferts is that you tend to be able to get away with less product being applied, like lower rates, and still get a good result because if you use the correct spray tip with them, you're literally putting it right on the foliar. So it's almost like you think of like the leaf of the plant is almost like our skin, right? The plant's able to absorb it faster and make use of it faster that way versus it having to be absorbed from the root system by going through the whole process of apply the fertilizer, water it in, gets down in the soil, microbes break it down, microbes turn it into make it available in a form that the grass can actually use it. It has to take it up. So that process is just a lot slower. I mean, you take something like Humic Max, which is a relatively quick release fertilizer, you apply it, and within 5 to 7 days, you're going to see results, right? Maybe a little bit sooner, but really within 5 days, you're going to see results from it. Liquid fert, you could apply, and literally a day or day and a half later, you will see the results in the lawn. So it's a lot faster as far as visual results, kind of like plant growth regulator. You apply a plant growth, like you apply Primo to your lawn. Literally 2 days later, the lawn, like it's gonna look like someone like yanked the e-brake on growth on your lawn. It's just gonna go, it's gonna stop. It's gonna freeze where it is, and it's gonna grow at a much slower rate once you apply this to the lawn. So to answer your question, yes, you can burn liquids. You can burn the lawns with liquids as you can with granular. That is why making sure your sprayer is calibrated is important. Making sure that you are diluting it properly is important. And just following the rates because, you think about it, like, Miramichi Green could tell you, like, when I tell you, like, with release 0, the rate on this is 2 to 7 ounces. Now, I've never burned my lawn with 901C or, I'm not really sure because really sure having nitrogen in it. I've not burned my lawn with 901C or even Turfplex for that matter. But it's in the manufacturer's interest, right? If they can get you to use a higher rate, they would probably do that because they're gonna sell more product. But really, they give you a rate that's enough to produce a good result without you damaging the lawn. So if the rate is 2 to 7 ounces, 2 ounces, I can tell you with any of the Miramichi Green products is going to work. If you want to go a little bit higher, it's fine, but it's not like with liquids, you can't treat liquids like how people used to treat Milorganite, where like a bag of Milorganite is supposed to treat 2,500 square feet and people run like a spreader wide open with it and just, put it down way heavier. Don't do that with liquids. You will burn your lawn if you do that. So it is possible to burn. It's actually easier to do, but nothing to be afraid of. Just follow the rates, make sure you're diluting it properly, make sure you're using a properly calibrated backpack sprayer, and you're gonna get a great result. It's not hard. It really isn't. But yeah, to answer your question, the answer is yes. And in some cases, it's even easier to burn than with granular. All right, next up is Salvador. He says, "Hey Ron, first time homeowner here, and our yard was sodded with Bermuda in July 2021. Congrats, welcome to the live stream. You have any questions?" He says, yes. He says, "Any advice for a lawn in its first year? I've noticed a substantial amount of weeds popping up this month." Yeah, Salvador. Something you can do. First thing I would say is get a soil test done on your lawn. The one that I recommend is this one from My Soil. You can get it on the golf course lawn store. Reason why that's important is even if you only do it once and you never do it again, even though I don't recommend that, if you only just do it one time, is it is going to tell you, hey, this is where I'm starting, this is where my soil is, and it's going to help you to choose the correct fertilizer and or other soil amendments to get your soil in the best possible shape for growing grass. So that would be the thing one I would say. Get a soil test done, and then choose your fertilizer based on those soil test results. As far as the weeds go, really throughout the year, spring and fall, I'm a fan of doing it twice a year. You want to apply a specialized herbicide called pre-emergent. What pre-emergent is just what it sounds like. It's a specialized herbicide that controls weeds prior to their emerging, which is why it's called pre-emergent. But the window for doing that is there's a window where it's most effective. So in the springtime, it's before soil temps are consistently at 55 degrees or higher. I don't know where you are in the country, but for a lot of the country, we're already there. But doing that in the spring and in the fall are going to do a lot for keeping weeds out of your lawn. In a situation where you already got weeds and they're already growing, and you've missed the window for pre-emergent, I would still get some down anyway, because it's you're not going to get the full benefit of it, but you are going to get some. So I would still, it's still early April, I would still get pre-emergent down. What I would recommend, without even knowing your grass type, you got a couple of options. I'll show you here. You got dithiopyr and you've got prodiamine. So go to the golf course lawn store, go to shop, go to weed killer. And because you're brand new, we're going to go with granular. We're not going to do anything liquid. So you got two options here. You got dithiopyr and you've got prodiamine. Both of these are pre-emergents. For a later application in April, so now that we're in the month of April, I am more inclined to go with dithiopyr than prodiamine. It's a little bit more expensive, but the benefit that dithiopyr has over prodiamine is that if you have any young crabgrass, like it's starting to germinate, starting to grow on your lawn, dithiopyr has the ability to kill young crabgrass. So if a crabgrass just germinated, it's just sprouted, it's saying, hey, I'm in Salvador's lawn, I'm about to ruin his lawn season. Dithiopyr has the ability to say, and has the ability to knock it back, right? Has the ability to kill young crabgrass. So with you being later into the season, or later, you're really late in the window for applying pre-emergent, I would choose dithiopyr over prodiamine for your pre-emergent to do now. So that's thing one. I would order that like today, and get that down on your lawn. So that would be thing one. And as for the weeds that are already there, it's hard to say. I don't know what kind of weeds you're dealing with, but for just starting out, it really depends on how comfortable you are with using a backpack sprayer and mixing products. It's really not difficult. I've got some really good videos on how to do that. But if you are just you want to tiptoe into this, and you don't want to have to go out and buy a backpack sprayer and understand how to calibrate it and all this kind of stuff, I'm still a fan of Spectricide, man. I'll show you. There's a product you can find at your local Home Depot or big box store. If I can get this up here, yeah. So if you go there and you, this product, again, I'm going to answer this question as if you have Bermuda, okay? This product, Spectricide with Weed Stop, is a really good option that kills a ton of weeds. It treats, to say, over 470 weeds. Because what it is, it's a blend of several different post-emergent herbicides. So it's got a bunch of weed killers in it that are all mixed together that kill a whole bunch of different types of weeds. So this is a good option because it can be applied also using a hose end sprayer. So for someone that's brand new, it's easy to use. And it does a really good job controlling a lot of weeds in your lawn. Another option too, I would recommend getting the dithiopyr, like one of the ones that we carry on the golf course lawn store. But if you didn't want to do that, you can also go with this option from Weed Stop. They have a granular option here that has some dithiopyr in it. So if you look here at the ingredients, it has a bit of dithiopyr in there as well, right? Along with dicamba and a few other post-emergent herbicides. This is a good option if you want like an all-in-one product. So, if you don't want to order anything off the internet, you just want to go down to Home Depot and get something tomorrow, this is something you could do that will help and will produce a good result. I will tell you that the trick to using that granular product I was telling you is you want to wait until like early. It needs, for the post-emergent part of it to work, it needs to be applied to a lawn that's wet or has some dew on it. Okay, so you'd want to get that. Wait till like early in the morning. Go out when there's early in the morning on the lawn when there's still dew all over it. Apply that and just leave it on the lawn and let it dry on the lawn. That's going to allow the post-emergents that are in insecticide to stick to the leaves so they can begin working and killing off the weeds. And then what you can do is the next day, if you have irrigation, you can run it, and that will water in the pre-emergent portion of it, the dithiopyr, and get you some pre-emergent benefits. If it were me though, I would get like a standalone pre-emergent product, like the one of the dithiopyrs that I showed you on the golf course lawn store. I would get one of those and then use something like Weed Stop for your post-emergent. That's an easy way to go for someone that's brand new to taking care of their lawn. That is what I would recommend. So get a soil test, get dithiopyr, your pre-emergent, apply it that like soon, like order it, get it down as soon as you can, water it in, and then go down to Home Depot or whatever's close to you, get one of the spectricide options and use that to start killing off the weeds that are currently in your lawn. And then start mowing your lawn a lot, So hopefully that helps. I mean, it's a long-winded answer, but I want to kind of give you a complete answer so like an idea of where to go. Also on the store, there is, I have a few blog posts. Where can I show you? Which tab is that? It is right here. So if you also go to, again, Golf Course Lawn Store, go to blog, there's this guide on how to get a golf course lawn that talks about the entire process of taking your lawn from zero to hero in a relatively short period of time. There's also a few options here on like grub control, article on like feeding your lawn, like fertilization, and one that also covers pest control, so like insecticides, weed control, things along those lines. So there's lots of free resources on the store as well for you to check out. So definitely feel free to take advantage of that. Of course, if you have questions after you do all those things, you can send me an email at ron@golfcourselawn.com right here, and I will do my best to help you out. But be sure before you do that you at least you read the blogs, you do all the other stuff. But I've given you, like, what I've told you is what I'm going to tell you in email. So do all the stuff I just told you to do, and you're going to be well on your way to getting your lawn in good shape. Okay, next question is from Dwayne Hopkins. He says, "Hey Ron, this is my first year where I fully switched over to Humic Max as my main fertilizer. Threw down my first app recently. I am using a Scott spreader and it says to use 6.5. Continued." It says, "When using that setting, it comes out very fast and I almost need to run to catch it. Is this correct?" Back it down some then, Dwayne, because here's the thing. I went to Home Depot, and this between the Scott spreaders, and I'm not trying to throw shade on Scotts or anything like that. Not trying to anything, but like literally the consistency between those spreaders from spreader to spreader, even out of the same batch, is really not that great. You know what I mean? The prill in Humic Max, Dwayne, is really small. So if the difference between, if normally the opening is this much for 6.5, but on your particular spreader it's this much, like that much more, that's enough to really seriously increase the amount of product that comes out. You know what I mean? So I would take the 6.5, use that as a starter, like as that's where I'm going to start, and then just go lower than that. If anything, you can even back it down a little bit. Go, start at 6 and see how it's doing. You should not have to run to make sure that it's, you're not putting it down too heavy. So it sounds like your spreader is a bit more generous as far as application rate. So just back that rate down a little bit. I'd rather you apply it lighter and have to do multiple apps, especially since it's the first time you're using it, than go too heavy the first time around. So hopefully that helps. Again, with Scott spreaders, they are not necessarily always that consistent in between, especially when you're dealing with a smaller prill like what's in Humic Max. So that's the best I could give you. Is back it down on your next app and see if it behaves a bit better. Next is Archie Amos. Good evening, young man. Is looking forward to a great evening with lots of info. Well, thank you so much, kind sir. I will do my best to try and add value to you taking some time out of your Friday evening to watch the content. All right. Alabama Tide Man. Oh boy, here we go. One of these guys. One of these guys. You know, he says, I put down pre-emerge on my Bermuda grass in Alabama in January. Okay, sounds good. I have no weeds every year, but still get POA annua. Does pre-emergence stop POA annua? Yeah, it does. But what really helps with POA Alabama Tide Man is like a multi herbicide approach. So like POA is so it's one that just that is just, it's a really difficult weed to control completely. Probably the best product for, in my opinion anyway, the best product for controlling POA where you apply it once and you're more than likely not going to have a big issue with POA. I mean, you may pick out some here and there, but it's not going to be widespread, is to use a product called Spectacle Flow. It's expensive. It's very expensive, but it works really well. It's very good against POA. The next option that is good is a product called Coastal, which is unfortunately they stopped making it in smaller amounts, but I will show you what I'm talking about here. So I can pull it up here really quick for you. Let's see. Yeah, so Coastal, but the long short of it while I'm trying to find it is that it is prodiamine, and it also contains two post-emergent herbicides, which are simazine and imazaquin. So you're taking like a multi-pronged approach. You have like the prodiamine, which is the pre-emergent, and you also have the simazine and imazaquin, which are post-emergence, which that herbicide like does a really good job against POA. I used that in the fall and had really good results with keeping POA out of my lawn. I had like, one or two here and there, but nothing like what you would normally get if you just went with perhaps just straight prodiamine, or definitely not if you don't do anything at all. So I'll show you here really quick. This is what I'm talking about. But again, unfortunately, it's gotten really expensive because it used to be available in the 64-ounce jug. That was the consumer version of it. But now it's only really available in 2.5 gallons at relatively steep price. So what you can do is if you can find like Princep, if you can find like you can find simazine and imazaquin, which is pretty much like Image, and you can also find definitely get like you can get prodiamine. You can get like a prodiamine in a water dispersible granule. You can make your own Coastal of sorts, right? So if you get like the water dispersible granule version of prodiamine, and you get some simazine that's available in a couple of different versions. You can get it like as a off-brand, or you can get it like Syngenta's version is called Princep, I believe, is what the brand name is. And then imazaquin, which is basically Image. If you get those three and combine them, that's going to do a very good job against keeping POA out of your lawn. Some people are able to do prodiamine and get a decent result, but really it tends to take a multi-pronged approach to really control POA in warm season lawns over the course of like winter and into springtime. So hopefully that helps. Unfortunately, again, Coastal, you can't get the small one anymore. If you want the big one, I will put a link here in the chat for you to where you can pick that guy up. I mean, maybe you have a lawn care business and you just want, you can use 2.5 gallons of it, but 2.5 gallons is that's a lot. That's quite a bit. But yeah, that's what I would change up. I would consider stick with prodiamine, but also consider adding some simazine and imazaquin to it and see what you get. Or you can just buy Spectacle Flow, which is, again, it's going to cost a small fortune, but that's a really good, very good pre-emergent. That will also work again against POA as well. So hope that helps. Great question. Let me know if I can help with anything else. Jesse Mahan is here, or Mon is here. Says, hey, I'm in Arizona. I can't speak. You see, as I get more tired, guys, as I go through this, my words begin to slur. He says, I'm in Arizona. My Bermuda lawn last season started thinning with what looked like mold. Was I overwatering? It was new sod as well. Any thoughts to fix this? It's possible if you're overwatering. Like watering too much can create mold issues like what you're experiencing. It can also create fungus, or not create, but it creates conditions that make it more likely for your lawn to get disease problems like lawn fungus. So yeah, don't water your lawn too much. It's better, given the choice, Jesse, it would be better to run Bermuda with a little less water in it than overwatering it. So overwatering is going to cause a host of problems, some of like what you're dealing with there. The nice thing is you live in Arizona where it gets really hot. So if you stop watering or reduce your watering, it's not going to take very long for the lawn to dry out. You know what I mean? So that's, I would say that absolutely, limit the amount of water you put into the lawn. Bermuda, all things being considered, just as a general rule, needs about an inch of water per week during when it's actively growing. So in Arizona, you may have to put down a little bit more because you're losing some to evaporation. That is where I'm using something like hydrotane. So I can show you guys that. We carry that on the store. Something like hydrotane will save you some money, right? Save you from having to have a crazy high watering bill. So if you go to the golf course lawn store right here and you go to the search, use the search and then type in, my face is in the way, you're not gonna be able to see that. You type in Hydra, just like HYD, hydrotane. This is gonna bring up all these different options, right? The 1 gallon again is the best value, but it also comes in a 15-pound bag as well. This is a moisture manager that in many ways it does what it says. It can help reduce the watering requirements in your lawn by up to 50%. Adding this to your program every, they say 90 days, but really I would do it every like 6 weeks or so. Using that every 6 weeks or so on your lawn is going to do a lot for making sure the grass has enough moisture to grow well, but not so much where you're putting so much surface water on the top of the lawn that you're creating fungus and mold issues, if that makes sense. So check out Hydrotane. There's videos on how to use it. Like I actually have a video on too much water in the description, the product description, that explains like a lot of what I'm telling you about in detail, as well as some other tools, websites you can go to that will tell you how much water historically your area has gotten this time of year. So you can use that to gauge how much you should be running your irrigation. And between that and hydrotane, you should be good to go. So hopefully that helps, sir. Definitely do not overwater your Bermuda. It causes more problems than it helps. Your nightmare is back. He says, I have a weedy, sandy area of my lawn. It was used for a kitchen garden. Okay, yeah. Now I just want to grow a cover crop to enrich the soil. Do you have any suggestions what to plant? Don't want to mow it. I don't have any, I'm not good. I have nothing on that one, your nightmare. I don't know. So you just want to increase, you want to put in a cover crop to enrich the soil. Do you have any suggestions? I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure what you could put in there for that. I have no experience or answers on that one. I'll ask someone though. Let me take a screenshot of it. I'll ask someone what they'd recommend as far as a cover crop, given what you're suggesting there, and it can be a talking point for next week's show. How about that? I'll make sure I do that. Unless someone in the chat answers ahead of time, and we'll both learn something. Okay, next is Soupy. He says, I'm having lots of earthworm mounds and not sure what to do about them. They leave piles that don't look good after the roller squishes them down. Just leave them alone, man. The little earthworm castings or those little mounds, it's a sign of healthy soil. Just, if you're mowing regularly enough and you're out there with the real mower, I mean, the worm castings or the little mounds you're talking about shouldn't be much bigger than, I don't know, like this lens cover is bigger than what they normally are, and they're definitely a lot shorter than that, a lot smaller than that. They're normally like the size of like a quarter or like maybe a $50 in most cases. And again, to your point, when you mow over them, they get mashed down, they disappear. So I would not go do anything to kill earthworms or to harm them. They are a good sign. Like, put it this way, Soupy, a big selling point of acelepryn, of this insecticide, is that it does not kill earthworms because they're beneficial. You know what I mean? And I'm trying to think. I don't know that there's a insecticide that is rated for residential use that to target earthworms. I know there are some that will target them, but all the ones that I'm aware of are designed for they're not labeled for residential use, mainly because you shouldn't be killing earthworms. So the long and short of what I'm going to tell you is, mow more often. Don't worry about it. It's a sign of healthy soil. It's a good thing. Don't try and actively kill off your earthworms. I would not do that. I don't do it. I see the earthworm castings here and there throughout my lawn. Doesn't bother me in the least. They to your point, once you run over them with the mower, they get squished down and they disappear. They're not really that unsightly. Okay, next up is Dwayne Hopkins. Says, I also want to say I took advantage of the 5% off at the store and picked up my first gallon of Turplex. I plan to use it with my carbon kit and very excited to see the results I will get from it. Yeah, guys, so that's another thing what Dwayne is talking about is if you have never bought from the store before, because it's only like a one-time use. If you go to the golf course lawn store, and I can't really make it happen now because I think I've already set, actually, well, I can show you it anyway. If you go to the golf course lawn store, it's not going to happen on my browser because I've already said no to it. But you'll notice down here as I'm scrolling in the lower, let me get Dwayne's face off. In the lower right hand corner, you see where it says 5% off. If you sign up for our mailing list and for mobile alerts, I promise I'm not going to send you guys a ton of email because I just don't do that because I hate getting a lot of email too. If you sign up for that, you will get a coupon code that will give you 5% off of one order. So if it's your first time at the store, or you're someone that's been shopping at the store for a long time, but you've never used the discount code, it's only going to work one time. But sign up for that. It's a way to save 5%. I recommend, using the code or saving that discount code for a larger order because it's 5%. Like 5% off of like a bottle of Primo. I mean, it saves you something, but like if you decide, hey, you know what, I got to get the carbon kit, and I'm gonna get Humic Max and maybe a couple bags of Essential G, like that can all add up, and 5% does end up being a decent saving. So I would save it for like a larger order because you only really get to do it one time because I've got a business if I did that, allowed someone to do that all the time, right? So it's really a way to help you guys out a little bit to when you were first starting out for the season to get all armed up. So take advantage of it. It's still available on the store. Feel free to take advantage of that. That's what it's there for. All right, next up is Eileen Perez. She says, "Hey Ron, what's going on, Eileen? Thanks for coming to hang out. Looks like you have I see a spoiled puppy there in your avatar." Next is Andrew Lester. Says, "I'm new to the Southeast. What amendment should I consider to a newly sodded lawn in this red dirt soil?" You got to experience that red Georgia clay, huh? Soil amendments. So the way to know what you need, Andrew, I'm gonna sound like a broken record, is to get a soil test. This will tell you whether you're that good, awesome red Georgia clay. If you need any kind of lime or any amendments as far as like what kind of fertilizer you should be using, it's gonna tell you that. The one thing I will tell you is that if you want to break up the compaction that tends to happen with Georgia clay, is once the lawn, you didn't say how new the lawn is. It's a newly sodded lawn, so you want it to grow in first before really aerating it. But that is something you can do that will help reduce compaction. What I would say is get a soil test and fertilize the lawn based on those soil tests. You know what I mean? That would be my my recommendation for a brand new sodded lawn. When you say it's new, I don't know. I mean, is it new as in like last year, or is it new like last week? If it's new as in last week, I wouldn't tell you to go aerate a newly sodded lawn that was like a week old. But everything else, as far as adding lime if it needs it, fertilizing according to said soil test results, those are all things you can do that will help you get a great looking lawn. That coupled with a lot of mowing. So if you're really serious about having a great lawn, you really need to commit to mowing your lawn twice a week. That's what it takes to have a good looking lawn. Like I was telling my neighbor that really, if you are waiting until your lawn visually looks like it needs to be cut, you waited way too long. Like twice a week that is the barrier of entry. That's the price of admission for a good looking lawn. And really, if you're trying to be hardcore in the summer, it's gonna be more than that. But twice a week is the minimum. All right, Tin Trong is here. Says, "Hey Ron, what's going on, Tin? Thanks for coming to hang out in the live stream." And next is Mike Harvey. It says, "Hi Ron, happy Friday. I sprayed Certainty last Sunday and then it rained on Tuesday. I don't see much yellowing on the POA. Should I reapply when could I?" So you sprayed Sunday and it rained Tuesday. So it hasn't been a week yet. So give it two things, Mike. I say is make sure you use a surfactant. Did you use a surfactant with it when you applied it? So make sure you used the one that's in the link. I use like the spreader sticker. It's the one that I use from High Yield, but really any of them will work. If you use that with it, it will work. You just give it, within a week. So by this weekend, you should start seeing some results on it. Like most herbicides, they work better as temps get warmer, but Certainty with a week application with it being on the POA for a week, you should see it discolored. So it's not going to be like dead and it's not going to look like this in a week. Let me see if I can show you real quick. It's not going to look like what it does to sedges in the middle of summer. So if you go down here, like this is what Certainty will do to sedges. Like, move my face out of the way. This is before, and this is 7 days later when it's like crushed and dying off. What you're going to see in a week is that it's going to be seriously discolored. Like POA this time of year looks really nice. It actually looks pretty nice. It's very green and vibrant and very lush. what you're going to find is that it's going to go from that green, that really lush green, to like a yellowish mustard color is what's going to happen. Is like all the life's going to start getting sucked out of it here in the first week, and as more time goes by, it's going to die off. So within a week, you should start seeing those types of results. As far as when you can reapply it, you really shouldn't have to. You really shouldn't have to. But if you want to give it another, I don't know, man. I mean, I would give it at least 3 weeks or so before I'd consider reapplying Certainty. You really shouldn't have to. Like the one app, especially if you used surfactant with it, it should work well. Also depends on the rate you use. I'll tell you, like with the neighbor, I used what I tell you guys. I used 2 of the large scoops with 4 gallons of water. So for 2 of the so Certainty comes with like a spoon with a small side and a big side. And if memory serves me, I used 2 large scoops with 4 gallons of water. I also used a bit of, I don't have it here. Yeah, I do. I also use a bit of this with it. I also use a bit of Release Zero as well. I threw some of that in the tank as well with it, which is also enhances the performance of herbicide. Like Release Zero is all about increasing uptake. So again, if you mix it with herbicides, fertilizer, whatever you do, you can get more out of it. So I use some of this along with it. And I'll tomorrow morning, if you're not subscribed to my channel, subscribe. I'd appreciate that. That's thing one. And then I will go out there and do a YouTube story and show you some of the areas of the lawn that were sprayed with the Certainty Celsius combo. That also a little bit of Release Zero in it. And I'll also show you specifically some POA. I'll go find some that was not sprayed and how it looks. I'll show you that, and then I'll show you the lawn that was sprayed and how it's discolored and starting to die off. So you can see what you can look for and what to expect. But it will work. Just give it a bit more time. Give it a bit more time. All right, next up is Dalen Krause. He says, hey, Ron, first question. My Bermuda is starting to green up. I noticed some 3-foot round patches where it isn't greening. Ooh, possibly fungus problem. It says, would that be the start of spring dead spot? I put down headway last Sunday. Possibly. It could be spring dead spot. It could. Now, is the entire patch brown? Like, is the entire thing like scorched earth? There's nothing in it, or is there a ring of dead grass and there's like green in the middle? Because if it's the latter, where it's like dead all around and then it's green in the middle, that could be large patch. I dealt with that this time last year. Fingers crossed I'm not gonna deal with it again this year on the lawn, because I did headway a couple of weeks ago as well too. But if it's spring dead spot, doing headway now is not going to do a whole lot for it, unfortunately. Like, you have to prevent spring dead spot in the fall. Like your fall fungicide applications are really what prevents spring dead spot. In springtime, really all you can do is just wait for the lawn to grow through it. I mean, you can put a little bit of carbonized PN down. You can treat that area well. You can do some things to help increase or encourage the surrounding grass to spread into that area. You can also plug that area as well. You can do that. But yeah, if it is spring dead spot, it's just going to be a time thing, unfortunately. So that's the bad news. The good news is that the lawn's going to recover from it. It's going to grow in. It's going to be just fine. I had some patches in my lawn, but it's just going to take some time for it to recover. So hopefully it's just a large patch, because if it is, headway will fix that. If spring dead spot, time is going to fix that. So sorry you're dealing with it, but this too shall pass. Your lawn will recover. I promise it will do well. Just give it enough time. All right, next up is Tin. Tin Trong is here. He says, how do you kill Dallas grass? I spray it and it comes back in a few weeks. Do you have to hand pluck it? Yeah, the best, so there's a couple of ways you can go about it, Tin. You can use glyphosate. You can use glyphosate where if you can keep it on just the Dallas grass, you can use that to suppress it, to knock it back. The best way to get rid of it in residential lawns is just to remove it. Is to physically remove it. Because really, unless you're really careful, like you just paint it on, you paint the Dallas grass leaves with a paintbrush or a sponge, or you do some kind of a really crazy contraption where you're protecting the surrounding grass, you're very likely to damage the grass around where the Dallas grass is if you spray it with glyphosate. So the best way to get rid of it is to physically remove it, not to because there's not really a herbicide that will kill Dallas grass that is rated for residential use. There is one that works really well to help suppress it. It's called Tribute Total. It is it's from Bayer. It is, I forget what the third ingredient, but it's Celsius, Revolver, and one other thing, one other herbicide. I forget what what the third one is, but it's pretty much it's 3 herbicides all in one. Tribute Total works pretty well at knocking back Dallas grass, but it's really expensive. It's very expensive. It doesn't really even permanently eliminate it, but it does a good job of control of suppressing it. Again, the best way is to just bite the bullet and just physically remove it, dig it out, and get rid of it. That's going to be your best bet in my opinion to get rid of Dallas grass. Plant plucking it is the way to go. Okay, next is Marvin Powell says, can you recommend a cheaper alternative to Lebanon Humic Max? That's cheaper. Here's the thing. Anything you can find at your big box store perhaps is going to be cheaper. It's not going to be as good, but it's going to be cheaper because here's the thing, Marvin, a large part of what you're paying for with Humic Max is the shipping, the cost of shipping it to you. If you can find a local place, like maybe look or shop around, see if you can find places that's a dealer for Lebanon turf. Like if you go to Lebanon's website and do a search for like a store locator or dealer locator in your area, put your zip code in, they'll tell you who in your area carries their products. They may not have Humic Max because that's a relatively new product. Not many places are actually carrying that, but they should have some fertilizer from Lebanon that's going to be cheaper. It's going to be, I don't know, $40, $45 versus what it costs on the store because you're not paying for the shipping for it. So that would be the best bet I'd say as far as getting a very good fertilizer that is it's not at a cheaper price. You know what I mean? Just figure out a way to eliminate the shipping portion of it, which is what you're mainly paying for when you buy it from the golf course lawn store. You can go to the big box stores, but the Humic Max is another class, another category of fertilizer based on what you're going to find at Home Depot. Hope that helps. Okay, next up is Dalen Krause. He says, last week you were talking about Tahoma 31. I put down about 1,200 square foot of it on a separate part of my lawn. It is some of the thickest grass I have seen. At 3/4 of an inch, I had someone get out to touch it because they thought it was fake. Best compliment someone can give. That's pretty cool. That's good. That's good to know, Dalen. That's good to know that it grows in really dense and nice and thick. I mean, the negative to that is if it gets too thick, too dense, then you may have to verticut it more regularly, or it might actually start to compromise your cut because it becomes like the mower kind of floats on it versus the grooves being able to get down and make contact with the soil. But yeah, I mean, I'd like to see it in person. I've never seen Tahoma 31 in person anywhere. I've only heard really good things about it. The lawn tools seem to really like it, and you're someone else that say that you get really good results with it. So something to think about, to consider. I mean, if I were to ever do a renovation on my lawn, which I'm not planning to do anytime soon, but that or Celebration would be up for consideration. Next is Lavendi. It says, where is it? Yeah. It says compaction and thin St. Augustine grass every season, even with core aerate last 2 years. I'm so frustrated in North Florida. Okay, so you have compaction and thin St. Augustine. So, okay, is your St. Augustine getting enough sunlight, Lavendi? And then when you do your core aeration, are you sure is the turf wet to where, or not the turf is wet, but I mean, are you making sure the soil is moist like a day or two prior to running the core aerator on it so you're able to get good plugs out of it? Like, I mean, I've seen some lawns that are crazy, really, really heavily compacted to where they're pulling out like, a 1/4 inch, 1/2 inch plugs. They're hardly getting anything out. Really, you want to get a good 3 to 4 inch plug out whenever you are core aerating. And a way to help with that with a lawn that's heavily compacted is to water it heavily like the day before. That will help whenever you run the aerator on it for you getting better plugs out. Outside of that, so you've got you're using a biostimulant product. Outside of that, I'd be interested in knowing what you're doing for fertilization, your fertilization program, and also what your mowing practices are like. Because once you relieve compaction, making sure that you're mowing frequently, that you're feeding the lawn properly, that's going to be the next big things. Make sure it's getting enough sunlight so where those areas are, the grass is getting just sunlight so it can grow well. That will help as well. So if you're doing all those things, the lawn should look better. The grass should look good. If it's just if it's just one spot of the lawn, that's always a problem. What you might check too is get a screwdriver and try and poke it in the area where the lawn is always thin, and make sure there's not some debris under the soil, like, some shallow, like, in other words, make sure you don't have like a piece of plywood or a big rock or boulder or something near the surface that is preventing the St. Augustine from growing well in that area. So those are things I would check. I mean, obviously the screwdriver test is the easiest thing. So if you check that thing one, yep, pass this. I can insert a screwdriver in all the area, that big area that's thin. If that's the case, then you just go down, the various steps that I mentioned. Make sure you water the soil well, do a good core aerate where you're getting good plugs out of it, get a soil test done and fertilize based on those soil test results, and then start mowing, and it should fill in. It shouldn't be thin at that point, assuming again that you're getting plenty of sunlight. Hope that helps, sir. Sorry you're dealing with a frustration. I know what it's like to have parts of your lawn that struggle, more so than others, but it's all part of the game, unfortunately, man. It's all part of it. All part of it. Clayton Wilson says, "Hello, Ron. What's going on, Clayton? Welcome. Thanks for coming to hang out." And let's see here. Archie Amos says, "My order came in last week with no sticker. Say it ain't so, Archie. What did you order? And I will get you a sticker." So the sticker you're talking about is this one, one from the Golf Course Lawn Store. So if you ordered it after last, I'm not sure what, Archie, in the chat, tell me what you ordered, because if you ordered after last week's live stream, I'm positive it had a sticker included in the bag, because like I'm the one that put him in there. So I'm pretty sure that was the case. Either way, it doesn't really matter. If you don't have one, you can get a sticker. I'll mail you one. I should be able to look you up on the store, and I will make sure that you get one. Actually, I'll send you two for the inconvenience. How about that? So it doesn't matter what the product is. Let me know what product it was that you got, and I will. I'll either way, I'll get you some stickers out to you. If it was a granular, the granulars do not have this, because again, I just got these in. It's really going to be a Celiprin or Primo or Certainty. Those will have stickers in the box or in the packaging with them. The granulars will not yet, because I haven't gotten around to boxing up new ones to where I'm putting stickers in those. So at any rate, I'll get you a sticker. I'll get you two. I'll send you some out to you. It'll be on my to-do list to do for tomorrow. Take a screenshot of that. Like, send Archie stickers, and I'll get them out to you. No problem, sir. We'll get you taken care of. Okay, next is Mike Harvey 2 says, "I got you Celiprin too early. I didn't get the awesome sticker." Man, this is gonna think. Okay, so Mike, I should be able to look you up and see if I can get you one. Let me make a note to myself here. So I'm starting like Stickergate. So Mike Harvey. I keep saying Havey. It's Harvey. Mike Harvey and Archie Amos. That's my list here. So I'll check and make sure. I'll make sure you guys get one. Sorry, guys. You probably ordered them. You got the batch that went out before last week, and I'll get you taken care of. I'll get you a sticker. Appreciate the support. At least I can do. Next up is Looney. It's awesome name. He says, "Hi, Ron. At the end of my first mow with the new 25-inch McLean, I started hearing a clicking type noise. I adjusted the reel and it cuts paper, but the sound persists. If it cuts paper, should I worry?" Not really. It sounds though like you got some kind of a burr, like that you nicked either the reel or bed knife. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like you ran over something, like it could have been a stick or a small stone, and that put a little nick in the reel. And what you're hearing is that as it's spinning and as it's hitting. So that's what it sounds like. Is there anything to worry about? Not really. Over time, it should go away when that wears down. So long answer is no. Don't really sweat it, but just be careful and we're very cognizant of what you run over with a reel mower. Reel mower is not like a rotary mower. I mean, I say that. Really, with a rotary mower, you shouldn't be mowing anything other than grass either, but reel mowers are incredibly picky to running over like sticks and stones and like twigs and things like that. Don't run over that kind of stuff with your reel mower, because you can run into problems like that. And congrats on the McLean. We'll clap it up for you, man. We're going to give you a clap up for that. Congrats on that. Okay, next is Scott Musgrave. He says, "Hey, Ron, I've been battling mower issues, sprayer issues, and weeds this season. The challenge never ends." I know, right? There's always something. I always say that throughout the course of the season, if I get like a 2-week period where the lawn is looking its best, where I call it when it's got it's Augusta National lawn where it's looking really sweet, then I am happy. But otherwise, there's always some state of some parts doing better than others, something to work on, and that's part of the fun of it, right? It's part of the challenge of messing with your lawn. It's always something to fix. Always something to fix. All right. Archie Amo says, when you put your aceleprint out, what rate did you use? Will the low rate be applied? Will the low rate applied now for grubs be effective against armyworms later in this summer, or should I go with the higher end rate? Yes, Clayton. So the rate that I recommend, I put it out at the 0.20 ounces. Do I have one here? Yeah, I'll take this off. I put it down at the 0.2 ounces per 1,000 square feet. So on the included measuring cup, this rate right here. So that 0.2 ounces per 1,000 square feet, or if you have a 4-gallon backpack sprayer, that is going to be, do the math, it's like 0.8, a total of 0.8 with 4 gallons of water. And that should be effective. That should be absolutely fine. So last year I did the granular acelepryn, and yes, I didn't have any problems with armyworms or anything along those lines later on in the summer. No issues at all. So if you use the 0.20 rate that I recommend, that's gonna be just fine. That's enough to give you coverage throughout the season. If by some weird stretch of the imagination that you absolutely do have armyworms in your lawn later on this summer, which you won't, but if that were the case, the rate for treating armyworms is very, very light. It's 0.05, so it's not even on here. So the rate for just doing for killing armyworms that are actively in your lawn is not even a tenth. It's like half that. It's very, very light. So with 4 gallons, that would be 0.20. So for 4 gallons of if you're only going after armyworms, it would be that. But again, if you do an application of like now, it should cover you all season. You shouldn't have to do another application at all. But the rate for just armyworms is actually very, very light. The rate that I recommend and show in that video of 0.20, that's good for armyworms, grubs, bill bugs, bunch of other lawn damaging insects. You can go heavier, but this stuff's expensive, so why go heavier if you don't need to, right? That 0.20 rate will get you a good result, Clayton. Next up is Paco Guibes. He says, good to see you, Ron. Keep up the good work. You are the man, Cat Daddy. Thank you so much, sir. I appreciate it. And then Archie, did I miss his question? He says, yeah. He says, my question is about sand soil fill. I ordered the fill mix, then came across an article that says, don't use the sand because it would make this clay soil like concrete. Your thoughts? Thanks. Yellow bag. So I disagree. I mean, I've used a pure sand. I've used a mixture on Alex's lawn and my lawn. I've used just straight sand. I've used a mixture of sand and soil. I've used what you've got, the yellow, the yellow bag level mix, which is a compost and sand blend. And my lawn is still not concrete. It's actually the opposite of being concrete. So no, it's not. That's not the case. I've never found it to be the case. I have yet to meet anyone. Maybe if any of you guys know anyone that's ever done that and their lawn turned into concrete, feel free to let me know in the chat. But I've not come across anyone personally or even throughout YouTube that has top dressed their lawn with sand and then it's turned their lawn into concrete. So no, Archie, I wouldn't worry about it. I would go ahead and use your top dressing mix and top dress your lawn. I wouldn't sweat it. Should be good to go. Next up is James Price. He says, hey, Ron, love the show. I have some Poanua in my zoysia lawn. Is it too late to apply image to get rid of it? Image would take a long time. If you're going to use image, I would just say wait. I would just either physically remove it or just wait for it to get hot for it to die off. Image is going to be a longer process. If you want to get rid of it faster, use certainty. Certainty is going to work better. It's going to be a faster process for getting rid of Poanua this time of year. So again, your options to recap really quick. You can either just wait, give it time, and it'll die off. You can physically remove it, or you could use certainty. That's going to be faster than using image to get rid of Poanua in your lawn this time of the year. Jeremy Espinoza says, if you use Release Zero, NutriKelp, Turfplex, and PGR, what T-Nex nozzle would you recommend? The foliar one. I'll put it in the chat for you. This one, the one that I showed last week, the one that's designed for foliar apps, Jeremy. T-Jet. This one. Yep, this one is the one that I would use. So at Jeremy Espinoza, this spray tip is what I would go with. That's the one. That's what I would use, and you'll get good results with that. All right, and then Robert Rainey says whip turns within a fenced-in area. Yeah, so that's going to be tough, Robert. That's going to be a tough one. So what you're going to have to do is, what I would recommend is do your trim pass last. So what I would just do your whip turns. So start mowing your lawn. Do your whip turns in an area as close to the fence as you can, obviously without running into it. So giving yourself enough space to do the whip turns, which is probably going to be two mowers widths or so away from the fence. In most cases, that's probably going to be a safe distance. And then so mow the entire lawn and then do your trim pass afterwards on the outside of the perimeter to clean things up. That's what I would do. I mean, either you can do your trim pass first if you want, but you're still gonna have to do one afterwards, because where you do the whip turns, the grass tends to get like moved or pushed around a little bit, and you want to clean that up with a pass afterwards. So I would mow the center section first, do all your whip turns, get it all done, and then make a couple of passes around the perimeter to clean it up, and then it will look great. Because a fencing area is just tough, man. You can't go right up to the fence and do one because physics. You just can't, unfortunately. All right, Travis Woodson says, I got the new sticker. Thanks. You're very, very welcome, Travis. I'm glad that it made it. I'm glad it made it to somebody. Sounds like everyone's complaining about, hey, I didn't get a sticker. All right. Jasmine Sanchez says, what can I apply to a lawn to reduce those weeds that look like white flowers? I'm not sure which weeds you're talking about. It could be POA, because POA, the seed heads, like when it gets more mature, the heads that come out of it are white in color. It should be green, but like with like white tips in the center. With that, it depends on what you're comfortable using, Jasmine. You can either physically remove it, or like the answer I gave earlier, you can use a product called Certainty that will kill off the annua. You do need a pump sprayer to be able to apply it properly. I have a video on how to use it, but the product I'm showing you is right here. So let's see, go to the golf course lawn store. I'll just trick you through the whole process. Go to here, golfcourselawn.store, go to weed killer, and then go to Certainty. And in here, you'll find a description, a video showing you how to mix it, how to apply it, which spray tip you need to use, other additives you need to use along with it, like the surfactant. It's not hard. I know the way I'm describing it makes it sound like it's like crazy hard to do, but it's really not. But the only thing you will need is either a backpack sprayer or a pump sprayer to properly apply this. You cannot apply this product using a hose end sprayer. You have to have an actual proper sprayer to be able to use this correctly on your lawn. And I'm guessing that you're talking about annua, based on what you're saying. I really, having a picture would be best. Something else to keep in mind, Jasmine, is that product is really only for warm season grass. So if you have like a Bermuda grass lawn or a zoysia lawn or like a St. Augustine lawn, like it's safe for that. But if you live somewhere up north, like rye or Kentucky bluegrass, do not use that on those grass types. It will damage them. So hopefully that helps. So again, I'm answering the question as best I can based on not seeing a picture of it and not knowing what kind of grass you have. And I'm assuming you have POA and that you are in the Southeast United States and have Bermuda or zoysia or St. Augustine. Hope that helps. Okay, let's see. Our Parker's Aquatics says, I finally dropped the mower all the way down, but bagging it's been difficult. I tried cutting it first and then bagging, but then I feel like there's more clippings flying to the side than going into the bagger. Yeah, I'm not sure on that one, Parker's. He says, I bought new bagging blades. Any tips on getting more clippings in the bagger? Not really. I don't... emptying the bagger more frequently, perhaps that might be a thing. Making sure, if it's a modern mower and it's set up, you're sure you got it on the correct setting, so it's on the bag setting and not the mulch setting. It should do a good job. It should do a pretty good job getting the clippings into the bagger. The only other thing I can think of is if you're not emptying the bagger frequently enough, that's going to leave clippings on the lawn. But yeah, I don't have a rotary mower, so I'm not going to be a ton of help on this one, unfortunately. But the rotary mowers that I've seen, especially like the nicer ones, like your Toros or your Hondas, if the setting is correct on them on the deck, and then you are emptying the bag frequently enough, they do a pretty good job of catching the clippings versus like leaving them all over the lawn. So I would check those two things and see if that helps. Next is Jeremy White. He says, "Big bro, my yard is all Bermuda and looks amazing, except for over the back, which is shady because of trees that can't be cut. Sounds like algae and mist all over. Should I plant fescue? Yeah, I mean, you could plant fescue or do some kind of a ground cover, like you could do mulch or pine straw or what is it called, mondo grass, like those small little small little grassy shrub looking things. You could plant those there. Those don't need as much sunlight to do well. You could do anything other than Bermuda, because Bermuda is, as you're finding out, is not going to go well. Is not going to grow well in that shaded area. So like a fescue will do better, much better than Bermuda in shade. But even it needs sunlight. Even that needs sunlight. Okay, next is up. It says, how can I fix a sloped lawn? The water runs down towards the house. Last year, the grass in that area died, so something needs to change. I don't know if I got too much water or if I got a fungus. You have a sloped lawn, water runs down towards the house. Last year, the grass in that area dies. Okay, so fixing the sloped lawn is that's going to be tough because the water is going to have to go somewhere. It sounds like your house is here and the lawn slopes down to it. So there's not really a ton you can do because you can't raise your house up, right? So if you can't divert the water, like you can't maybe put like a crest in or something to where the water goes somewhere else, that's something you could do. Your nightmare, putting in like a catch basin in the area where that water settles to help, again, for the same reasons, draw water away from the surface and then empty it out somewhere else. That could help, but it's gonna be some kind of a drainage solution. Like you can't I mean, I haven't seen a picture of your lawn, but in most cases, you can't recontour the entire lawn to make what was once a slope no longer a slope without like major work. So the most economical way is going to be, some kind of a drainage solution, the catch basin, French drain, something like that, or again, like a light recontour to divert where the water goes so it doesn't all settle in that spot. Hope that helps. Sorry, I don't have a better answer for you, but that's going to be your best bet versus trying to do a major recontour of the slope. All right, Todd's Lawn says diatomaceous earth for ants also works very well. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, and also for ants, it's a good point. It's something I want to talk about. So for ants, a great product that I like, and you guys have seen this on videos before, is this stuff, Advion Fire Ant Bait. I have a video on ants, and this is the one that I mentioned. There's this, and there's also a product you can get at Home Depot. It's the Orthene. That's who makes it. Orthene. It's got it's like a black bottle. It's like almost like a cone shape bottle. That works well against ants, but the Advion is really, really good and lasts quite a bit longer. So that stuff, I actually just bought I ordered some on Amazon and just showed up today. And I figured that's something I wanted to talk about with you guys on the show. So if you have ants in your lawn, like Advion Fire Ant Bait, this stuff is the bee's knees. It's a really good product for keeping ants out of your lawn. And then Todd has some other options as well too. All right, next up is Robert Rainey. He says, lining up for aeration next week, weather permitting, top dressing after that. Nice, awesome. Sounds pretty cool. He says, anyone want to come help me? Burgers on the grill afterwards. Oh, yeah, Robert, you're not coming through. It's like we're getting some static here. I think you're disconnecting. We'll have to come back to your question. I'm not sure what's going on. All right, so Timothy Smith is here. He says, Harvard Fashion, no excess nitrogen. I'm in Georgia, south of Ron, soil treatment and cutting. I needed phosphorus based on this previous soil test, nitrogen at a high level yet to be applied. So what Timothy is saying is he did not slam tons of N at the lawn. He just did a soil test. He put some phosphorus down based on the soil test, and you can see his lawn. He's in South Georgia, so that's what it is. So he's got warmer temperatures than where I am. So that explains it. Good job, Timothy. Thanks for explaining that, so people know that you're not just being a bad person and throwing tons and tons of N at your lawn. Good to know. Next up is KGT305 says, hey, Ron, I moved into my home in southern VA last year. I have a mixture of weeds and multiple grass types. What is the best way to start the process of a great lawn? Yeah, KGT. So I don't know what kind of grass you have in Southern Virginia. I'm gonna assume it's some kind of cool season grass because Bermuda can't grow in Virginia, but I'd imagine you probably have like a rye or a fescue or something along those lines. Um, so the thing one, what I would say is to get a soil test done. Reason being, and again, the one I would like and recommend is the one from my soil. Um, Reason being is that if you're going to start fertilizing and feeding the lawn, like starting a lawn care program, having soil test results is going to help you know what the what the deficiencies are in your soil, so that you're able to buy a fertilizer that addresses those deficiencies. Because if you don't do that, you're just guessing. You're just going to go out and you're going to buy something that and you're going to hope that it's right. And in a lot of cases, you will get the grass to grow and it will look all right. But to get the best result is make sure that you're as closely as possible matching what the soil needs to the inputs that you're putting in the soil. So that's thing one, is get a soil test done. That's going to tell you how to run your fertilization program. As far as your weeds go, assuming that you have again cool season grass, you can look into a product called Tenacity, which is it's a broad spectrum herbicide that works very well for cool season grass. So I'll show you here what I'm talking about. So if you go to the golf course lawn store, to the weed control section, so the way you find that is go to shop weed killer and then scroll down and you will find this guy. It's the last one listed, mesotrione, which is basically a generic version of Tenacity. This is what you will use on cool season grass. Again, like a rye, a fescue, a Kentucky bluegrass. This is what you will use along to address. It takes care of most weeds that are most likely to be present in your lawn. This is what I would go with. While you're there, if you go over to just here to shop, and just click shop, you'll see here I have like an infographic that explains like how I recommend like in a 5-step process how to improve your lawn, right? And let me get my face out of the way because I'm kind of blocking this. Is thing one, eliminate weeds, and we talk about like getting a herbicide that matches your grass type. So if you have cool season grass, Tenacity is a good option. And then I say do a soil test, which you're seeing right here, right? And then fertilize your lawn based on that soil test, and then mow your lawn a ton, and then you're going to get a good result. Really, I would say, I would say you can do a soil test first. Either one of these, steps 1 and 2 are interchangeable, but I like having it as step 2 because then I can say, hey, based on that soil test results, fertilize your lawn based on what you just learned in step 2. That's why they're right next to each other. But this is pretty much the blueprint. Like, figure out what kind of grass you have, use a herbicide that will target the weeds that is still safe for your grass type. Like Tenacity is a good option if you have cool season grass. Get a soil test done, fertilize based on what the soil test tells you, mow your lawn a ton, and over time, your lawn is going to get better. That's really the blueprint in a nutshell. You can also start introducing things like biostimulants, like the products from Miramichi Green that I like, but at a core, that is what it's going to take to really improve a lawn that's never really been cared for. Great question. Good stuff. Hopefully that helps. And then next up, Robert Rainey says the UPS guy caught onto the yard project when he delivered the Essential G and wanted to check the yard out. That's cool. Awesome. That's pretty sweet, Robert. Nice that you let him know about what you're planning to do. That's always fun. Sharing the info. And then Christopher Burkett says, do you have to fight disease in those low areas of your backyard that collect water? Are those areas weak, coming out of dormancy? If so, do you mainly use Headway G? Yeah, Christopher. So I don't really have fungus issues in those weak areas. Like that's not really, they're not concentrated in those areas anyway. Like the spring dead spot actually, I can't really show you easily. How can I show you easily? Like if I can pause it and show you where they are. So if we go around like right now, and if I pause the video, let me take you off the screen and back up a little bit. So right, like about where 10 o'clock is for you right now, that's where the water pools in my lawn. I can't really click and show you, but that's where it is. And then the areas where the spring dead spot are like right out by the rocks area. That's where it is. And that's literally one of the highest portions, one of the high areas of my lawn, right? So that's like literally the water starts there and runs down. So to answer your question, which I'll put back on the screen now, no, the low areas, I don't have any issues with fungus, because even though when I show you guys that, because it's kind of cool to show you guys the lawn as a swimming pool, it drains very quickly. Like literally within hours of you guys seeing it looking like a swimming pool, all that water is gone. It doesn't stay there for like days on end to where it can create a problem where fungus can take root and become an issue. So it doesn't stay looking like that very long. Once the rain stops, it drains off, and I'm good to go. And yes, I do use Headway. Headway G is the fungicide I like because it has 2 different active ingredients versus like using Heritage, which is just 1 active ingredient. So you have propiconazole and zoxystrobin in Headway, which I like. All right. Let's see here. I'm not sure what you're asking, Kings of Stance. So if you can just clarify that, I'll answer your question. Let me go ahead and get a super chat. I got a super chat from Lance F. I appreciate you, Lance. Thank you so much, sir.
Super chat received.
Thanks for all the love and support. And now I got to find where I was. Man, I got to go faster. I got a lot of questions to have to get through. All right. Next up is 2 Trilla. He says, hey, Ron, and happy Friday to everyone. My question is, I have a newly sodded area. Is it okay to put out PGR later on in the season along with the established lawn? It was sodded 3 weeks ago. Yeah, that's not gonna be a problem. Once you, on the new lawn, once it's grown in and established and doing well, and you're putting PGR on the rest of the lawn, not a problem. Will not hurt anything. You'll be good. You'll be good to go. You'll be good to go. All right. And then you said, I took a blast from the past on your channel and just asking whatever happened to Ron's rants. You have some interesting questions going on. I feel like I learned a lot. But yeah, so before, when I first started the channel was really a way just to document like what I was doing on YouTube and those kinds of things. And Ron's rants was really when I was really, I was into my, my blog, my other blog. But the thing with YouTube, really, you need to decide if I'm going to start doing Ron's rants again, which I'm open to doing, but it needs to be a separate channel. I can't mix that along with the lawn care stuff because people that come here for lawn care don't really care about that stuff. So and because I already work entirely too much, starting another YouTube channel sounds like more work than I could really take on right now. But I'm glad to hear that you actually watch them and you've got a lot of value out of them. I mean, it's pretty much, if you guys don't know what it is, it's me just sharing my opinions and thoughts on certain topics, life advice, things like that. Some of the stuff that I talk about in the live stream sometimes, but that's not turf grass related. So if you go to my channel and look up like Ron's rants, or just go to my channel, look for that, you'll find like a playlist that has, I think all of them are pretty much in there. So cool, Trilla. Thanks for going back and checking it out. All right, next up, Archie Amos says, can carbonized PN and essential G be mixed and applied at the same time? No, Archie, because can they be applied and not hurt anything? Yes, but can they apply at the same time? Not using the same method. So yeah, let me answer the question. Yes and no. Can you go down and put like carbonized PN on your lawn and then go right after that and put down essential G on your lawn? Yes, that's no problem. But can you put carbonized PN in a spreader and then also put essential G in a spreader and have it work? No, because carbonized PN will not. It doesn't work in a broadcast spreader. It just doesn't work in those. The spreader just doesn't distribute it. So, but from a standpoint of being able to use both of them on your lawn at the same time, yes, you can do that, but they have different methods of application. One, you have to manually put it out, or use like one of those rotary top dressing machines that you see on golf courses. So I haven't been able to find out where you can rent one of those, but one of those like rotary ones, if you got one of those, that will put out carbonized PN. But outside of that, you're going to be manually putting it on the lawn and then using a leveling rake to work it in. And then essential G can be applied just using your broadcast spreader. Okay, next up is Flippin' While You Sippin' to Disney. Says, so I've lasted out, or I say you put out, I guess, pre-emergent in late February and 1010. I also sprayed some image nut sedge. Do I need to lay something else for weed prevention or wait till it gets warmer? Remember, I'm a rookie. No. If you get your pre-emergent down already and you already get your 1010 out already, you should be good to go. Yeah, I mean, what you should see is a drastic reduction in warm weather weeds like spurge and crabgrass. And yeah, you're good. You should be in great shape flipping while you're sipping. Now, depending on the rate you use for the pre-emergent, some people like to do split apps. And if you didn't go at a very heavy rate, you can do another application of pre-emergent this time of the month in April. But outside of that, no, you shouldn't have to do anything else. You should be in good shape for your lawn. Just mow it. Just mow it a lot. That's the next thing you need to do a lot of outside of what you've already done, is to mow your lawn frequently. Let's see. Herbert L is up and says, a quarter of my lawn is covered in moss. What is the best way to get rid of moss? Devin has a really good an inexpensive way of getting rid of it, right? So you can use a bucket of water and some dish soap. I think, what did you say? Like, I think it's like a few ounces of a few ounces of dish soap with a gallon of water or 5 gallons of water, something like that. Like that will kill off, that will kill the moss, that will knock it back. But Hubert, the thing you want to figure out is, why do you have the moss in the first place, right? So is the reason why your lawn is covered in moss because of a soil pH problem? Like, is your soil very acidic? Because moss tends to like that. So if that's the case, we need to get some lime down so we can create conditions that are bad for moss. Do you have a drainage problem where the lawn stays damp and wet for extended periods of time? And also coupled with not having a lot of shade? Because what I tend to find is moss tends to happen in, or at least in large scale, tends to happen in typically acidic, more acidic soils, and also cases where primarily there's a lot of moisture and a lot of shade. So if you have those things where you have a lot of moisture, like a lot of standing water, and when it rains, and then a lot of shade, you're going to want to do something about that. Because even if you use some kind of a product, like there's Moss X, there's also, like what I was telling you, just dish soap and water that will help get rid of the moss temporarily. It's just going to come back if you don't change the conditions that are causing the moss to be a problem in the first place. You know what I'm saying? So you need to like figure out, like, what is it about that area that's causing moss to really be a thing versus the rest of the lawn, and then we can correct those problems, and that's going to really fix it versus just putting a band-aid on it. And you're always going to be chasing your tail with it coming back all the time. Hope that helps. Let me know if you have any other questions. Archie Amos is here. He says, I cut my lawn down to 1 inch in February, then I dethatched, followed with the mower to bag up the waste. Now every time it rains, I get waves of cut that float onto the surface. Should it be taken up or left? I get rid of it. I tend to get rid of it, Archie. If it's a big clump, I'll pick it up and throw it out. If it's a small amount, I take my leveling rake and I just work it in. I take my leveling rake and I just work it into, like, I spread it out over the area, the surrounding area. So if it's a big chunk where you've got it's caked on and you can't even see the grass, yeah, get rid of that. Pick that up, like scoop it up and throw it out. Because if you don't, next time it rains, it's just going to come back again. So, but if it's light and you have a leveling rake, you can use that to just to spread it out, get it to where you don't have portions of the grass that are completely blocked over or smothered by the grass clippings. Use like a leveling rake to break that up, and then you can be good to go. So that's an easier way to go. It really depends which approach you take, depends on how much you're dealing with. A lot, get rid of it. A light amount, just work it in and spread it around and move on. All right, next is Greg Lyon. It says, how do you get rid of tree roots before they mess up my reel mower? Do I take an axe to them all? Thank you. So Greg, are you reel mowing? So is the grass actually growing well in an area where the roots are? Because that would be that's fairly uncommon. Normally, if the roots are so big and thick that they're growing out and they're breaking out of the surface, grass normally doesn't grow well in those areas. If it is, so that's the case where the grass is growing well and to where you need to reel mow it, you could take an axe to it, but you're probably going to kill the tree. You're going to damage the tree by doing that. You know what I mean? So I would avoid those areas with the reel mower. Maybe just not, maybe rotary mow the area around the tree, where you can be up a little bit taller. But you can only have one or the other. If the tree roots are so big that they are protruding out of the soil, like cutting them is going to damage the tree. Like the tree is going to start to either get sick or it's going to die off, right? So you have a choice. Like if you want grass in that area and to be able to reel mow that grass, and I haven't seen a picture to see what you're dealing with here. It might be just one root or it might be a ton of roots. You have to kind of decide if grass is what you really want, then the tree kind of can't be there. If if you really like the tree, then allow the tree to be the tree and either cut the area that has grass for the rotary mower a little bit taller, or put like a mulch bed in, or do something that allows like the tree to exist and the grass to kind of also exist. But reel mowing and tree roots are a big no-no. Like you don't want to hit one of those with your reel mower. You can damage it, and take it from me. Take it from someone that tried to mow concrete with a reel mower. The repairs can be pretty expensive. So I would avoid the areas with the tree roots. I would avoid them. And I don't know that I would really recommend even taking an axe to it, because you're going to damage the tree if you do that. So decisions, man. You have to make decisions on which one do you want? Which one is more important to you? And then go from there. Okay, next up is Gary Kellett. He says, happy Friday. Quick question. I just got my Caravan G shipped. I noticed it doesn't have a Scott spreader setting on the back. Would you happen to know what spreader setting I should need some help? I want to say that we have that in the product description on the store, Gary. So let me look here really quick. I think it's there. If not, I'll need to add. Yeah, I do. Yep, it's there. So yeah, if you go to the golf course lawn store, Gary, and you go to the funders, you go find Caravan G. There are the spreadings here, and there are some spreadings for Scots, but you may not have one of these. But if you have the Edge Guard Deluxe or the Mini, it's a setting of 2.5 to 3. That is what will work for Caravan. So yes, it's not on the bag because again, it's professional grade in insecticide and fungicide, and Syngenta assumes you're going to be using like an Earthway or a Lesco or Agrifab or some one of the more commercial spreaders. So they don't really their target audience for the product isn't Scots, so that's why they don't have that on there, or not on all their products anyway. So I took the liberty of figuring it out for myself, and 2.5 to 3 is where you're going to want to be. Again, kind of like the question about Humic Max, start at 2.5 because the prill or the granules for Caravan G are very, very small. It's almost going to look like powder or dust coming out. So start at 2.5, and if you start there and you see that hardly anything's coming out, then you can bump it up to 3 and go from there. But 2.5 to 3 should get you pretty close as far as a good rate for applying Caravan G. I keep saying Essential G, but for applying Caravan G. So, but go to the store, check the product description for Caravan G, and there is a setting for Scots in the product description. Hope that helps. Okay, and here we go. Todd is, we have to put Todd in timeout. He's like, Bermuda's the ultimate weed. He's talking all this trash. I think he's joking, but you know how Todd is. He's like just here. He lives to cause trouble. So, and he's succeeding, right? If the Motivated Moments is up, he says, Yerp, evening, brother. What's going on? Hope you're doing well. Motivated Moments, thanks for coming to hang out in the live stream. And next is Carol Bedit says, how do you recommend plugging Bermuda bare spots? I cut a tree and I need to fill up the space. Thanks. Okay, Carol. So there's a tool called Pro Plugger. Like if you literally get on Google and you search like Pro Plugger, it's going to be this tool. It's going to be a tube looking tool that you can use to extract. You use it to pull plugs out of the area where the tree used to be, which will then get transferred to the area where you're taking the plugs from. So in other words, it's a tool for doing this is what I'm trying to say. I'm not doing a very good job of explaining it, but the Pro Plugger will allow you to grab cores, to grab plugs from areas of your lawn where you do have grass. You're going to be able to take the same tool and go over to the areas that are bare and pull plugs out of that. Those plugs, like the ones that are just bare, will go into the areas that you took the plugs from that have grass on them. And the ones that have grass, you will slide into the areas, into the slots or the holes that where the tree used to be. So that makes sense. You're trading plugs from one spot to another spot to help the bare areas fill in faster. And there's a tool called the Pro Plugger. I'm not sure if I can actually find it here really quickly to show you, but just Google Pro Plugger and you will see what I am talking about. I'm see if I can find it really quick to be able to show you. Yeah, here we go. Yep. So looks like Home Depot even sells them. I didn't realize that. So on to Amazon has it. Actually, I'll do that. I'll show you real quick here. I'll actually even send you a link to it. So how about that? Pro Plugger. So this guy is what you're gonna want to use. And they're not crazy expensive. They're like on Amazon anyway, $40, which is not bad for what you get. And this is what I would use as far as transferring plugs in your lawn. It makes the process a lot easier. There's tons of videos on YouTube that'll show how to use it, but again, what I described is literally the process. But yeah, here you go. So let's see, at Carol Bedit. So at Carol, there you are, and then Pro Plugger, and that's the link to on Amazon to pick one up. Let me know if I can help with anything else. All right, next is Catching Up with the Chubs. Awesome name. Catching Up with the Chubs says, hey, Ron, I just purchased an older TrueCut H20, and it isn't cutting paper. Do you have a video on how to adjust the reel to bed knife? I can't find any info on what bolts to tighten and loosen. Here's the thing, Catching Up with the Chubs. I do not have one, but you know who has one? The fine folks over at Reel Rollers. They put a lot of time into putting together a really good video. I mean, you also get to see some of the best hair in the turf grass industry. There is that too. Andrew's in there doing the video, and he'll show you about how to adjust. It's a backlapping video, but in that video is the process of backlapping shows you how to adjust the reel to bed knife clearance. So I will send you that now. I'll give you this link that will show you how to do that. So at catching up with the chubs, back lapping video, this one. So yeah, so that one that Andrew and the guys at Real Rollers did. And also if you while you're doing all that, you may as well backlap it, right? You might as well like sharpen up, get it all freshened up. Check out his video. They'll show you how to do that. And if you have any more questions, give them a call. They're always super helpful. They will they'll help you out. They'll help you out. All right, and then Andrew Phillips, what was your question? You said the battery charger. Yes, so if it's about the Yard Mastery sprayer, yes, it does include a battery charger. If that's what you're asking, it includes everything you need. It comes with a battery, it comes with a battery charger as well. So it's a complete thing, complete setup. Do I provide that? Yes, it is included. And you says, do you provide a battery charger as I don't see it included? Hard to type on my phone. Yes, it comes with everything you need. It comes with the sprayer. It comes with the T-Jet spray tips. It comes with the battery, and it comes with a battery charger. It comes with everything. It comes with everything you need to be able to do it. You are good. If I could run over real quick and grab mine, I'd show you what it looks like. But yes, it comes with a charger as well. I will check the product description. If it doesn't say that, I'll make sure it's added, but it comes with everything you need. I mean, you kind of messed up to sell you a sprayer with a battery and not sell you a way to charge it. That'd be very uncool, right? But yeah, no, it comes with everything. It comes with everything you'll need to get going. I am with you, Elvis. It does look. I don't like POA. I will give you. It's not very not nice. It's not good for our warm season grass. All right, next up is DJ Kid says, your brother stopped by just to say thanks. You're very, very welcome, DJ Kid. Thanks so much. I appreciate it. And then Natalie Tran says, my pleasure, Ron. No problem. Thanks at all. Appreciate all the support as always, and always the questions, which is always good. Okay, next up is Kevin Watson. He says, new hybrid Bermuda laid last fall. It looks like I have spring dead spot. Any recommendation for propiconazole, azoxystrobin now? You can, well, here's the thing. No, I would not. If you're trying to treat spring dead spot, you need to do that in the fall. In the fall is when you apply your fungicides to help prevent that. Applying a fungicide or a combination of fungicides now is not going to get rid of the spring dead spot. It's just going to take time for that just to grow through it. You know, if you had large patch in your lawn or some other fungus, that is what those, like where azoxystrobin and propiconazole come in. But as far as if by the time you see spring dead spot, where it's obvious that it's really too late. The nice thing though, Kevin, is that your lawn will grow through it, right? So it's not like one of these things where your lawn's you're gonna have like a big, pie dish in your lawn all season. It's just gonna lag behind everything else. By the end of May, thereabouts, mid-May to end of May, it should be filling in nicely, assuming everything else is in good shape. But it's just gonna lag behind the rest of the lawn. That's just the one thing. That's the one negative about it. It's unsightly, but it's not permanent. Not permanent. But I am with you. I don't like it. It's not fun to have to deal with that in your lawn. Okay, next is Calvin Tubbs. He says, planning to apply the acelepryn tomorrow, although it needs to be watered in. If I apply the carbon kit, can I mix the two in my flow zone sprayer, or should I keep them separate? Okay, so the carbon kit is really designed for foliar apps, Calvin. Could you mix it with acelepryn as well and spray it all together? I'm trying to think of a reason why you couldn't do that. Yes, you could, but you're going to end up I wouldn't, because really the tip that you need to use for the acelepryn is the flood jet, and really to get the best result out of the carbon kit, you really want to use a foliar tip. So while you could use a flood jet tip, spray it all. Simply wait till the following day to water it in. So you let the carbon kit sit on the grass for a while before you water it in. Like a more optimal way, even though it's going to take more time, is to apply the acelepryn separately and then do the carbon kit by itself, because the two products are they work differently. So, but if you didn't want to do that, could you just put it all together? Yes. But if you do that, I would not water the acelepryn in right away. I would say tomorrow you go out to apply acelepryn. She said you're going to do that, and you mix a carbon kit in with it, I would not water until Sunday. I would give the carbon kit plenty. I would let it. I'd give it the opportunity to get on the plant leaf and get absorbed prior to watering in the acelerin the following day. So, that, if you decide to go forward with that, that's the only modification I would make. Really though, I would just separate them. Do the acelerin one day and then the carbon kit another, and that's how I would how I'd go about it. But either way will work. Your call. Your call. And you said if you decide to do that, which sprayer tip should you use? You're going to want to use the flood jet tip. You're going to want to use the flood jet tip. If you decided to mix them all together, use the flood jet tip. It's not going to do as good a job as the foliar tip would do. But again, if you just don't feel like making two applications, you could do that, but just don't water the acelerin in right after application. Give it a day and then water in afterwards if you decide to go about doing that. All right, Rick Rehab is here saying, geez, Roz, I was joking. Take it easy. It's Bermuda 419. I know, man. I'm just giving you. Here's the thing. You give me a hard time. I got to give you a hard time too. You got to be able to get. You got to be able to take it as much as you give it, right? Got to. You know. I know you're just messing with me. I know you're just messing with me. All right. Next is Hudat there says, good evening, Ron. What is the best way to know what type of grass I have? I'm in Dallas, Texas, and the guy at Lowe's looked at it and said it was Dallas grass, but he wasn't sure. Does it even matter that? That much. Okay. Yeah, it matters because if it's Dallas grass, Dallas grass is, I guess, technically a grass, but it's not a grass that most people want in their lawns. It's kind of unsightly. Most people consider it to be a weed. All right. So if your entire lawn is Dallas grass, that stinks. That's not going to be fun to have to clean up. But the best way is if you can go to like your local extension office. I'm trying to think. I think the Aggies have one. The Aggies have one, an extension office. So go to their website and look at different weeds. They should have Dallas grass listed there, or you can just get on Google and look up like picture of Dallas grass. It'll be all over the place, and you can compare that to what's in your lawn. I kind of doubt you have an entire lawn of Dallas grass. Normally, it's like Bermuda. If you're in Dallas, Texas, normally it's like Bermuda with some Dallas grass maybe in it. If you have that, if it hasn't been cared for, that's likely to be a thing. But yeah, go to like a local extension office's website. They will often have pictures of weeds. Also, you can Google Dallas grass on Google. Go to Google and Google Dallas grass for a picture of it and compare that to what you have in your lawn. And that will give you a pretty good idea of what you've got going on. Another thing alternative you can do is that if there are lawn care services in your area, whenever they're driving by, if they're doing like a neighbor's lawn or whatnot, you could always ask one of the guys just nicely say, hey, listen, with my lawn, what kind of grass do I have? You know, or you can also look at your neighbor's lawns. If you have the same lawn, the same grass type that they have, it's not Dallas grass. It's more than likely going to be Bermuda, is what I'm thinking. In Texas, Bermuda and St. Augustine in South Texas are pretty popular for some reason. But yeah, your entire lawn's probably not Dallas grass. At least I hope not, because if not, that's going to really suck to get rid of. Okay, next is Lance F. He says, hey Ron, yeah, buddy, it's another Friday show. You're right. The key to a great lawn is to mow religiously. I agree. That's why I put it in the infographic, like mow and mow some more. Whenever you think you've mowed enough, mow one more time. Rob Schotts in the house says, you're Ron. No questions tonight. It's just me. I just want to say I appreciate all you do and have been pushing your channel to neighbors, friends, and coworkers. Happy mowing. I appreciate that, man. I am trying to grow the channel, so any support you can throw my way as far as, sharing videos, sharing content would be very, very much appreciated. You know what I mean? It's a little bit goes a long way. So yeah, I do appreciate that, Rob Schott. Mookie 23 says, my next door neighbor has moles in his lawn and no irrigation in his backyard. How do I prevent them from coming into my lawn? Okay, so I get this question pretty much every week, Mookie. So with moles, what I find is a multi-step approach. So you want to eliminate their food source. That's thing one. That's a good, or severely reduce their food source anyway. That's an important step. And then using some kind of either a trap or a poison to get rid of them is a good way to eliminate moles. So one of the things that moles eat are grubs, lawn grubs. They eat insects. And a good product for eliminating grubs in your lawn is acelerin. So if you're comfortable with using liquids like a Celiprin SC, and this is available in a 4-ounce option here on the Golf Course Lawn Store. That's a good option for eliminating grubs in your lawn. If you don't like to use liquids, you don't have a backpack sprayer, or you just don't feel like mixing up products, it is also available in a granular form. So go to, move my face, go to golfcourselawn.store. You can't see that right now, but go to the link I'll show you here in a second. Scroll down, and on the home page, you'll see a Celiprin G. So it comes as a liquid and a granular. This is a good insecticide that will take care of grubs, armyworms, a lot of other lawn damaging insects. So that's thing one. So we get that down. That will eliminate grubs. So we'll seriously reduce their food source. The next thing is a mole poison, and there's a couple different options out there. There's one called Tomcat. There's another one called Talprid, and I'll get you a link for that if I can find it. Mole poison. Yeah, I think I've got it. Yeah, I've got it here. So just look up Talprid or from Tomcat. That will work too. But I'm trying to get you a link so you can just take you right to it and save you. Yep, there it is. Save you time. All right, yeah, so this. So if you go here at Mookie 23, that is the mole poison. What it's going to do is going to take you to this link here for this product, which is Talprid Mole Bait. This is a poison that will that looks like grubs. That's what makes them go after it, and it will kill them off. But this is like the step 2 in the multi-step approach, right? Eliminate the grubs, so limit their food, so they want to go somewhere else, and then use a mole bait or mole poison to get rid of them. So that, there's several of my viewers have used that and they've had good results with it, and you can do the same thing. So get a Celiprin, apply that, and then get a mole poison, and that will do a lot for getting rid of the mole issues in your lawn. The mole issues in your lawn. All right. Next up is Dwayne Hopkins. He says, when is the best time to apply weed killer? I know you shouldn't when the grass is greening up. What do you recommend? So it depends on, yes, to your point, the best time to apply post-emergent is either when your grass is completely dormant or when it is greened up, right? So like not when it's transitioning, because herbicides can slow down how quickly your lawn greens up. That said, if you are using something like, I know you have warm season grass, if you want to go with something like Celsius, it's relatively mild as far as herbicides go, especially if you mix it at the correct rates, at the lower rates. So you can use that either now or a few weeks from now when your lawn is established and has come out of dormancy for the most part. So yes, either fully dormant or fully greened up is best. But if you are going to, if you can wait a couple of weeks till it's fully dormant or fully greened up, that would be your best bet. But if you can't wait, you can use something like Celsius, and that will work well too. But the best time is either dormant or fully green. Wilson Miranda says, do you have any experience with sod webworms? I have a small infestation here. Didn't notice it because they eat the grass from the top, just like it was mowed. Do you have an insecticide for that? Yes, Wilson. A Celiprin. So the thing with a Celiprin, I talk about, I could have put in the description for it that it will do sod webworms, cutworms, armyworms, bluegrass weevils, spittlebugs, but it would be way too long, right? But the point is that any kind of turf caterpillar, a Celiprin will take care of. So in the description, I think I've got sod webworms listed there. I think so. But anyway, and much more. No, I don't have that one particularly called out. I can add it. But on if you look at the product label, so armyworms, grubs, turf caterpillars, which this falls in that category, bill bugs, bluegrass weevils, and a bunch of others. But the label has the complete the list of everything. And yes, to answer your question, get either a Celiprin in liquid form if you are comfortable using liquids. You get more control over the rates that way, or you can get the granular version of it. So you have a Celiprin G or a Celiprin SC. Either one of those will work, and that will take care of your sod webworm problem. So yeah, it's a perfect product for that. Any kind of turf caterpillar, it will go after and eliminate. So hope that helps. And we have that again in stock at the Golf Course Lawn Store. All right, next up is Mark Miller. He says, hey, Ron, first timer question. I have a bare spot that's 400 square feet. First of all, thanks for coming and joining the live stream. I appreciate you taking some time. So you're a Boondocks fan, man. Got is that Riley? I think it's Riley. No, not Riley. Who's his brother's name? All right, I forget it. Anyway, Boondocks. He says, I bought some Arden 15 and my soil is low on all macronutrients. What should I do to give the soil, to give the seed its best chance? Okay, so so you have a bare spot that's 400 square feet. So you want to, okay, so the 400 square foot area, you want to use Arden 15. Okay, so what I'm assuming, Mark, is a couple of things. One, the spot that's bare is not bare due to lack of sunlight, not due to sod. So there's some other condition or something else, or maybe it's a new property and the grass just never grew in there, which is kind of odd. But assuming there's not it's not bare due to some kind of environmental condition like lack of sunlight, then as far as your soil is low on all macronutrients, then I would just go with a good starter fert. You know what I mean? You got a soil test done. A good option for that is just this starter fert here. So go to the golf course lawn store, get my face out of the way, go right here and go to shop and go to lawn fertilizer, and then the triple 12, this product here from Yard Mastery. This is a great option for eliminating not for eliminating, but for everything, like everything including the kitchen sink. So it's got macronutrients, it's got micronutrients in it. It's also got some of their biosolid product called Bionite. So just one of these will do pretty much everything you need. That's what I would that is what I would roll with. Given that you've done a soil test and it's saying that you need a bit of everything, a good starter fert is going to be the way to go. That is what I would that's what I would recommend. That's what I would recommend. So let me know if you have any other questions, if I can help with anything else. And outside of a good starter fert, ensuring you have enough water, enough irrigation. So make sure you're watering the area regularly enough for the 2 to 3 weeks it's going to take for the Arden 15 to germinate and grow in is going to be really important. So that's the only other thing I'll tell you, other than using a good starter fert or like that triple 12 that we have at the golf course lawn store. Okay, next up is Shelby Amos. He says, hey, Ron, what's up from Fort Worth, Texas? He says, I put down some Celsius certainty today at high rates. Do I need to drop some fert to ensure it doesn't affect green up? Not really. I mean, you can, but it shouldn't. I would not go out and do another fertilizer application just because you put down Celsius uncertainty. If you've been already fertilizing your lawn, or you're at the point in the season where you should be fertilizing anyway, or you need to, then sure, go ahead and fertilize. But I would not do another fertilizer app just because you did Celsius uncertainty. I wouldn't do that. So hopefully that helps. I wouldn't add extra fert just because of that. You should be all right, man. Especially, you said you went at higher rates, so I guess we'll see. We'll see. We shall see what happens. But fertilizer is not likely to really fix that anyway. Just wait. Just sit back and wait. Any discoloration, if there is any, if there are any, it's going to be temporary. So don't sweat it. Don't worry about it. Okay, next up is Eric Leon. He says, I have T-Nex in a big gallon container, messed up and bought it before you were carrying the Primo. Any idea how to measure it out? I have tons of Google and I can't find something that will measure out 0.125 to 0.25. Yeah, Eric, I can help you out with that. So let's see, back to the main camera. So if you have, I don't know what kind of grass you have, but if you have Bermuda, right? Let's say you have a Bermuda grass lawn. So you're going to be using the 0.25 rate, right? So a quarter of an ounce, and you have a 4-gallon backpack sprayer. If you don't have a 4-gallon backpack sprayer, this is going to be harder. But if you have a 4-gallon backpack sprayer, it will be easy. What you're going to do is you're going to get one of these measuring containers, like what you see here. I've got links in a lot of my videos to these. And you'll notice that at the very bottom, like the first number that's actually labeled as 4, but that first mark, that first hash at the bottom is 1 ounce. So for 4 gallons of water, which covers 4,000 square feet, you're going to need to use 4 times the 1,000 square foot rate, which is 1 ounce. So 1 ounce of T-Nex of your plant growth regulator mixed with 4 gallons of water over 4,000 square feet. So you can simply get one of these, set it on a level surface because it's not going to look like a whole lot. You don't want to be holding it in your hand because you're going to tip it and you can get your measurement wrong. And you're going to pour until you get up to that first line. I promise you, when you do that, you're going to look at it and you're going to be like, there's no way that's going to be enough. But I can promise you, it's going to be plenty. It's going to be all you need to get a good result. So get one of these. Again, assuming you're applying it on at least 4,000 square feet, it becomes pretty easy. If you have a smaller lawn than that, then you're going to have to find a measuring container that has like ½ ounce increments, which those are a little bit harder to find. But I think from talking to you, I think your lawn is, you have a larger lawn. So if it's 4,000 square feet or bigger, good to go. So yeah, hopefully that helps. If you have any other questions, let me know. Let me know. And next here, I don't think, let's see. Parker Aquatics says there are at least 20 sod farms within 10 miles of my house. My wife called me on the way home from work the other day because she found some sod that fell off a trailer. We now have Tip Tough. All righty, there you go. All right, that works. That works. That works. Parker's Aquatics. All right, I'm gonna see what other questions we've got here. Scott R says, Eric Leon, convert fluid ounces to milliliters. That's another option as well. And we have here, Donnell Burrell says, hey, Ron, Lawn Academy in the house. I just finished applying Essential G today. I was thinking about applying Essential G twice in the month. Is that too much? No, it is not too much. It's limited by your budget. Most people are not going to be able to apply it heavy enough. If you look at the video that I did with Webb, he was saying as far as the biochar component, the carbon portion of it, he says they would love to see 40 to 50 pounds per 1,000 square feet annually. That would be like a great rate. Most people will never get there. So, if your budget permits you to apply it twice per month, by all means, go for it. I'll tell you, Donnell, like whenever I am doing like when I did the top dressing job last year and I did Essential G, I didn't even measure it. Like literally my Earthway, I ran it like wide open. I think it goes to 30, literally like wide open, as much as it can put down is what I did. So there's no chance of it burning or damaging the lawn or doing anything like that. You can run it as heavy as your budget will permit. Okay, who dat dare? I think I covered this. You said I discovered sandburrs or stickers in my yard. What's the best way to get rid of them? Really, the earlier you can get rid of them, the better, before they really turn into burrweed or before the stickers harden. But Celsius is a good option. That will take care of stickers in warm season grass. Who dat dare? We have it in the golf course lawns there. Just go to the weed killer section. You'll see the Celsius herbicide is going to be one of the first ones listed. I think it's like the third one if you're on a desktop. And that will take care of that. Be sure to read the entire product label and also the entire description. There's lots of good tips in there as far as like using a surfactant and spray tips to use and things along those lines to get a good result. All right, P. Kizzle is up next. And actually, no, it's David Polanco's up next. First, he says, howdy, Ron. To your nightmares question, try Asiatic Jasmine, loves sun and part shade. Also makes for a great ground covering around flower beds. I use it around our pool area. So there you go. Asiatic Jasmine is what David Polanco was saying to use in your shaded area. Thanks for that, David. So you helped Nightmare out and other people as well. Appreciate that. Next up is P. Kizzle says, my iron is off the charts. How do you bring those levels down other than not fertilizing with products that have iron? So you can start bagging clippings, P. Kizzle. That's a way. So like all you're doing is taking, if you start bagging your clippings, you are removing nutrient from your lawn by doing that. But here's the thing. You're not only removing iron, you're removing everything else. You're removing nitrogen, you're removing phosphorus, you're removing potassium, you're removing like everything else. So what I would do is what you said, which is just not add a bunch more iron to your lawn or to your soil. That is what the approach I would take. I would not start bagging my clippings to try and lower iron levels. I would just not introduce any more of it. That would be my suggestion. Yeah, Robert says, he says, hey, Ron, Dallas grass is also controlled with Celsius with multi-application at 3.2 grams per 1,000 square feet per instructions. I believe that's correct, Robert, but they also show you mixing it with something else. I don't think it's Celsius by itself. I might be incorrect about that, but I think you have to mix it with another product I think in that portion, I think they show mixing it with something else, not just it by itself. I might be wrong, but I think that's the case. But if I'm wrong, just let me know. Say, nope, it's just Celsius. And in which case, I'm wrong. But I'm pretty sure that the label says you mix it with something else to help control Dallas grass, or to help suppress Dallas grass. Controlling Dallas grass is really hard to do with stuff that you could actually spray on residential turf anyway. All right, Archie, I got you. No problem. I will get those stickers out to you. No worries. And next up is Two Shots of Vodka. He says, "Hey Ron, I went on a shopping spree this weekend. It's your fault. Bought a Flow Zone and PGR off your shop, and since it's selling out like candy. Yeah, we just replenished today. We got some more in today. So if you need plant growth regulator, load up, stock up. While it's still in stock. I keep saying I'm gonna have enough to where I shouldn't run out, but you guys always prove me wrong. So yeah, you sound like you're already covered 2 shots, so you're good to go. No worries." Let's see here. Shelby Amos says, "Does the Miramichi Green organic pest control kill wasps/hornets?" I don't know. It's a good question. It kills a lot of stuff. I don't know if that's on the label. Let me see here. It says it does mosquitoes, whiteflies, ants. I don't see wasps or hornets listed. I can take that as a question to ask them, Shelby. Let me take a screenshot of that, and I will ask the nice folks at Miramichi Green. They'll be able to tell me whether it does or not. Actually, yeah. So I'll post that, and they'll be able to get an answer for me. So, if I have your email, I'll email you the answer. But also, I'll just add it to something else we'll talk about next week on the live stream if you want. If you guys don't know what he's talking about, he's talking about this product, which is the organic pest control option that Miramichi Green makes. So, yeah, that's a good question. Good question, Shelby. I'll tell you one thing: you want to make sure it does, right? Because the last thing you want to do is go spray a hornet's nest, and if it doesn't kill them, they're going to be really mad at you. So, let me find out from them if it's not labeled or it's not listed on the label. So I'll find out if it will work quickly enough to where you can knock or get rid of and kill them. All right, Vincent Simpkins is here. Hey Ron, new here, just found your videos. You rock, brother. I look forward to learning a lot. Thank you. You're very welcome. Thanks for watching. I really do appreciate it. And Kevin Lee, hey Ron, thanks for always providing excellent detail. You mentioned a fall application of fungicide earlier. What could I put down in the fall for Bermuda to prevent disease? Great question, Kevin Lee. What I would say is you can do just azoxystrobin if you want, right? You can, I'll just show you. Go over to the store. You can do just azoxystrobin, but a better option is to use a fungicide called Headway. This one right here that's on the store. Reason why is that this has 2 active ingredients. It has propiconazole and azoxystrobin. So it gives you 2 different modes of action to give you just a better chance of one, knocking out any fungus that's present in the lawn in the fall whenever you decide that you want to, you're trying to eliminate issues like spring dead spot. Also, if you wanted to do a fungicide as a preventative, not this month, but like next month, like in May, whenever the window for doing preventative fungicide opens up, Headway G is also a great option for that as well. So that's what I'm going to be doing next month is Headway G as my preventative fungicide. So hope that helps. I'm glad you found the content useful and that you're watching. If I can help with anything else, let me know. Let me know. Alan is saying that's clover. Oh, you're talking about the one that's flowering, the light white flowers. I was just guessing, Poa, Alan. I didn't see a picture, so I don't know for sure. But he is saying that if it is clover, to use Speed Zone, it works great on clover. So, but again, I think both of us are kind of guessing because there was no picture shown. But if it is that, if it is in fact clover, whoever that asked the question, there you go. Alan's giving you another option as well for eliminating it. We'll eliminate it. All right. Troy Ridley says, I missed that. He says, hey Ron, chemical fertilizers will burn the lawn when it gets hot. What organic fertilizers would you suggest that don't contain phosphorus? There's not a ton that I can recommend that I'm trying to think of. None that jumps to the top of my mind right now, Troy, but stay tuned. You never know. I mean, there might be an organic fert coming out that will, that may not contain phosphorus. You never know. So just stay tuned. Nothing else, nothing that meets those requirements that has no phosphorus, because I was going to say Milo, but it has phosphorus in it, comes to top of mind just yet. But stay tuned. You never know. You never know what might be in the pipeline as far as an organic fert that doesn't have phosphorus. Never know. All right. Next is Who Dat Dare says, I saw a video about fixing slope lawns. You'll have to add a lot of dirt close to your house. It's a lot of work. Okay, so that's an option. Who Dat Dare for the person that was asking about it. Next up is Spencer Scrappy Williams. It says, I laid centipede sod back in August. The lower part of my front yard holds a lot of water. When it rains, and all the sod in that area died. Do you think leveling that area will help before I resod? Maybe, but I would do, you got to do something about the drainage. So yes, adding like top dressing my lawn did help a lot with drawing water away from the surface. Like in other words, before I top dress it, if I got a really heavy rain shower, water would be there. Like it would rain like this afternoon, and it would be there until like the following afternoon. So this didn't drain very well. Top dressing did help with that, but without seeing a picture of it or seeing like how much of a depression we're talking about here, the water still has to have somewhere to go. So while leveling or top dressing will be helpful, you also want to do some things to give the water somewhere to go. So improve the drainage somehow, whether it's by putting in like a catch basin or recontouring the area to where the water doesn't settle in that one spot. Spencer, those are things that I would look into as well. That will, in addition to top dressing, to help improve the drainage. So you don't have problems with the sod dying off or fungus problems and just all the issues that come along with like excess water sitting and pooling in one spot, if that makes sense. So yes, but without seeing pictures, it's hard to say that it would be enough. I would say in addition to top dressing, look into ways of like removing water from that area when it rains heavily. Next is Dwayne Hopkins. Is Ron, should you use Certainty to kill off ryegrass or Celsius? The better option if you only have one or the other. Celsius is what I've seen traditionally used for removing ryegrass, or like for whenever people overseed their Bermuda lawns with rye in the fall. I don't know. I mean, Certainty might work for that as well too. I've not heard of anyone actually using Certainty specifically for that. Let's see. Does the label say anything about? I mean, it's not safe for application to ryegrass. It probably will kill it too. But I have not known of anybody that actually just specifically went after rye with just Certainty. But per the label, I'm pretty sure you're not supposed to put it on. Yeah, no, you're just supposed to put it on ryegrass. It's for warm season. It's your warm season grass. So it's hard to say. I'm Dwayne. I'm more inclined to lean towards. I'm more inclined to read. Yes, this is ryegrass, perennial ryegrass. So it is labeled for that. It is labeled for ryegrass. I'm looking at the label now. Most people that I know that tend to get rid of rye in this time of year will use Certainty will use Celsius or Katana or something along those lines. Or what's the really expensive one from Bayer? Revolver. They'll use Revolver as well too. That's a more expensive option that will get rid of cool season grass, but Certainty is also labeled for it as well too. So you can use either one. If you already have Certainty, give it a shot and let me know how it works out for you. Okay, next is JC105. He says, I tried to get a soil sample last weekend and my soil is so rocky that I was only able to get a couple of inches rather than one about 6 inches. I hope that's better than nothing. Yeah, I mean, it is better than nothing. What I found is if you can wait till after like a rainstorm or after you run irrigation, JC, that makes it easier to get one of these guys in. Or if you just keep poking around, eventually you can find a spot that's a little bit more open that you can actually get a deeper core, a 4 or 5 inch core. But I mean, if you can only get what do you say, a couple of inches, 2-3 inches, like deeper would be better, but it's better than it's better than nothing. It's better than nothing. But again, with a little bit of persistence, normally you can usually do better than that. So no worries. Yep. Hopefully that helps. Next time around, just wait for the soil to be a little bit more damp or moist and see if that helps. All right, next up is Kelby Ruiz. Says, I got my soil sample back and I am high in everything but P, but phosphorus. Is it safe to say that once I brought my phosphorus up, I'm good with fertilizer for the rest of the season? Should I be feeding all season? Okay, so if right now your soil test results are showing that you're good in everything but phosphorus, then I mean, I would still fertilize, but you don't necessarily have to go out right now. So maybe you do your first fertilizer app in June, right? In May or June, if your results are showing that you've got plenty of nutrients in your lawn, Kelby. Yeah. So just if you can find just a phosphorus fert to bring those levels up, and you want to give it a month or so, and then go out with just like a something like Humic Max, that like a 1608 or something that just adds nitrogen and potassium, that would be fine. But again, it sounds like if you have plenty of nutrient to start. No reason to add anything right now. Just give it a few give it a month or so, and then before you start introducing anything else to the soil. All right, Wilson Miranda is saying, I did exactly what Greg asked. I took an axe to the surface of the tree roots. Ouch, yikes. And before that, I also cut many of the tree roots while installing irrigation and trimmed my trees aggressively. The trees seem good so far. Okay, well, I mean, you can give it a shot. I would just be inclined to think that you would damage the tree eventually. Like it's more likely to introduce disease or some other issue. But if you've tried and it works, and Greg, if you don't care if it doesn't work, that it damages the tree, then you could try that. But I don't want to tell you to go do that. I just think there's a risk that it could go sideways, and then you have a tree that's injured or dying, and you're gonna get rid of it, and then you'll be mad at me. You'll be like, well, I followed your advice, and my tree's now dead. So, but give it a shot. Wilson did it, and it seems like he got results. And if you don't care about the tree, if you care about the grass more than you care about the tree, then you can consider doing that. All righty, let's see. Brandon says, hi Ron, am I able to spray Creeping Charlie prior to my soil temps getting to 55 degrees? I'm starting to see Creeping Charlie wake up. Cheers. Yes, yeah. If you want to get rid of it now, if you're seeing it starting just to show up in your lawn, then yes, go after it. You can absolutely go after it with a herbicide. No reason to wait. I'm not sure why the question about 55 degrees. Yeah, I would absolutely try and eliminate it now if at all possible. No reason to wait for a specific soil temperature. All right, Salvation says, you're late. What did you miss? A ton. You missed a lot of good stuff, man. And unfortunately, you can't rewind. You can't watch the show later after the fact. So I don't know what to tell you. You're just going to have to just watch the remaining few minutes that we have left of the live stream, and that's going to be it. Actually, let me get a super chat here real quick from Austin B. I appreciate that, Austin.
Super chat received.
Thanks so much for the super chat. First of all, he says, is there a way to prevent sedge completely? With 18 to 24 inches of my property line and my neighbors, I get sedge every year. He waters he waters at night every single night. I can sense frustration. He waters every night, every single night, and it runs into my yard. It wanders into my yard. Can that create conditions for sedge to thrive? Yes. So sedge tends to like areas where water drains. So if you look at, like, for example, on my lawn, in the swale area where the water from the back lawn drains, that's where sedges will grow in. Also, to the right side of the patio, there's one small little area that sedges will grow there as well. As far as a pre-emergent for sedges, I don't know if there is any. I don't believe, and there might be, but I'm not aware of any pre-emergent that will prevent sedges. Your best result is just to get rid of it once they show up. And again, in my opinion anyway, the best product for getting rid of sedges is Certainty. Like as far as a product that is devastating against like all sedge types, Certainty is what you're going to want to go with. So if you want to check it out, go to the golf course lawn store and look up Certainty and go look at the pictures in there. One of the pictures that you'll see is a screenshot of like of a bunch of sedge, and then 7 days later how quickly it died off. So it's a really good product, very effective against it, and works fairly quickly, especially as temperatures get warmer. Again, I'm not familiar with a pre-emergent that you can use that's going to prevent sedges. There might be, but I'm not familiar with one. And yes, to your point, wherever water stands or a lot of water runs or passes through, that's where sedges are going to be loving life. POA loves wet areas, damp areas, and so does sedges. Zach's here. What's up, Ron, my man? Not too much, man. I'm doing well. Trying to wind down the live stream here, but I'm doing all right. I appreciate the question and concern. All right, John Williams is here. Savannah, Georgia, in the house. What kind of insecticides do you suggest to work the best? I've tried so many big box store ones, but I keep seeing a few bugs I want to kill every bug. Thanks. All right. Well, for lawn damaging insects, so like your grubs, turf caterpillars, like armyworms, cutworms, sod webworms, chinch bugs, and a few others, the insecticide that I recommend is a Celiprin. So you come in a couple of different forms. You've got the liquid form here. The Celiprin SC is a 4-ounce container. At the this guy, for just turf caterpillars, will treat up to an acre, this one little 4-ounce. But at the higher rate, which is the rate that I recommend you apply it, will cover about 21,000 square feet. Thereabouts, 20 to 21,000 square feet. So you have two ways of going at it. If you want, John, you've got the liquid, which I just showed you, this one right here, Acelepryn SC, and you also have the granular, which is Acelepryn G. They are both equally effective, both excellent products. I used Acelepryn G last year with great results. I applied it in late March, and I didn't have any issues with grubs, no issues with armyworms that were when armyworms were like crushing everybody else around me. I didn't have any problems with them at all. So as far as like a premium insecticide that is labeled for residential use, Acelepryn is about as good as it gets. It's a really good one. So there are other insecticides out there. The big box store ones are like you get what you pay for. Like really, Acelepryn is what's used in professional turf. It's used by golf courses, and thankfully, Syngenta. I always laugh and joke because I can't imagine how many lawyers it took to make this happen, right? Because in the past this was only available in like half-gallon quantities that cost like $1,300. So it's really super expensive and way more than you would ever use on your home lawn. Last year, they started making it available in this, and it's 4 ounce. And you're saying, well, 4 ounces of this product, how much could it treat? And again, 4 ounces is enough for most home lawns for an entire season. Some of you guys, like one of these is going to be enough for 2 seasons. But this, as far as a quality insecticide that's going to get rid of a lot of prevent all of the lawn damaging insects. So again, your turf caterpillars, grubs, and a bunch. Like check out the labels. This Acelepryn is what I would say. Like buy that. It's a bit more expensive, but it's a great product. Buy once, cry once. You're gonna apply that. You're not gonna have problems with grubs and those kinds of things in your lawn. If you're talking about things, other insects like mosquitoes, white flies, roaches, a few like some of those kinds of things that kind of mess up your ability to enjoy the outdoors. A good option for that is non-toxic is this from Miramichi Green. This is a non-toxic pest control that, if you apply this with a fogger, you can spray like the patio, lawn furniture. You can get it on pretty much anything. It's not labeled for use indoors, mainly because the soaps that are in it and the oils that are in it, like the Miramichi Green was worried about people like complaining about the residue that it might leave on like your furniture or like along the baseboards of your home, like if you have hardwood flooring. So it's not like it's dangerous to use indoors from a toxicity standpoint, but it is labeled for outdoor use. So if you want something that you can use to, again, keep mosquitoes and a lot of just annoyances that make being outdoors not as much fun, then the organic pest control is a good option. But if you're specifically talking about lawn damaging insects like grubs, bluegrass weevils, armyworms, right, that got everybody last year, then Acelepryn is what you're going to want to go with. And both of those are available on the golf course lawn store. So you're covered. You're covered with the lawn damaging insects, and you're covered for like, patio areas, your plants, your shrubs, your gardens, and those kinds of things. You can use this on all that kind of stuff. You can use it on plants, your shrubs, roses. It can be used pretty much everywhere. Because again, this product is non-toxic. So hope that helps. Let me know if I can help with anything else. All right. Next up is Ashley Megan. Says, literally, I clicked on this live and I've been fighting with sandburrs for 2 years now. So are you talking about like, so if you're talking about like burr weed, then I've already covered this a couple times, Ashley, but there's a couple different things that will kill, that will get rid of burr weeds. But what I've been recommending to people based on what I know will produce a good result and not damage your existing lawn, and I'm giving you an answer assuming that you have warm season grass. If you have something like Bermuda or Zoysia or St. Augustine, is to use a product called Celsius. We carry it on the store. Whenever you go there, you will find in the product description, there's a video that shows you how to mix it, what spray tips to use with it, and just give some general advice on how to get a good result with it. But again, that product is for warm season grass. So it assumes that you have Bermuda, Zoysia, or St. Augustine. So that's the only caveat to the advice that I'm giving you. So take a look at that and let me know if that helps. Appreciate the question. Thanks for being the first time. I'm not sure if this is your first time watching the live stream, but if so, welcome, and I appreciate the support. Okay, Curtis Ewing is here. He says, hey, I just bought a new house, 20% Bermuda and 80% weeds. You got some Bermuda, right? That's just something. It's not 100% weeds. what would be the first thing you would do to take back the yard? Thank you. I've kind of covered this earlier, Curtis, but I would go after the weeds hardcore. I'd go after the weeds. Given that you're like 80% weeds, I would go after them with the Celsius Certainty combination, because that is going to smack pretty much. That's gonna get rid of most of the weeds that you're gonna come across in most residential lawns, right? Warm season lawns. So I would mix that up. I'll show you here. So you go to the golf course lawn store, go to shop and weed killer, and then go to the top shelf. Here is Certainty and Celsius. In the description for both these videos, right, you will see a both these products, you'll see a video that shows how to mix and use these two together. So these two can be mixed together for controlling a lot of broadleaf weeds, some grassy weeds, and your sedges. And the nice thing about this is that it can be applied across a relatively large temperature range. And it's, as far as like herbicides go, it's relatively mild as far as like killing the weeds, but not damaging your grass in the process. So I would go after it with that. I would get Certainty, Celsius, use that combination along with the surfactant. That's going to do a lot for helping you knock back the weeds and let the Bermuda start to have a fighting chance to begin spreading. Next I would do is get a soil test done. So the one that I use and recommend is the one from My Soil. Again, we also carry these on the store as well. What this is going to do is it's going to let you know what deficiencies you have in the soil, and based on that, you can determine what fertilizer is the correct one, or the best fit for your particular lawn. So then once we got the weeds under control, so the weeds are dying off, we know what fertilizer we need based on the soil test results. All that's really left at that point is to start mowing the lawn regularly, like get in the habit of getting out there and mowing, twice a week. That's going to do a lot for helping the Bermuda to spread and fill in. And it's just, at that point, it's just time. There are other things you can do as well too. Like there are biostimulants packages that I have in the store, like for Miramichi Green, like the Golf Course Lawn Carbon Kit. But if you're just starting out, let's focus on getting rid of the weeds, getting a soil test, fertilizing based on that soil test, and then getting to the business of mowing your lawn a lot. Like just start doing those things to really start, taking back the lawn from the weeds. And as you get into it more, then we can start talking about like the carbon kit and, other biostimulants and things that are just going to really help enhance the foundation you're laying with what I just described to you. So hope that helps. Sorry you're dealing with an 80% weedy lawn, but it can be fixed. We have the technology, right? We can make it better. So thanks again. I appreciate the comment, and let me know if I can and help with anything else. Seeing what John Williams says. He says, I'm starting with bare dirt. What are a couple of steps before putting down some grass plugs? Centipede grass. Thanks. Okay, so you're starting with bare dirt, John. I would, like I was just telling the previous year, I would get a soil test done. I would see what's going on with your soil. If you want to add a starter fert or a fertilizer based on that. Now, if you don't want to do a soil test and you just want to put down a starter fert, you can do that, but it's better to do a soil test so that you're matching the input to what the soil really needs. Another thing you can do as well is to use, if you have a leveling rake or some way to spread it, then adding carbonized PN, either one of these. Carbonized PN would be my, if I had a choice, right, I would say this. I said go with carbonized PN. But if you don't have you don't want to get out there with like a leveling rake and pretty much rake this into your entire lawn and spread it over your entire lawn, then Essential G is a good option as well. These are going to help with the lawn establishing with rooting, and that's outside of that. So soil test, a nice soil test, a good fertilizer to start things out, some carbon, and then introduce your plugs. Other than that, man, just time. Water it, make sure they don't dry out. Water them, and then once they catch themselves or starting to grow, then start mowing. That would be it. That would be it. It's just there's going to be a pretty big time component to this, but yeah, soil test, fertilize, add your biostimulants, your granular carbon, and just wait, give it time. Very cool. Yeah, and then Robert, thanks for that. Yeah, he says, Ron, you're correct. Add Revolver and MSO. Yeah, so I know Celsius. They say Dallas grass, but they also say use Revolver, which is like a very expensive herbicide, and then methylated seed oil. So what you're getting to, Robert, is you're getting close. Like one of the few herbicides that will help manage Dallas grass is Tribute Total, which is Revolver, Celsius, and one other. I'm not sure what the third herbicide that Bayer makes that's in it, but it's essentially that with one other herbicide also added as well. But Celsius by itself is not gonna be good enough. But thanks for checking that out for me. I thought that was the case, but it's always good to just to double check, so I'm not giving out bad advice. I mean, if people could just use Celsius and keep Dallas grass out of their lawns, that would be awesome. But it's a bit more expensive because again, Revolver is north of 250 in most places that I look for. It's pretty expensive. It's great herbicide, but it's pretty expensive. Okay, next up is Shelby Ramos. He says, heard anything about your fort vendors on shortages or anything? I heard most come from Russia. Yes, there are shortages. There's shortages, and there are just the cost of goods going up. Like one thing you'll notice is the cost of even the price of the starter fert has gone up. Like the yard master, some of the yard mastery ferts that we sell, like the stress blend and also the starter fert, are going up. The price on those are going up here soon. So I think the stress blend has already gone up. The starter fert has also gone up as well. So yeah, so it's already reflected in the price on the store. So yes, the Humic Max for now is still at like $68.99 or whatever it is. It's still at the same price. But I imagine that whenever I have to get another shipment of it, it's going to be more expensive. So if you need it, buy it, because once it runs out, it's likely not going to come back at the price that it's at now, and not because we're just, I'm trying to charge a bunch more for it. It's just that everything's just costing more. It's just where the world that we live in right now, unfortunately. Next up is John. He says, when I kill a bunch of weeds, do I need to rake them up, or can I just mulch them without making more weeds? Yeah, I normally just mow over them. I mean, if you want to bag the first time, so let's say you have a lawn that's a salad bowl, right? And you've got some grass mixed in. So if you have like, who was it that asked the question? Curtis. So we have Curtis's lawn, right? Where it's 80% weeds. After he applies the Celsius Certainty combo, gives it, a week or so, or however long he wants to give it to really start killing off the weeds and letting them die off. For the first mow, if he wants to bag everything up, by all means go for that. So that way you'll be taking any seeds that may still be present on the weeds. We'll be taking those up. We'll be getting those out. We're not going to be blowing those all throughout the lawn, right? But then after that, just start mowing. Just start doing your mulching. So I would say, to answer your question, John, the first cut afterwards, by all means bag if you want to. As far as raking them up or this kind of thing, I wouldn't go to that extent. I would just bag clippings the first time and then just start mowing all the time. Because here's the thing: you got to realize the whole idea about it of this is we are trying to give the advantage to the plant that we want to keep, and in this case, it's our grass. So all selective herbicide does is that it's safe, or it's relatively safe for the plant we want to keep, which is our grass, Bermuda, or whatever grass you happen to be working with. I think you said you have 7P, but whatever grass you happen to be you want to keep, and it's damaging against the plants that we don't want to keep around, which are like our weeds. So as long as you apply your herbicide correctly, that's going to knock back the weeds enough that you're going to give the grass a chance to get a competitive advantage. Couple that with like a good fertilization program and regular mowing. If you have like a creeping grass like Bermuda, it's going to spread. It's going to begin to become, over time anyway, the dominant grass in the lawn. So you don't have to, outside of bagging up clippings the first time, you don't need to go through and like every single time bag. And, I don't want a single weed seed to get anywhere in the lawn. It's just a bunch of work that has, in my opinion, like diminishing returns. It's not worth the amount of effort that it would take to do that. Like, spray out the weeds. You may have to do a follow-up app to kill them off, but then once you're done, get with your mowing, keep mowing regularly, and you're going to begin winning the battle where the plant you want to keep, which is your grass, is going to begin taking over and becoming the dominant crop per se. If you want to use like a an ag term, a prominent crop in your field, which is your lawn. And can you put down too much fertilizer? Yes, you absolutely can. You absolutely can't put down too much fertilizer. You want to follow the rate. For Bermuda anyway, you need about the conventional wisdom says a pound of nitrogen per month during the growing season, but you can actually get away with less than that if you are also using like a biostimulant program along with it. That is what I do. So yes, you can use too much. Absolutely, you can use too much. It will cause a lot of problems if you do. You can burn your grass, create fungus problems, cause a lot of excessive growth. A lot like anything else, like too much of anything is not good. So don't like, if you get a bag of fertilizer, whether you get it from me or you go to Home Depot or somewhere else, like follow the rates that are on the label, follow the rates that are on the label and the application intervals that are on the label, and you're going to get a good result. Don't go super heavy because you're gonna create more issues than you solve. I appreciate that, Salvation. Thank you so much. Thanks for all the love and support. And it says, Adam Carter says the soil test I sent was done by UGA and they do not test for nitrogen. I'm wondering why they don't test for nitrogen. Is it because it comes out of the ground so fast? But the My Soil test does test for nitrogen. From what I understand, like the extension offices will test for nitrogen if you request it, but I believe it's an extra cost. Like the general test, they just cover everything else but nitrogen. But the My Soil test covers that. It covers all the macros and the and your micronutrients and pH and everything else. So I believe the extension offices can do it, but there's an extra cost for doing so. That's why I believe you don't see that reflected on most of them, because I have seen some extension office test results that do have nitrogen listed. So it's not like it's not all of them, but some of them do not. You are correct about that. Some of them don't do it, but you might want to reach out to them and say, hey, do you guys even offer that? And if you do, is there an extra cost for it to where I can get that also added to my test? But that's again why another reason why I like this My Soil test kit is because like you get everything. Like you get your macros, like I would say like your minor macros, like your calcium and magnesium and those types of nutrient, and then your micronutrients along with your pH, and you get suggestions that are appropriate for a home lawn. Like you're not going to get a My Soil test that's going to tell you to go put down 100 pounds of lime. It's just not going to do that, because the guys that are the people that are behind it know that you can't eat, like the general homeowner can't do that, right? They don't have the capacity. So for most people, and again, I'm not really throwing shade at any of the extension office test results. They're great, and if you get one, and if you like that test, those the results you're getting from them, like get one and stick to it. The only thing I would say about soil testing is whichever testing office you use or whatever mechanism you use for testing, whatever your method is, like pick one and stick with it, because really what you're using, like soil testing as a tool, is to measure deltas. It's not to compare one soil test methodology to another. For the most part, the numbers may not match up directly, but the trends that they show will follow each other, right? So pick one, stick with it. Again, I'm a big fan of the My Soil ones for a lot of reasons. One of them being the ones you mentioned, that nitrogen is included in the test. And a big thing too is that all your soil tests are also kept. They're kept in a library that allow you to go back and review them at a later point if you want. You don't have to just remember that piece of paper that you got from years ago and try and overlay it and see, how do they measure up. Literally, there's a tool that you get for free that allows you to overlay soil test results from multiple years and see how the soil is changing over time. So for those reasons, I would just say go with the My Soil test. That is why I particularly like it. Okay, we are winding now, guys. We are almost done. Cindy Thornburg says, happy Friday, 90 degrees here in California, already mowing twice a week. Good job. I like to hear that. I would like to hear that. I'm planning to spray 901C this weekend. Do you think I can mix hydrotane in with that? They're already restricting our water. Well, here's the thing. The problem is that hydrotane really needs to be watered in right away. 901C doesn't require it. It doesn't require being watered in, Cindy. So if you can, really with a 901C, the extra water we're talking about is like 4 gallons. Just like we're just talking about like whatever would go into a backpack spray, which isn't really a whole lot. You know what I mean? So it's not like you have to spray the hydrotane and water it in and then do the 901C at another time and then water it in. The only reason why I'm afraid to tell you to do that is because I've tested a lot of different combinations. I've not tested hydrotane and 901C to see how they would play together. So I'm leery to tell you to do that. What I would just say is apply the hydrotane, water it in, and then the 901C does not need to be watered in. So really, as far as extra water usage, all you're talking about is the 4 gallons of water or whatever, depending on the size of your lawn, the 4 gallons of water or so that go into your backpack sprayer, which is somewhat negligible, right? Even with water restrictions. So hope that helps answer your question. I'm just you might be able to mix them and it might be fine, but I'm kind of leery because again I've not tested that combination to know that if it's going to work well. So hope that helps. If you decide to mix them, let me know. Send me an email. I'm here, Ron at golfcoursesalon.com. Let me know and let me know what your results were, how it worked out for you. All right. DDOM says, Ron, is it too late to spray insecticide when grubs are already present? No, it's not. So acelepryn, you can. It's, I mean, it's better if you apply it before grubs are present because you prevented the damage. But yes, you can use this as well. If you're already seeing grubs in your lawn. So no, not too late. You can still apply it. Get it down now. All right. Vindy says, Ron, you're committed. Still streaming. Yep, I am done. Yep, that's it. Look, and looks like DDOM is the the last comment. He says, my rating is only 10 likes. What is this nonsense? No, there's more than that. But yeah, we are all done. Well, guys, thank you so much for hanging out tonight and answering all the questions. I got through all of them and appreciate all the love and support and you guys sticking around to watch the content. Again, if you need your insecticides, fungicides, your plant growth regulator, ferts, those types of things, and you feel like supporting me, feel free to shop at the Golf Course Lawn Store. We have Primo Max, acelepryn, and a bunch of other stuff in stock now and ready for shipment. And yeah, along with soil tests, which is also really important. So out of everything else, right? Hopefully one takeaway you guys get out of like tonight's discussion is that in addition to applying the products, like also getting out there and working on your lawn, getting out there and regularly mowing is going to be super important for getting a good result. So be sure to also incorporating at least twice weekly mowing into whatever you are doing. And with that, I think that is pretty much it. Let me see. Brandon Rubin has a question. He says, "Hey Rod, sorry for the late question. I have Talistar. Do you think it would be worth buying acelepryn this season, or just use my Talistar until it's gone?" Acelepryn is gonna cover more things. Is gonna cover target. Yeah, they're different. Acelepryn is gonna target a lot more different insects and have a longer residual than Talistar will. Braden. So my answer would be yes. Still get acelepryn. It's still worth it in my opinion. All right, guys, thanks so much for all you do. Get out there and work on your lawn, and I will see you guys next week. Remember to vote as far as whether you guys want a live stream like 2 weekends from now on a Thursday, or you just want to skip that week. Either way, let me know in the comments below.